Interesting. Here we go. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Actually, before I begin, Commissioner Lilac, are you able to see a raise hand feature?
I don't see it, but I'll keep exploring.
You
I've got a lot of
probably
features.
open the participants window.
Yeah, Nick,
Okay.
go to participants.
Okay.
You should see invite, mute me, and raise hand at the bottom of that participant screen.
I've got the mute, the stop video, participants, share screen, and record, but I don't have the raise hand. But
So
I'll keep exploring it.
Commissioner, if you, which Jim was saying, if you forgive me, but if you hit participants, it's within that window on the lower right, hopefully.
He may have another version.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so good morning. It is 8:31. Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. My name is Esther Johnson, and I am the commission assistant. Welcome to the July 23, 24, 2020 Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. This meeting is being recorded. John, thank you. Please start recording if you haven't done so already. Thank you. The meeting is being recorded and is available for live streaming through Granicus. The link is available on our meeting page. If you intend to provide public comment or testimony, please make sure to rename yourself with some sort of identifying title related to your organization. If you intend to testify, please sign up using the public sign up form on our meeting materials website so that we have your name in the queue. Participants will be in listen-only mode until they are called on to testify. I will be calling on individuals and will unmute your microphone during the public comment testimony during that agenda item. A note, if you are on the phone and would like to testify and did not sign up in advance, you can press *9 and that will notify me and add you to the queue. With that, I would like to introduce Chair Robin MacArthur, who will be providing opening remarks.
Thank you, Esther. I appreciate that very much. So good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to be here. Happy Thursday. We have a packed agenda with some critically important issues like housing and climate change and dog training facilities on farmland. Who knew you needed to have a license to teach your dog to fetch on farmland? But anyway, so I would like to start with introducing the commission and really welcoming our newest members, Commissioners Lilac and Jacobson. And we'll do self-introductions in a moment, but I just want to say with the introduction, with the welcoming of those two folks to complete our commission, we have a very full commission now at this time. Katie Paramine could not be here today, but I feel like it's a really strong commission. It's very committed. It's got a lot of background, diverse interests. We have a professor, we have developer types, we have practitioners, elected officials. So I feel like this commission is really well suited to tackle these issues that we're dealing with today and throughout the next couple of years. And I'm really pleased that the two newest members will be part of that. So with that, I just want to maybe go around and have each one do a self-introduction. And maybe we can start with Professor Sandoval.
Okay, yes, thank you. So yeah, my name is Gerardo Sandoval, and I'm a professor at the University of Oregon in the School of Planning, Public Policy, and Management. And I also serve on the state's Housing Stability Council.
So why don't we go then with Commissioner Warren.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stuart Warren. I'm a fly fishing guide in Southern Oregon. I'm also the council president in the city of Phoenix, as well as the chair of the Phoenix Urban Renewal Agency. Lived in Oregon for the majority of my life, and my family's been here for 4 generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Halava.
My name is Anyele Halova, and I'm a real estate developer in Portland. We do all sorts of type of development, market rate housing, for sale townhomes, office projects, and retail. And currently I'm working on a headquarters for a nonprofit here in Portland. So obviously I'm really interested in all the development housing related aspects, but I majored in agricultural and biological engineering in college. So I have a long time interest in agriculture and agricultural lands.
Thank you. Commissioner Lilac.
Good morning, and thank you. I'm the Community Development Director for Deschutes County. Previously served in that position with the City of Redmond, and have worked in a number of organizations and planning organizations, public policy positions for the last several decades. One of the newest members representing Eastern Oregon, and for the second time in my career, I have the really distinct pleasure and honor of succeeding Catherine Morrow. She sets an extraordinarily high bar with her talent, her skill, her compassion, her integrity, everything. And so I succeeded her in Deschutes County in 2009 when I was hired as the planning director when she retired. A couple of years later, I was promoted to community development director, and now I have the pleasure of succeeding her again. So thank you very much. It's great to be here, and I just want to extend a really sincere thanks to the DLCD staff for the orientations to help me prepare for serving on the commission. That's a steep learning curve, and I just want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobson.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Commissioner Jacobson. I'm a county commissioner based in Lincoln County, and I'm, along with Commissioner Lilac, one of the newbies on the group. So I also extend a thank you to all the staff helping us get to speed here. So I am representing the coast, and my background is in marine fisheries and ocean policy.
Thank you. And I'm Robin MacArthur, and I've worked in land use and transportation and community development Oregon for a long time, both at the state level, local level, and regional level. I was the most recent job I had several years ago now was planning and development director for Metro, the regional government. So welcome everybody. And why don't we do we have to take the official roll call then? Is that right, Esther, to start off?
Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Gerardo Sandoval.
Here.
Stuart Warren.
Here.
Nick Lilac.
Here.
Katie Jacobson.
Here.
Anyele Halova.
Here.
Robin MacArthur.
Here.
And Katie Pearmine.
She has an excused absence.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you. And why don't we go into land acknowledgement? I think we have a slide for that. And I know everyone can read it, which is nice that it's on the slide, that especially with the Zoom situation, but I'm happy to read it as well. I think it's appropriate to both see it and read it because it's a very important thing to start our meetings off with. So I'd like to acknowledge the many tribes and bands who call Oregon their ancestral territory and honor the ongoing relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. We recognize the continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for their continuing to teach us how we might all be here together. So thank you for that. And before we go, I think the next thing, we have to approve the agenda. Let's go ahead and approve the agenda unless there's any housekeeping housekeeping matters. Please remind commissioners to complete the agenda scorecard that was provided electronically. So especially for the newest members, we always review what the staff, the 2 days of commission meetings we were given a form, And it is a chance for us to give feedback to staff that they can then take and review about the topic, how it was presented, if there's anything they could have done differently, or give kudos when everything is great. So those scorecards are really important to fill out. Normally they're hand delivered and they were sent to us electronically. I'm not certain if I could find mine last night when I was looking for it. So I wonder if somebody sometime today could go ahead and resend it to all of us. I might be the only one missing it, but it'd be nice to have that. It's a really important document that staff does take very seriously. And now we need to approve the agenda. So Esther, do you want to call the roll on that?
Yes. Commissioner Halova.
Yes.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yes.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes.
Commissioner Lilac.
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Yes.
And Chair MacArthur.
Yes. Thank you. And apparently I'm supposed to pause for a moment to give IT staff, John in particular, time to date stamp this. Is that right?
Yes, as we move to agenda item 2, I will also be moving Ms. Margaret Corvey over to the panelist side. So there will be a slight pause.
Great. And I guess before I start this item, the director's report, and we're going to listen, I think we'll hear from Ms. Corvey first. I just wanted to give, I meant to do this during the introduction, I apologize, a shout out to DL City staff. These are really hard times that we're all in, and I've been incredibly impressed with the amount of work that staff has done. If just take a look at this packet, and the packet is just a tip of the iceberg in terms of the work that they have done. They've just done an incredible job on the housing outreach and RAC advisory committee and all that work. And they're all doing that just like we all are from our basements. They're trying to homeschool their kids. They're trying to watch toddlers deal with barking dogs to compete for airspace. And they've just done a really incredible job. And I want to really thank you for your commitment. And we understand today is Ethan Stuckmeyer's birthday, so a little candle for him, but this is really for all staff. And we also understand that Steve is celebrating his 20 years. Steve Shipsey, our attorney, is celebrating 20 years with us. So kudos to all of staff, but particularly you two gentlemen.
Happy birthday. Anniversary.
Okay, so I think were we going to start out with Ms. Corvey or with you, Jim? What was the preference? I guess is there a preference here? Maybe Ms. Corvey is already lined up. We'll go ahead and
let's go ahead, please.
Yeah. Great. And so thank you, first of all, for being here. And just by way of introduction, there are a couple of attachments to your agenda that they were part of the supplemental packet. There's a letter dated June 18th from Tribal Chair Bosley that references this and talks a little bit about Margaret. And then also there is a letter dated March 5th from the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Suslo Indians, reflecting on the same issue that Ms. Corvey is going to discuss today. So we want to welcome her. Thank you for being here, and please go ahead. I can't see you yet on there, but maybe you're not. Maybe you're just calling in. Anyway, welcome.
I think you're on video, Ms. Corvey. Thank you. Thanks, Robin. If you just, Chair MacArthur, if you extend your screen, you might be able to see Margaret or pin the video, but pardon me, that was Kirsten. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Daiessis, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Paramount in Spirit, and dedicated members of the Land Conservation and Development Commission, as well as Director Rue. You got a doctorate today. Thank you all thank you all for your opportunity to bring forth my thoughts today. Margaret Corvey, Lanas. I'm here today as a representative and citizen of the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusla of Hanas Coos descent. I want to acknowledge Rosalind Luenya, the tribe's Culture and Natural Resource Director, as well as other tribal representatives that may be present at this meeting or in spirit today. We are here because this is important to us. The coast is home and has been our home for millennia. Traditional practices and beliefs are inseparable with our resources along the coast. These resources are embedded in our traditional diet, our stories, and ceremonies. They are medicine and regalia. The canoe and the river are as familiar to each other as the eagle or egret feather is to our regalia. The salmon is as much a part of our streams as it is part of who we are. The resources provide a cultural connection through language, storytelling, harvesting, art, and ceremony. To us, natural resources are cultural resources. We work every day to care for and steward our lands and waters to retain our connection and culture embedded in these landscapes. We have done so for thousands of years, and we will continue to do so forever. This work takes many forms. It comes with traditional practice and gathering. It backdrops our meetings with state and federal agencies. It forges partnerships with our local communities and watersheds. It is tested by gas chromatography, mass spectrometer in our laboratory. It is representing the tribe on boards, committees, and councils. And I am here today before the commission on this stewardship path. I'm asking for your help to support this work. This work is not done by my tribe alone. Other tribes along the coast and across the state are doing it too. All tribes have a unique history and cultural connection to their ancestral homelands. I think that was reflected very well in the acknowledgement statement that Chair MacArthur provided. Although tribes may coordinate and communicate, we each act differently to express our sovereign missions. So we asked the governor to provide a seat on the Ocean Policy Advisory Council for each coastal sovereign. Our work is a journey spanning thousands of years for tribes and 161 years for Oregon. We believe the most durable and resilient plans, policies, and rules will be created through collaborative efforts that bring all voices together. One tribal seat for OPAC effectively excludes ideas and worldviews of other sovereign nations. We are here and we'd like equitable seats at the table to work with Oregon to conceive a better future. Today, we ask the Commission to support and recommend changing the makeup of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council with respect to these tribal nations and process by which those seats are filled. I'd like to provide just a brief timeline of our engagement on this effort from January to today. So this January, the tribe supported my application to fill the tribal vacancy on OPAC. This is critical for the tribe as well as beneficial for the state. I haven't heard back except for that my application was received. So then in early March, we made comments to the Territorial Sea Plan, Rocky Habitat update. And we did receive a really thoughtful response back from the Department of Land Conservation and Development, as well as the Rocky Habitat Working Group. And we're still working through how the plan can reflect our history, perspectives, and ongoing connections to the landscape. So we're going to continue to work with the working group and agency staff to draft an update that works for Oregon as inclusive of tribal nations. In May, the tribe presented a request to OPAC at their meeting to write a letter of support to the governor for inclusion of all 4 seats. That other tribes at the meeting echoed this request from the Confederated Tribes. Megan Fleer, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde citizen and representative on OPAC, then made a motion for OPAC to support this, but unfortunately the vote was not in our favor. And following this vote, another motion was brought forth to support removal of Senate confirmation from the tribal appointment process. The vote did turn in our favor. That's great news. And we just wanted to recognize that while this process, isn't something that, our counties have to go through. So it's something that tribal sovereign nations are required to go through the Senate confirmation, but these local governments such as counties don't have to do it. And so even though that was supported, it wasn't a unanimous support by the OPAC even. So having only this partial support from the council really felt disrespectful of the tribal sovereign nations of Oregon. And we want to thank and appreciate the council members that did see the equity in the policy and voted to support recommending this change. Mid-June, we then reached out to the Executive Appointments Office, hoping to hear more about the OPAC tribal appointment, but the committee wasn't able to take up the appointment on their agenda. Even without all the tribes represented, we believe that filling the seat is important. So we missed an opportunity in June. However, I was informed of another session that may be coming up, and I'm awaiting a scheduled return call by July 31st. On June 19th, we finalized a letter to the governor's office, or the governor, and this letter really focused on the equitable seats for all coastal tribes. And it was sent to tribal and natural resource policy offices, and we did not hear back. So today is July 23rd, a little over a month later, and we're here today in the fog of like everything that's going on in Oregon, the United States, and on this planet. These are hard and unprecedented times. However, our work is not on hold, and we continue to strive for our collective future in Oregon. We need the state to recognize that tribes need to be at the table for that work. We feel it's time to change the antiquated policies that are serving to exclude the voices of tribal nations. OPAC is only one small step, but it carries recognition and meaning. Tribes have called the coast home since time immemorial, and that will not change. We are looking to use our growing capacity in meaningful ways to promote the missions of our nations and sustain our cultural identity. Natural resource management in the state affects the traditional practices of people in the state. We see an opportunity here for the tribe in Oregon to work together to update and remedy ineffective policies that prevent equal representation for the tribal nations. Although we will continue to exercise sovereignty and work with the governor's office, we recognize and respect the role the commission plays. You're a really important state government decision-making body, and we would like to request your support via resolution, letter, other documented record, as we work together to create a bigger table to benefit all Oregon. So thank you for your time, Louis.
Thank you, Ms. Corvey. I really appreciate that. And I'd like to ask if any commissioners have questions for you, if you don't mind sitting there for a few moments.
Not at all.
Commissioners?
I forgot I have to raise my hand. I'm like,
Commissioner Halava, thank you.
Yeah, I had a question that dealt with the number of seats that have been previously, I guess, dedicated to tribes, and is the request to grow the number of seats, and if so, it sounds like that. What is the opposition to that within OPAC?
I'm not sure I can speak to the opposition, but there is a set number of seats dictated by statute. So the statute allows for one tribal representative seat, and like I mentioned, that's a Senate confirmed process. So it's kind of layered into like the stakeholder components of the OPAC. So we're kind of relegated to, tribes are kind of relegated to like that kind of representative interest group within the statute. And so what I'm asking for is for us to kind of move outside of that, and for the 4 coastal sovereigns to each have a seat. So that would be 3 additional seats.
Thank you.
Other questions? You could just, Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, having been involved in OPAC in the past, I know there are voting seats and non-voting seats, and I'm just making the assumption that you're advocating for those additional 3 seats to all be voting seats. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure I have that right. Thanks.
Other commissioners, I can all see you, so if you just raise your hand if you want to speak, I can see you. Seeing no one else, I might turn to Director Rue or Deputy Director Green to respond to this, but I do know that you folks have checked on the appointments with the governor's office, and the appointment, as you know, Ms. Corby, rests with the governor's office. But I think that DLCD has been advocating for the governor to make that appointment to the commission, to the Senate at this point. Does staff want to respond to that?
Sure. Jim Rue, Director. I wish it was entirely as you represented, Chair MacArthur. I too have tried on 2 separate occasions to call Jason Miner, who is one of the 2 governor's natural resource advisors and the one who sits on and is responsible for OPAC in the governor's office. And just like Ms. Corby, I've not yet heard back from Jason on that. These are busy times, I understand, but I am a little frustrated and am going to raise the level of request to at least have a conversation with someone in the governor's office. So I too am a little frustrated.
And then Deputy Director Green.
So if I could, thank you, Chair MacArthur and Director Rue. Ms. Corby, I'm glad you're able to to be present today and to represent directly to LCDC. Thank you. There are 2 requests. I'd like to just make that clear for Commission. Yeah. There is the Senate appointment, which it sounds like from Ms. Corby's update today she does expect a callback on that by July 31st. So I'm glad to hear that. We do understand there will be an August session, Ms. Corby. Of course, we're not in control of the legislative agenda, but we have heard that's the case. I have had the chance to listen to the tapes and talk to Ms. Corby on background, and for that I'm very grateful. It's quite illuminating, and it was illuminating to listen to the tapes of the OPAC recording. Staff had advised and asked me to do that as well. DLCD staff who staff OPAC, so that's Andy Lanier, Patty Snow, and Heather Wade, and Michael Moses. It was a difficult meeting, and the vote was 5-7, and then it was 7-5 to advance the removal of the Senate confirmation. I know we're short on time today. Our Department of Justice Attorney Steve Shipsey might have more to add or clarify. He staffs OPAC as well. But there is the other, what I have heard Ms. Corby ask today is for Commission to either direct staff and follow up with a letter inquiry to the governor's office, or to pass a resolution among commissioners to support the additional seats at OPAC for the additional 3 coastal tribal nations directly at the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. So if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Corby, that was her request. The Chair MacArthur, I turn it back to you.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I knew that there were the 2 requests. I believe that Commissioner Halava has her hand up.
I was going to say, could we motion to write that letter to the governor's office? That's not the formal process, I know.
If I don't, I think we can make a motion. You can offer a motion, and to do that, and it sounds like it would be appropriate. But any other commissioners have any questions about that idea first before we actually, I ask for a formal motion, excuse me. Seeing no other hands up, would one of you like to make that motion?
I would like to make a motion to write a letter. Let's see how I can do this. Write a letter to the governor's office, including Jason Miner, to propose adding 3 voting seats for tribal nations to the OPAC Commission. Is it a commission?
Council.
Council. I don't know if there's anything else. Yeah.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion before we take a vote? Seeing no hands, I will turn it over to Esther for the vote.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes.
Commissioner Lilac.
Yes.
Commissioner Halova.
Yes.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Yes.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion passes with Katie Permine being absent. So thank you, Ms. Corvey, very much for bringing this important issue to us and for your presence today and your really great comments. Appreciate it.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, everybody on this call.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think the next thing, next thing we're going to go to is the director's report. We put Director Rue up front. I don't think he was real happy about that change. He normally is later on in the agenda, but he has some very important things to say, and we thought it would be useful for the full commission to have that knowledge going into today and tomorrow's meetings. So Director Rue.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, my own welcome to Katie Jacobson and Nick Lilac to this commission. You both bring an enormous amount of experience and talent to this group. And for the first time in nearly a year, we are fully staffed. We have a full commission. A commission that, in my opinion, I've been around for 11 years now, is the most talented, the most capable commission that we've ever had, and certainly the most representative of the state of Oregon. So thank you to all of you for your work. I also want to take just a moment to express to you, commissioners, and to any staff people who are watching, I'm just proud of DLCD staff beyond words right now. We as an agency, sometimes I think we as a family, are going through, I think, some of the hardest times that we have in certainly my memory. COVID is tough. COVID is tough on people trying to, and I think you mentioned it, Chair MacArthur, we have a lot of young families in this agency who are trying to balance raising children, getting children educated at the same time while under an enormous amount of pressure particularly from Kirsten and me to meet some goals on rulemaking on a couple of really important issues, which we'll talk a bit more about in a minute. So there's pressure from all directions. And on top of that, last Thursday, we got notification from the Legislative Ways and Means, the Joint Committee on Ways and Means, that in an attempt to rebalance the current budget, we were taking far more than our proportionate share of the 17% reduction target that we had planned for. And what that means is that people are in danger of losing their jobs. In danger of losing their jobs at probably one of the most challenging times in any of our lives. And all of that is happening in the background of us pushing harder and harder to get critical work done. And I just want to acknowledge to staff, and I want to acknowledge to commission that in my opinion, and I do not like the word hero because I think it has been debased and overused, but there's almost heroic work happening in this agency right now. And I just want to be sure that we all recognize that and are grateful for it. So with that, I will plunge into, and I think I have about 10 minutes left. This is tab 2 in your binders. I am not going to read it. I'm not going to go through it item by item. But I do just want to say I've sort of hinted at the fact that we're busier now than we ever have been. I joined an agency that was a little sleepy and was not necessarily on the front line. And that has changed. We are a different world. We're working harder and we're working on more important issues than we ever have before. And so we're going to talk about that. But I think that in coordination with the governor's office, we are really focused on two broad issues right now for the foreseeable future, and that's equity and climate. And they're pretty much the same thing. And under climate, there are three subheads, I think, and that is that housing, transportation, and natural hazards, because they're all a consequence of a changing climate. And as a result of that changing climate and a whole bunch of other forces in society, the disproportionate effects of all of this fall on the most vulnerable among us. And so the governor has asked us to recenter everything that we do for the next 2.5 years on equity. And so she is working now, and I can't show you the plan because it is still under construction. But all of our recovery, so if you think of an organizational chart and you put the governor in the center of the page, close to the top of the page, and if you move to the left side of that page, is all of the recovery effort that we're undergoing, trying to keep people healthy, trying to get people back in housing and back in jobs. Then if you go to the other side of the page, to the right side of the page, is everything that we do about budget in this current biennium and in the upcoming 21-23 biennium. All of those things are centered and focused on equity. And because we're working on both sides, but I want to talk just for a moment about budget. The budget process this year will go through an all-new advisory committee that the governor is now just putting together, and that is called the Council on Racial Justice. And it is going to be representative of historically marginalized, underrepresented communities. It is going to be focused on the health effects, particularly of a warming world, but also a range of other health effects on underrepresented, poor communities, often communities of color. And so I can't tell you much more about it than that because they have not been fully appointed to these positions, and we don't know exactly what the role is in budget. However, budget itself for all agencies of the enterprise will be looked at through, and again, I think saying an equity lens understates it's an equity-centered, equity-focused approach to budget. So because we're realistically looking at somewhere around a 25% reduction in anticipated revenues for the 21-23 biennium. This is a budget unlike we've seen probably in most of our lives. In terms of reduction in money available to meet the needs of the state of Oregon. The center of that budget is going to be making sure that frontline communities' needs are addressed first. So what does that mean for us? Well, it means that we're looking at somewhere in the range of an 18 to 19% reduction for the current biennium. That means people are going to be losing their jobs in the next few weeks. That means that we're going to be returning $1.1 million of unspent housing grants. Our total reduction was targeted at 1.3-ish, and we're well into the 1.7, $1.8 million reduction, I'm sorry, 18% reduction for the remainder of this biennium. And it's going to be close to $2 million that we're going to have to take of what's left of a 10-month a 10-month biennium, or 10 months until the end of the biennium. Huge impact, but it may pale in comparison to the cuts that we are perhaps going to be taking for the upcoming biennium. And we don't know. We haven't gotten that guidance yet, but everybody's floating this 25% number. I just want you to know that it is going to be a very tough budget year. It's going to be a very tough year in terms of hanging on to the agency that we currently know. And I don't mean existential for the agency, but I do mean that the way we do our work and the work that we do are probably going to fundamentally change. Certainly not the priorities, but the way that we meet those needs is going to be done with a smaller staff, with fewer dollars, and probably in new ways of thinking about service delivery. We're learning lessons from COVID. We know that we're overbuilt when it comes to offices. We're certainly overbuilt when it comes to retail space, but particular to the state of Oregon, we've learned new ways to communicate with stakeholders, with direct recipients of our work, with commissioners. And so we need to apply those lessons and a whole lot more to our future. With that, I think I will stop and see if there are any questions. And if not, once again, this is going to be a lot of listening, a lot of talking for the next 2 days. All of it represents an enormous amount of work on the part of staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Ryu. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you for that update, Director. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the unspent housing grants. Just give us a little detail on that and why they were unspent, or what's, just a little more on that.
Sure. I think we overestimated the demand, and we actually had fewer cities requesting help in HB 2001. So Kirsten, you're closer to this than I. Why don't you more directly answer Commissioner Sandoval's question?
You've actually said it, Director Ryu. Commissioner Sandoval, that's it. Whether it's by way of sort of readiness, folks, since the model codes and all the direction isn't quite all ripe, COVID hit, there's quite a bit of, capacity impact at the local level, but there was 1.15 million of unclaimed, unrequested funds for both the middle housing work and also the infrastructure work. So that we thought would be acceptable to the legislature for part of meeting our 17%, what actually became 30%, the proposed cuts, but they did sweep that in their recommended budget, but they were unclaimed, and we are able to meet the needs of those that did request funds. And we have, of course, in Pop 110, a renewed request for additional funding next year, because we're sort of just launching the whole technical assistance program to respond to 2001 and 2003. I hope that answers your question. If not, happy to sort of pull Gordon Howard in for more specifics, and you'll see him later today as well.
Yeah, no, thank you. That clarifies things.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Lilac.
First, I guess I could have reused the raised hand feature because I did figure that out. Jim, this is of course devastating on so many levels, and to add to all of it, I met with the statewide county planning directors on Friday, and it's interesting because most counties are experiencing sustained high levels of permit volumes. So local governments are going to absolutely need these services and the department's coordination and technical expertise, et cetera, going forward. So I'm just so sorry to hear the news on so many levels. And as I shared an email a couple of days ago, if there's anything I or any of us can do, let us know. We're happy to help in any way we can.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I need to get used to calling you Commissioner instead of Nick, but thank you. I do want to acknowledge, so Commissioner Lilac is being a little modest. He is the chair of the statewide county planning directors group, which is a committee of the Association of Oregon Counties. Yesterday, there was a hearing, a budget hearing in front of the Natural Resources Subcommittee of the Ways and Means Committee of the Joint Ways and Means Committee of the Legislature. And we were very grateful for a really wonderful letter co-signed by AOC and the League of Oregon Cities, making the very point that you just did. Because of the uncertainty of, and frankly, the uniqueness of this recession, we find ourselves in exactly the situation that Commissioner Lilac talked about. The demand for services, even for planning services and community development and trying to rebuild our employment infrastructure, the demand for all of that work is going up at precisely the time when our resources, our revenues are going down. I don't need to remind you that the oddity of the way the state of Oregon raises general fund revenue is hitting us particularly hard right now. Our reliance solely on income instead of consumption taxes or something else, and forgive me for my campaign speech, but it puts us into this roller coaster of revenues. We just sent out $2 billion in the so-called kicker because we had an excess of forecast of revenue up until January when the economy was at historic highs. People in their tax returns now are getting that kicker money at the very time that we're looking at a $4 billion deficit in the upcoming biennium, and the demands on social services are probably higher than they've ever been. And so that is sort of, certainly not global, but it is the big picture look at Oregon revenues and expenditures, and we're caught in that terrible, terrible place.
Thank you, Director Rue. Commissioner Halava.
My comments probably come at a bad time because they're not about budget. They're related though. I was going to say I think that the work that's being taken out on diversity, equity, and inclusion is really important. Understanding all the budget cuts, mainly because it's going to be linked, like you said, to what gets funded or what doesn't get funded. So I think it's really great that work has started and that staff are grounded in those principles so that that will be reflective of the proposals of work that go out, which will help us have a greater chance at getting the resources we need to do this important work, which, like you said, is completely connected to equity.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. There are two criteria that are going to weigh heavily in our budget requests, and I think that we will score well on both counts. The first is that I and we as an agency truly believe that our budget requests around housing and transportation as well as climate work are equity issues at their heart. But secondly, each of these initiatives is multi-agency. We are doing a lot of, well, some of our climate work is with 24 other agencies, Chris Shirley doing her work on climate adaptation. Our housing work is obviously jointly done with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Much of our climate work on mitigation, reduction of greenhouse gases is being done in concert with DEQ, Department of Energy, ODOT, and ourselves. So the governor's been very clear that she's going to favor those requests and proposals that come from multi-agency work groups. The bright side to all of this is my long-held contention that this is not DLCD's land use system that we administer here. This is the state of Oregon's land use system, and it only works if every aspect of the enterprise, from health and community services to forestry and agriculture and economic development, are all working together to implement this plan that some very smart people came up with 47 years ago, and in my opinion has never realized its full potential. Working as an enterprise instead of a single agency crying in the wilderness is a positive potential outcome of all of this.
Well put. Thank you. Other commissioners have anything they want to ask Director Ryu at this point? Seeing no hands, I will. Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate that. So now we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is public comment on non-agenda items. I think last time there were a couple folks that commented during this period, and I'm going to limit that to this period to just non-agenda item comments. And I see on my list that we have somebody who signed up in advance was Angie Brewer from Wasco County Planning Department. We want to welcome her, and she's going to talk about the Columbia River Gorge National Scenic Area Management Plan update. Welcome, Angie.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you giving me a few minutes. And in light of the conversation you just had, I think this will be perfectly underscored that the demands are still there and the appreciation for your staff and efforts couldn't be higher at the moment. So for the record, my name is Angie Brewer. I'm the planning director for Wasco County. And just briefly, that may ring a bell for a few of you that were present to support our acceptance into the voluntary periodic review program a couple of years ago. And I'm really happy to share with you that we're on schedule and preparing to wrap up our final work task in a few months. So if there's interest in the future, we'd love to join you for a future meeting to showcase some of that work. But what I'm here today to share with you is I really truly want to extend a thank you to your staff and their recent work to support the counties and the national scenic area portions of the state of Oregon. As you may or may not know, the Gorge Commission and the Forest Service are going through their own version of periodic review, the update to their management plan, which is long overdue and we're very supportive of generally. But there have been some concerns expressed by counties and local jurisdictions that have been unfortunately dismissed almost categorically. So for those of you that are less familiar, I just wanted to give you a brief 1-minute primer here that there are, like I said, three counties that have lands inside the National Scenic Area. The scenic area was created by Congress and is governed by a separate regional land use program maintained by the Gorge Commission and the Forest Service through a bi-state compact between the states of Oregon and Washington. And it's implemented locally by county planning departments on private land and public lands where it's not federal. It's important to note that unless it's expressly identified, their rules supersede state law and their program serves as the regional planning body for the gorge. But it's also important to note that the bi-state compact afforded some language in ORS and provides us all with an assumption that the management plan for the gorge will, on the whole, achieve the goals of the Oregon land use program. So when our local concerns and comments were dismissed, and many of those were in regards to lack of public engagement, underlying conflicts with state land use planning goals, and other equity concerns. It was troubling to us that we really didn't have a place to turn. And so when we called upon your staff to assist us, we were very, very grateful for their timely comment, their strong letter they put on the record, and their recent time they've dedicated to a few meetings with us by phone and by email, and a Zoom call this last Monday. So I just wanted to make you all aware that that was probably new to the list, expanded responsibilities, or at least effort on their part that maybe wasn't on the work plan or anticipated due to lack of engagement by the Gorge Commission directly. So a big thank you to Director Rue and Deputy Director Green, Gordon Howard, and Scott Edelman as our regional representative. I'd encourage you all to learn more about the Gorge 2020 effort and evaluate the conflicts with the state land use program, and possibly make your own, pass your own judgments on whether or not there's any concern there, and whether that's acceptable for local implementers such as myself, one of the counties that will be required to implement this when it's all said and done, to Oregon residents. So that's my brief, quick little summary there for you. And I'm happy to provide any additional information. And I should provide the disclaimer that I'm past staff for the Gorge Commission, so I have a little bit of insider knowledge as to how their plan works. And it's been both incredibly educational and enlightening, but also to experience it from the local implementation side, it really has sparked some concerns on the from the resident's perspective. There's a lot of change coming down the pike, and not a lot of engagement has occurred. I'll stop myself there. I can't see your faces on the view that I have, so I'm not sure where my time is up or not.
Well, I thank you, Ms. Brewer. It's really, thank you so much for being here. And we did, at least some members of, well, maybe no members of this commission actually were in Hood River about a year and a half ago. Maybe Anjali was there, but we had a briefing in Hood River on the National Scenic Update. And it was really interesting. And we had, there were a couple of issues, some of the ones you raised, but other ones as well that came to my mind, which is the constraints on urban growth boundaries and things like that relative to, which is housing supply and everything else. It's really an important topic. So, and because we don't have time today to delve into that, I'm wondering what the timing is for the adoption of the federal scenic plan, and if we would have time maybe in September or November on our agenda to get another briefing. It seems like it's timely to do that. So I'm kind of looking to Deputy Director Green or Director Rue to see if we could maybe fit that into the agenda and have an update on what's happening.
Jim, do you want to go first? Or I could add a note.
Yeah. We can always make room, and I agree that it's an important issue, and so Kirsten and staff, as we work through our agendas for the next couple of months, will certainly try to accommodate.
Great, thank you. Any questions from other commissioners for Ms. Brewer? Commissioner Jacobson, do you have your hand up or not? I didn't see. No.
That may have been me, Chair MacArthur, if I could. This is Kirsten.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
I would like to just thank certainly Angie and also Gordon for placing in the director's report a bit of an update on this until we meet again in September or November. There's a bit of background that Gordon provided on page 9 of your director's report. Director's office is grateful to the management team members who contribute kind of some sections in the director's report. So it's a bit of it's only 11 pages that we submitted to you, but I just wanted to point out on page 9 that there's a mention of this context, and be happy to work with Esther and Chair MacArthur to be looking at that September agenda and see if we could come back with an update. As you know, we'll just have a few housing and climate rulemakings to tackle, but we should be done with conforming rulemaking. So Angie, thank you. Chair MacArthur, thank you.
Thank you.
If it helps to know that the public comment period is closed for their work already, I mean, that certainly takes some pressure off of meeting any upcoming deadlines. They have a few hearings this fall, and I think they hope to wrap it eventually. But there are some provisions in statute that maybe provide you guys some additional time for review, and I think that's being discussed by your staff as to what that might mean for you. But I do appreciate the time, and I do appreciate the energy that's been devoted to us up in the gorge. I know it's a bit of a wonky a system of concentric circles of land use planning up here, but I do appreciate the effort and the support as we try to navigate it together.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Do we have anyone else signed up for public comment? It looks like no. I'm seeing a no from Esther. Thank you so much. And so then we'll close this part of the agenda. We had a break scheduled, a 10-minute break, 15-minute break scheduled at this time, but the next part of our agenda item 4, if Hillary is available, I don't sense we need a break at this particular juncture unless I'm looking at other commission members to see if they need a break. We'll take a break after this next agenda item, which is scheduled for about a half an hour. So if that makes sense, let's keep the momentum going if Hillary can join us a tad early.
Chair MacArthur, I see that Esther is looking to bring her over, so we'll just be checking on that.
Great, thank you.
Here they are.
So while she's doing that, I can let you know, you may have seen this. Normally we have hand carry items that the commission assistant brings to us the day of, because what she'll do is accumulate all the written testimony that was submitted in advance and hand deliver it to us. Obviously that's not possible, so you may not have had a chance this morning already to take a look at it, but she sent an email last evening, Esther did, with the written testimony that we had received to date. And on this particular item, there are two written pieces of written testimony. One is from Jennifer and Alan Flanagan, and another one is from the Farm Bureau, Mary Ann Cooper. So just for your reference. Is Hillary up and running?
Okay, so I have Hillary and also Gordon. There we go. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Hillary. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. So the items before you today are conforming rulemaking for House Bill 2844 and 2106, which were adopted by the legislature in 2019. So as we've heard before, every year the legislature adopts a number of changes to statutes governing uses on farm and forest land. And we like to conform our rules so that they are in line with what is in effect in statute. It's not necessary, as statute takes precedent over our rules. And the statutory language for both of these items is already in effect. But changing our rules to coordinate with statute reduces any chance of misunderstanding or confusion in interpreting our rules and statutes. So the first item that we are considering, the Commission actually considered in May and voted to adopt, but we are considering it again today as there was an error in noticing. And so that is around changes that were implemented by House Bill 2106. So this addresses dog training and trialing facilities that are allowed in exclusive farm use zones. So the effect of this change is to change the date of when a building was in existence from 2013 to 2019 for it to be considered for use for a dog testing and trialing facility. There is no requirement that these types of facilities be in conjunction with an active farm operation, but when they are located in the farm zone, they need to be in a building that was existing as of January 1st, 2019. I believe we have received comments on this particular item from the Flanagans. Washington County and staff is aware that there has been a longstanding issue in Washington County around a dog testing and trialing facility there, and county staff is well aware of it as well. And I believe we'll hear from Ms. Flanagan a little bit later on. Does the commission have any questions about this particular item? Gordon, is there anything else that you wanted to add on this particular one?
Not at this point. We can, when discussion comes up, I may have a couple of points, but not at this point.
All right, and then the second one is a change that's related to the adoption of House Bill 2844, which relates to the siting of processing facilities on land zoned for exclusive farm use. So the primary change here was that when a proposed processing facility is smaller than 2,500 square feet, and it's located in an exclusive farm use zone, that it is essentially exempt from the application of siting standards. We did receive comments in May from Washington County on this particular change, and we have also received some comments from other counties in the states about this, questioning what exactly siting standards are. And so we did coordinate with the Legislative Policy Office on what the intent, behind House Bill 2844 was. And we have added language into rule to clarify that the siting standards intended to be waived do not include those that are required to mitigate hazards and to ensure fire life safety requirements are being met. So staff did propose that additional language that is in addition to what is already effective in statute. We received comments from the Farm Bureau supporting the language that we are proposing be adopted into rule. And the language was developed in coordination with the counties who reached out to us requesting guidance or clarification. Siting standards should be waived. And I would say it's very clear that the intent was that siting standards like parking standards and curbing and aesthetics and heights and setbacks were intended to be waived. But there are certain things like the National Flood Insurance Program and standards related to that, or geologic hazards, airport overlays, that sort of thing that should continue to be applied. Does the commission have any questions about that particular change?
Right, seeing no one raise their hand.
Lilac has his hand raised.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And I'll save comments for, I guess, post hearing when we're deliberating. My question is, in just in the context of this proposal, and thank you for the description and the discussion. County planning directors have been involved in this issue for many years prior to and including during the legislative session. And citing standards, just for everybody's benefit, often are discretionary standards, and we clearly understand that those are waived and that is not applicable. Just for clarification, are other basic standards like setbacks, are those, can we still apply those? Because I think a lot of counties still have questions about that, and I know in Deschutes County we are applying setbacks to these smaller processing facilities. So just a question. Thank you, and I'll have more comments later. Thank you.
It's our understanding from the Legislative Policy Office that siting standards, including setbacks, were intended to be waived.
So any response to that, Commissioner Lilac? It sounds like it's an important issue.
Yeah, well, I mean, we understood that discretionary standards such as the proposed development shall relate harmoniously to this and that, whatever. A couple of years ago, I surveyed all county planning directors and asked how many were applying, how many were interpreting what siting standards means. Does it mean site plan review, or is it just literally dimensional requirements or not? And it was about 50-50. About half the counties in the state were applying siting standards to any processing facility, and about half were not. And I think that was one of the reasons to provide these exemptions to the smaller processing facilities, which certainly makes a lot of sense. I think my concern with setbacks, however, is that if we were to put a small processing facility at the property line, not observing any setbacks on a major arterial, which we would see like US Highway 97 or whatever the case may be, or even smaller roads, that can become a safety issue in addition to just as cars go off the road during ice or snow or whatever the case may be. So it's just helpful to have that clarity in this, but otherwise we understand that all other siting standards are waived. Thank you.
So, Ms. Foote, you mentioned that it was the Legislative Policy Office that you checked with. Is that a legal review, or I mean, so this is it sounds like a pretty important issue. I understand what Commissioner Lilac is saying relative to setbacks in certain areas, and you're smiling. So maybe this has been rehashed several times, and I don't know the history. So can you please elaborate on whether there has been actual legal review on this?
I would ask Steve or Gordon to clarify what sort of legal weight an opinion from the LPRO has.
This is Gordon. I think the reason we asked the Legislative Policy Office is that if there's any when these kind of cases go before the Land Use Board of Appeals and there's a question about what a term means in the statute, LUBA will first look at the plain meaning of the statute, and if that's not immediately discernible, they will then see if they can determine the legislative intent. What Hillary did was when this question came up, we went and contacted the LPRO, Legislative Policy and Research Office, I believe, to discern, which worked with the legislature as legislative staff to determine, looking at the record, what the intent of the legislature was. And the response we got back that it was a fairly broad intent to waive siting standards, including things like setbacks. The initial concern from Washington County was somewhat more limited, is that in terms of, does this mean we can't require setbacks for things like the 100-year flood hazard area, and some very serious hazard issues, and perhaps issues regarding fire, life, and safety with building codes that might require some sort of setback. And we determined that was not the intent of the legislature to waive that, which is good, because that would cause, perhaps counties to no longer be in compliance with the federal flood management program, among other things. So that's why we came back with the language with kind of a limited carve out for that siting standards don't include some the matters regarding hazards or building code type issues. But at least that was the direction we got, or the advice we got from the Legislative Policy Office that worked with the legislature to do this. So that's why we're at this point here. I don't know if Steve wants to add anything in addition to that.
No, I think Gordon indicated correctly that if called upon to interpret the statute, once you get beyond the pure text of it, you'll be looking towards what the legislature's intention was in enacting it. And the direction was that it was to waive such things as setbacks. I do think that if the commission is concerned by that, we can add a provision and be in the guise of creating our interpretation of that meaning.
Could you elaborate on what that means, though? I mean, I didn't fully appreciate. I think you're saying that what I think you're saying, but why don't you elaborate a little bit?
Okay. So in adopting a statute, if they use a delegative term, they being the legislature, then the commission has the authority to, in its rulemaking, interpret a delegative term and clarify that meaning in our rule. So in this instance, if we have a concern about the applicability of setbacks from roadways, I believe we could add that. We may hear from the legislative body that we misconstrued that, and there can be subsequent legislative attention to that. But we do have the ability to clarify a term that is unclear in the statute.
Commissioner Lilac, yes, please.
Thank you. Mostly I was just seeking clarity. I think there are valid reasons to have, for example, setbacks. I was just seeking clarity on, just so we have it on the record, and then I can convey it to my colleagues, county planning directors, so that we're all consistently implementing the rule. So it's not, and we knew it was going to be sweeping. I just don't know if we knew how sweeping it may be. And so I'm just seeking clarity. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from commissioners at this point? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Foote. I will go to public comment at this time if there is anyone in the audience that wants to testify. So I'm looking at Esther to help with that. Okay, so we have Claire Clark from Clackamas County. Good morning.
And I'm sorry, I just need to switch Mr. Clark over. Okay, Mr. Clark, you are ready to address the commission. Mr. Clark?
You might be on mute, Mr. Clark. I don't know, but there we go. Thank you. Hello. Welcome.
Okay, all right. Okay. We've had a challenge this morning in maintaining the stream with your meeting. But yes, I'm Claire Clark, Clackamas Conservation District, and representing myself as Clark Farm. I'd like to say a few comments on item 3, dog training and like that. And I can only speak from experience of what I've seen around my own home in Multnomah County and Clackamas County. The fact that dog training facilities, we've seen an example of dog training facilities, recreational buildings being turned into a residentials, a residence in one particular case. And you've heard me talk about this before, but again, this is, and the processing plants is just another example of 1,000 cuts of eliminating farmland, especially the dog training facilities, is just something that can be done in an urban area and other areas. I understand field trials and like that when you're training dogs, but to have a building that's dedicated to that can be transformed into a residence or a living space is, it does happen. So on behalf of myself as Clark Farm and also the Conservation District is concerned about the depletion of primary agricultural areas. And that's really a situation too. Now in respect to the processing facilities, 2,500 square feet, And who's to say that you don't build 3 or 4 2,500 square feet buildings and just add a breezeway and an equipment runway between the buildings after the fact? That's as far as my comments in that area. And turning away from those comments, number one, I haven't met personally our new commissioners, Warren, Lezak, and Jacobson. So welcome. Try to be a fairly regular participant in our the meetings here. And the last thing is the method that we're using to stay connected, and that we've been isolated. And I found with participation in the state agency meetings, my own staff at the Conservation District and like that, we are suffering from separation. But in these programs, it's interesting that the participants seldom identify themselves and they seldom use their video. And so it's separation, that we're separating ourselves in that manner. And it also, the other thing that
we may have lost you, Mr. Clock. Maybe I'm the only one, or is Mr. Clock frozen?
It's frozen for me as well.
So I am sorry about that, Mr. Clock. It sounds like you're kind of frozen. So, but we did hear, you're back. We heard the gist of your testimony. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate your point about 1,000 cuts to protecting farmland. That's something it's near and dear to my heart. So any questions for Mr. Clock? Seeing none, we will turn it over to Jennifer Flanagan. Thank you very much. Turning over to Jennifer Flanagan. Welcome.
Okay, Ms. Flanagan, you've been unmuted.
Just checking. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I apologize for just using the phone. One of the downsides of living in a rural area is the limited, constant internet bandwidth connection. So my name is Jennifer Flanagan. I'm representing myself and my husband. We've lived in Oregon for 25 years and in rural Washington County for the last 16 years. And I'm testifying on the implementation of House Bill 2106, the dog training. So just to follow up on the comment at the beginning of the meeting, you actually don't need a permit to train your own dogs on your ag property. You need a permit to conduct commercial dog training on farm properties, and state law allows you, if you get the permit, to do that of up to 60 dogs per day, where people drive in from outside of the area, which has a host of additional impacts that I won't cover here. And I realize with everything going on today, this seems like a small issue, but similar to Mr. Cluck, I believe it's critical in today's environment that we strongly protect Oregon's local farms for farming. Oregon has a state definition of an ag or farm building, or the ORS 455.315, and it essentially says that the building has to be used for farming, in the processing or storage of crops or equipment, et cetera, or as part of an equine business. And over the years that we've lived here, we've seen several buildings in the area built with ag permits that have never been used for agricultural purposes and really were never intended to be used for ag purposes, and including a dog training facility. And this has certainly led to a loss of farmland. And the loss isn't readily apparent because the property owners continue to claim farm tax deferral under Oregon law on both their property and the buildings. So even though the property isn't being actively farmed and the buildings aren't used for farming, it looks like on all of the state indicators as if they are. When we discussed this with Washington County rural planners and code compliance, they were hesitant to apply the state laws that exist today on the definition of farm and ag buildings. And due to this experience, we respectfully asked the commission to provide guidance to the counties that state and farms and farm buildings used in dog training in rural areas be substantiated according to those laws that already exist for the implementation of House Bill 2106. And again, I really appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. Appreciate you being here as well as submitting written testimony. Is there a response from staff initially to Ms. Flanagan?
So I think,
go ahead, Hillary.
Oh, sorry, Gordon. I was going to mention that Mr. Clock alluded to the report that was just published by 1,000 Friends. It's called 1,000 Cuts. And that is a really good assessment of all the proliferation of non-farm uses that have been permitted by the legislature over the years. And one of the issues that they highlight in that report is difficulty that local jurisdictions and other entities have experienced with enforcement. And I think at issue with both of the testimony that we heard today is enforcement of the requirements related to these types of developments, processing facilities, and dog testing and trialing facilities. I know that in Washington County staff is aware of the situation. We spoke with them, and I believe that they have visited the facility. So the requirement for the dog training and testing operations in an exclusive farm use zone is that it be located outside or in a farm building, and there's a thorough definition, as Ms. Flanagan noted, in statute as to what an agricultural building is. And then also I would note that there's not a requirement in statute that a dog trialing or testing facility be conducted in conjunction with an operating farm that meets any type of income threshold. Gordon, did you have something else that you wanted to add?
Yes, just want to point out that ORS 215-283, which was the statute amendment to allow the to change the date on the dog training facilities, speaks as a list of uses allowed in the exclusive farm use zoning district. It doesn't say on an actual farm as defined by state law. So that's a key point. And then the second is that regarding the language of what's an agricultural building, Ms. Flanagan points out the statute that includes the statutory definition. It is a fairly it's a fairly definitive definition in state law. I'm not sure what additional information we would be able to provide in our rules to, amplify or clarify that. And then the issue of enforcement, obviously, as Hillary has spoken to, is kind of a separate issue, as how counties are enforcing these statutes. And I'm not sure how our rules would fit in with that issue as well. So that was my only other comments.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I'm sorry. Who wants to speak? Sorry, is that you, Hillary? I can't tell.
This is Hillary, yeah. But for the record, yes. One other thing that I would add for context is that since 2008, so in the past 12 years, there have been 6 permits issued for dog testing and trialing facilities in the state.
So if I'm to summarize what I think I'm hearing staff say relative to the testimony, that we this is the legislature that passed this and compelled us to clarify these rules. And so we don't have a lot of bandwidth to respond to some of the things that were raised. That's kind of what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
So, so the date change for facilities is already effective in statute, and I don't believe that we actually have an obligation to conform our rules to statute, but Gordon or Steve can pop in to correct me. But that in doing so, it alleviates any possibility of confusion. So we, are proposing to change the date in rules to correspond with what is now in statute. That is, instead of a building, an agricultural building that existed as of 2013, the change is that agricultural building has to have existed as of January 1st, 2019. So we're proposing to make that change so that there's consistency between statute and rule, but we are not under an obligation to do so.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So are there any other questions or comments from other commissioners? And I don't think, first of all, I guess, do I see any other testimony? I'm sorry, Esther. No other testimony. So commissioners?
Commissioner Lilac has his hand raised.
Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. I just wanted to wait until we were finished with the public testimony and asking the questions. I just want to recognize that the Oregon Farm Bureau was really a great partner, as were along with the Oregon Property Owners Association. They were both great partners with the county in developing the small processing facility legislation. I really appreciate that we had the conversation earlier, just so that we have the clarity on the record for counties going forward. I appreciate that the staff modified the proposed language to address floodplains, geologic hazards, and the others that are in there. So I think staff's done a great job, and I'll be supporting the rules and happy to make the motion when everybody's ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Jacobson. Yes, thank you.
Hi. Yeah, a couple of questions. One is there was 6 permits already issued in Oregon for this year's use. My question is, were those in different counties? I guess what I'm really asking is this particular use kind of clumping up in a particular county or counties, or is that more spread out throughout the state?
Yeah, this Hillary, I think, looks frozen. So, and I don't know the answer to that. I know obviously the concern is in Washington County, but I'm not sure where the other the ones around the state are located.
Okay, thank you. And then my second, I guess, just comment is, well, I certainly am thoughtful about the sort of 1,000 cuts one at a time. Just in my role here at the county and understanding of local planning agencies, is that confusion does not help anybody by having rules that are not consistent. I feel like that creates that gray area space that makes it easier for people to, quite frankly, take advantage of that. So I think having consistency is important here.
Good point. Thank you. Other questions, comments from commissioners?
I do see Hillary is back. Hillary, the question was the 6 facilities, if they're located around the state or concentrated in one place.
One was in Deschutes, 2 or 3 were in Polk. One was in Marion, and
I think we got our answer. It's around, not just in Washington County.
Yeah, Hillary, you're breaking up a little bit. So thank you. So so we need to take these motions separately if the commission is so inclined. So you can look at page 3 of the staff reports for a recommended motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut off Commissioner Jacobson? I'm sorry. I just saw something. Commissioner Jacobson, did you want to say something?
No, I've had my questions answered. Thank you.
Okay, because I just got a text saying that your hand was up or something. Okay, thank you.
That was previously. Thanks.
Got it. Thank you. I'm Kasaria is the one giving me a cue if you push the hands up thing. So I'm kind of double teaming this thing. Thank you. So is there a commissioner that would like to make a motion? And actually, staff has made it very easy for us. There is a motion on the screen, which is very helpful for everyone to see and understand. Commissioner Lilac, would you be so inclined to make the motion on the on-site farm processing facilities?
Yes. I move that the commission approve the amendments to Oregon Administrative Rule 660-033-0120 and 660-033-0130 related to on-site farm processing facilities as recommended by the department and explained in the staff report and is seen in attachment A.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Second from Commissioner Jacobson. Thank you. Would you call the vote?
Yes, and Commissioner Warren is calling in as there was some connectivity issues, but I've not been able to locate which number is his.
I'm back now, Esther. My internet's working again. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will call the roll. Commissioner Halova?
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Aye.
Commissioner Warren?
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac?
Aye.
And Chair MacArthur?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion passes with Katie Permine having an excused absence. Thank you. And I think we can just go right into the next motion, if you don't mind putting that on the screen. Thank you. And is there a commissioner so inclined to initiate that motion?
I can do so again if it's helpful.
Thank you.
I move that the commission approve the amendments to Oregon Administrative Rule 660-033-0130 related to dog training classes and testing trials as recommended by the department and explained in the staff report and as seen in attachment B.
Thank you. Second?
This is Councilor Warren. Commissioner Warren, I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Esther, are you ready to call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Jacobson?
Aye.
Commissioner Warren?
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac?
Aye.
Commissioner Halova?
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Aye.
And Chair MacArthur?
Aye. Motion passes with Katie Permine with an excused absence. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for the folks that testified and have been involved in this process. We appreciate it very much. This closes this agenda item, and we should take a break right now. The next several hours are on housing. So it's about, I guess, 10:08, let's say 10:10. Why don't we come back at 10:25, reconvene at 10:25. Thank you. So Esther, it is 10:25. Do we have all of our commissioners present?
I see Commissioner Warren, Commissioner Jacobson, Commissioner Sandoval, but I don't see there's Commissioner Lilac and Commissioner Halova.
Great.
I'm sorry, I don't see Commissioner Halova just yet.
Oh, we'll wait one more minute then. Maybe I can start with the introduction on this while we're waiting for Commissioner Halova. Welcome back from your break. Just by way of introduction on the next several agenda items and a sizable part of our agenda today, really talking about a critically important issue in our state, as we all know, and that's housing, affordable housing, available housing, accessible housing. And so just to orient you to the 3 agenda items on this topic, agenda item 5 is really an overview to let you know all the great work that staff is doing with our partners. It's an overview of what's happening with the implementation of House Bills 2001 and 2003. That'll be about a half an hour overview. We are not taking action on that item, but we will take some public testimony. And as I mentioned, Esther sent an email last evening with some links to some written testimony that we received. So if you've had a chance to look at that, that would be helpful. Perhaps several of those folks who sent written testimony might be testifying today as well in person. Item number 6 is our action item on housing today, and that's the middle housing for medium cities. And so we'll get an overview on that, as well as some of the details about definitions and things that we commented on at the May meeting, but that will be an action item. And then the final item on housing today is item number 7. That's the infrastructure-based extension process, and we will be taking testimony on that today, but no action. And just a reminder that we want to really dive into some of those issues specifically because there's a special commission meeting scheduled for, I believe it's August 5th, to actually take action on that item if you are so inclined at that time. So that's what's happening in the next couple of hours. I really want to focus for a moment though on the process, and the just the great amount of work that staff has done. And we mentioned earlier, it's very trying times to do this. Yet it's interesting when I talk to stakeholders about housing or staff or even our fellow chair, Jerry Litz, and then, Anjali, Commissioner Halova, who's been on that, each and every one of them have said how amazing the staff has been, how amazing the process has been on this. It's been a much fuller engagement. We've engaged a lot more diverse folks in that process, different interests. It's just the RAC process has been pretty amazing is what I'm hearing. And that's critically important for something as critical as housing, because we want to make sure that all voices are heard as we're going through this process, because even though this is rulemaking, the whole goal of this is to produce housing on the ground in communities. So special thanks to staff for everything you've done on this. And at this point, I think I can turn it over to staff. And just if you weren't on the phone earlier, Ethan, we wished you a happy birthday today. So happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur and Director Ryu and other commissioners. I was on the phone and that is much appreciated. I wish I was able to have a cupcake as well, but maybe later this afternoon. So I would like to, just as we are getting started here, kind of call on Samuel Garcia to pull up our PowerPoint. And while he's doing that, I just wanted to extend a special welcome to new commissioners Lilac and Jacobson. Happy to have you on board. So like Chair MacArthur said, we've got quite a few agenda items on housing today. And so we'll start with just a update on the implementation process itself. And then we'll focus in a little bit closer on this House Bill 2003. We have separate agenda items for House Bill 2001 that we'll talk about a little bit later today. So we'll touch on those quickly. So advance the slide, please, Samuel. All right, so the purpose of this agenda item is really just to hear a progress update. It's not, like Chair MacArthur mentioned, there's no action being requested. However, we are hoping to have a little bit of a discussion and seeking Commission guidance on House Bill 2003 implementation for the housing production strategy. So we'll try to get through the first kind of update process on this agenda item quickly and jump right into the discussion. So there's a lot that we maybe won't cover, but if you do have questions, please let me know. All right, next slide. And so speaking of lots going on, here is a diagram of our timeline. So this may be a little messy and it's not really intended for you to kind of read through each piece here, but really it illustrates all of the items that we are embarking upon to get to an eventual adoption of these rules and the implementation of House Bill 2001 and 2003. So we'll talk about each of these in more detail today, whether in this agenda item or in the next agenda item or the following. Next slide, please. Thank you. So to help us in all of this work, we've, with the Commission's help, put together a rulemaking advisory committee. And the initiation of this rulemaking advisory committee really took place in September of 2019, which, you know, in all honesty, seems like almost ancient history at this point. But the Commission established that RAC with this following charge, which is really based on 4 points: the importance of reasonable regulations in the implementation of House Bill 2001, providing for affordable living choices with access to employment and transportation, allowing for phased development with infrastructure, and to strive to result in equitable outcomes that benefit marginalized communities and or people. So we've really taken this charge to heart, and it is part of the packet every time we send out a packet to our committee members. Next slide. Thank you. So since that was adopted back in September of 2019, we've had 8 rulemaking advisory committees, the most recent of which took place just last week on July 14th. And we're really in the middle or in the midst of a lot of important elements of the rulemaking process. And so we're coming down to the end of the rulemaking, our time with the rulemaking advisory committee. And we're really focusing on refinement at this point of concepts, of rule language, of specific details. At the meeting on the 14th, we talked about the housing production strategy, kind of refining that process a little bit more and focusing in on the review and enforcement, which is our the actual 2 pieces that we're hoping to discuss with the Commission today. We talked about cottage cluster standards, which is part of House Bill 2001 and the implementation of those standards for large and metro cities. And then the big conversation that we're kind of having amongst ourselves as staff and then with stakeholders across the state is how we define in areas. And we'll talk about this in just a little bit more detail in a couple of slides here. So thank you, Samuel. The next, so supplementing the work that the Rulemaking Advisory Committee is doing is these technical advisory committees. We've created 3 technical advisory committees, one for each aspect of the rulemaking process. So one for focused in on the model code for both medium and large cities. That last meeting we held was on June 25th. We have another meeting in 2 weeks with that group. They've been helping us kind of think through some of these really technical details about how we work through challenges like minimum lot size and minimum compliance versus model code language. And then the other portion of the technical advisory committee group for House Bill 2001 is the infrastructure-based time extension request. That process has actually been completed. Their last meeting was in May, and we've been focusing in on adopting or drafting rules to kind of move that process forward. And then the Housing Production Strategy Technical Advisory Committee meeting, the most recent one actually took place just a few days ago on Monday of this week. So that informed our discussion that we're hoping to have with the Commission today. Next slide. All right, so we've got agenda items on all of the other aspects of House Bill 2001 today, except for the large and metro cities. And so I wanted to just touch on where we are at this point in time on that process. So we've been implementing or trying to work through some model code language for those large and metro cities and counties on kind of 4 parts of the model code. First part is duplexes, second part triplexes and quadplexes, third is townhomes, fourth is cottage clusters. And so together as one model code, those parts come together to create the model code that could be applied to jurisdictions and provide guidance to those jurisdictions as they are implementing House Bill 2001. And that model code is a little bit different than the minimum compliance standards, which is really the kind of floor and ceiling standards that kind of sets the universe of reasonable standards for middle housing. And we've been working on those in tandem. So what takes place in the model code, or what goes forward in the model code, informs the minimum compliance standards and vice versa. We've also now tackled, or in the midst of tackling, the kind of challenging question of the large and metro cities and counties model code is this concept of in areas, which is a little bit different than the standards for medium cities on every lot and parcel, the allowance for middle housing on every lot and parcel. We have a little bit more on that on the next slide. And so this conversation about in areas is really one that's taking place kind of as we speak today. So we are not going to attempt to get into the weeds in this conversation in this presentation today. Rather, I wanted to kind of just give a very brief overview, because you'll be hearing, I think, lots of public comment about this item as part of this agenda item. And so kind of just prepping you for those conversations that you'll hear in just a couple minutes. So the DLCD staff's been thinking through a couple approaches to how we define in areas. And this is, for a little bit of background, this is the areas in which large and metro cities and counties would be required to allow higher level middle housing in their communities. So anything above a duplex, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters, this is what we're talking about. And we've so far taken a presumptive approach, which we've kind of titled the whittle away approach, really casting a wide net on where those middle housing types would be allowed in cities. There's been some concern raised by League of Oregon Cities and other individual cities that are working in collaboration with the League of Oregon Cities about their concerns about how much flexibility actually lives within that presumptive approach for the cities, and trying to balance that with the intent of House Bill 2001. And then there's other perspectives, of course, on the other side that really are advocating for the department to continue with kind of this presumptive approach. So we, understand that the approach that we initially proposed potentially, causes some concern and raises some real issues about implementability at the city level. And so we maintain committed to working with those stakeholders and making sure that we can come up with an approach that kind of works better for cities and for the department. So we're kind of calling this at the moment the third lever when we talk about all these levers that a city could pull, either the model code or the minimum compliance or some other version, this third lever. So we remain committed to continuing those discussions, and it's in development now. It's I think it would raise too many questions than it would answer at this point if we brought that to the commission at this point. So we're hoping to bring that to the commission, have a full discussion about it in September. But I think you'll hear plenty of public comment about that piece today. The other portion of House Bill 2001 is the infrastructure-based time extension request. Like I mentioned, that process is pretty much completed, or the technical advisory committee process has completed back in May. We'll have more discussion about this as agenda item 7 today. And then the major piece that we wanted to talk about today with the commission is the housing production strategy. And we'll talk, and I'll have Samuel kind of jump on here to carry you through the description of the housing production strategy. He's the lead planner on this implementation. So Samuel.
Yes, thank you, Ethan, and thank you, commissioners, for letting me present today about updates on our housing production strategy TAC. So for the first, to discuss the structure of what we have had so far, our housing production strategy structure report will have According to the House Bill 2003, we'll have 5 different sections. The first section will be a contextualized housing need. And this is the section where we are asking jurisdictions to really look at what their housing need is, and according to what their HNA has been produced, and then also to dig a little deeper about, who are those really in need according to race and other demographics that are contextualized in their housing production strategy report. Another portion of the housing HPS report is engagement, and this section is really asking about who is going to be engaged, not just those who need housing, but also those who are providing housing. And then how are these engagement efforts going to really translate into housing production strategies that could really be used on the ground, and thinking about where's the connection between the engagement and then also the strategies that are being employed. The next section would be the strategies to meet future housing need. You may have seen in your packet, we have been having an ongoing crowdsourced list of strategies that are still being collected. And we will be asking cities to really point out and pick several of these strategies to accommodate their housing need identified in the contextualized housing need portion above. And then the new part is achieving fair and equitable housing outcomes. We thought that this would be a really good opportunity to really ask cities, as they are developing strategies to accommodate their housing need, to really be reflective about about how these strategies really impact their communities. And we, through a lot of RAC discussion and TAC discussion, we've come up with a list of questions that we are asking cities related to fair and equitable housing outcomes to really connect back to their future strategies to meet future housing need. And we'll talk about more of that later. And then finally, there's a conclusion section where we are asking cities to really wrap all of this up into, thinking about how the timeline that they are going to adopt these strategies, the magnitude of impact, and who they will really be supplying housing for. And then also really thinking about, the limitations and opportunities that their unique community contains, and how they can work with that, and how all these strategies can work in synergy with each other to really bring more units on the ground. Another part of the House Bill 2003 that was provided for us is the reporting. We are asking cities to really think about, report to DLCD staff, not just on an annual basis, but also a mid-cycle, maybe every 3 to 4 years, depending on when their HNA is adopted, on the progress of their strategies to meet future housing need and how they have been implemented. And then also other further provisions are review and enforcement. Again, we are thinking about ways that we could review these housing production strategy reports and what attributes that we need to look at as staff to, really decide if these are adequate and whether or not these cities are making progress towards what they said that they would do. And then finally, the enforcement is just like what measures are we going to put in place as we are reviewing different reports, and then what measures can we put in place to not just to really support communities in getting to the finish line of getting more units on the ground. And so further, I want to highlight these last two, review and enforcement. We are going to be seeking feedback from the Commission on these two subject matters further on in our discussion. Okay, so fair and equitable housing outcomes. So this is a real new and exciting stuff that we have come up since our last update. We have been looking at, through Goal 10 measures and as well as fair housing laws of Oregon and federal laws, ways to really increase the awareness of communities for for really providing not just housing units, but housing units for those who have been marginalized in their housing world historically. And so we're looking to ask within our housing production strategy reports a series of questions related to all these topics for cities to really reflect on their progress of their housing measures that they are implementing. And so I'll just go through each of them. Location and transportation. How are we giving access to communities to good jobs as we are locating housing? How are we giving access to places where there are good jobs and good educational opportunities for community members of fair housing? And how are we firmly furthering fair housing for those marginalized groups who have historically been left out? Access to opportunity, how are we creating viable, safe, healthy communities that everyone has access to, regardless of where their housing is placed? Homelessness and equitable distribution of services, and how are we providing for the least of these and those who are experiencing homelessness in our communities as we provide more housing for all? And then opportunities for affordable rental housing and home ownership. How are we looking at, how are we providing home ownership opportunities and wealth creation? And then finally, gentrification and displacement. How are we looking at the ability to not just relieve housing pressures, but also mitigate these housing pressures as we are developing new units on the ground? Another provision of HB 2003 is the review section. From section 6, there are several review criteria that HB 2003 provides guidance on for staff and LCDC to review the housing production strategy reports submitted by communities. And here are a list of them. We will be primarily probably looking through all of them, a mix of all of them, but we also have been given permission to look at other attributes that the Commission considers relevant. And so some additional criteria through the RAC TAC process, as well as Commission feedback in the past, has been to really look at cities' response to the housing needs of those experiencing homelessness as these reports are written, but also looking at how we are providing housing opportunity and elimination of barriers for fair, equitable housing options. So I think the question here that I would like to pose to the Commission right now is, are there, given these criteria that we have provided and that we've discussed, are there other criteria, described above that the Department should measure the adequacy of these housing production strategy reports? And again, the goal is not to, measure with a really strong stick of direct units on the ground, because that is something that is the responsibility of many parties, but rather looking at the adequacy of their actions that local governments are doing to really begin to move the dial forward of building more for their communities. So I'd just like to frame that question again. Are there other criteria that we should be looking at to measure adequacy of housing production strategy reports? And I'll open that up to the Commission.
Thank you, Samuel. Great question and good presentation. So commissioners.
Commissioner Loga has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sandoval? I didn't see, maybe other, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, first of all, I want to say this is really great work. It's really coming together very nicely and very clear. I had a kind of a big picture reaction to this. And that's the connection to this criteria to climate change. As Director Ru said in the beginning, when you're talking about equity and climate change, they really kind of go together. And so my question is, can we develop, can we develop criteria? You're asking for criteria outside of what you have. Can we somehow link that criteria to our climate change goals? So for example, if you're talking about creating affordable housing in the cities. If cities are building affordable housing, that does relate to equity. But if they're building affordable housing, near the growth boundary, that's not so good for climate change issues, right? So can we somehow encourage cities to start building, more, dense developments closer to walk, transportation systems and all those kinds of things. So anyways, that was kind of my big picture reaction to this.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. Yes, I believe that one of the attributes or in the narrative reflection is that, we're looking at housing location. And so thinking about how we locate housing and, I think that there would be a really good opportunity to think about how do we create, denser development or development that doesn't, propagate more greenhouse gas emissions in our communities. And so I think that would be a really good opportunity to insert more of that into that section.
Thank you, Commissioner Halava.
Yes. So as you mentioned, Chair MacArthur, the RAC and TAC committee are really great, and the people on it, I think, have a shared collective vision toward what we want to achieve, and now it's just kind of working through the details. I think I wanted to give feedback as the co-chair that I think the efforts we're taking with regard to equitable housing outcomes is huge. I said this at the TAC that, we have sort of thrown questions on the table, and it's up to the group to test those questions and really say, are we just asking for checklist items from cities like, oh yeah, we thought about that and we did that? Or are we actually looking to have questions that are going to spur responses that are actually going to make a difference toward the issues of the past, specific to marginalized communities, racial segregation, discrimination, et cetera. And that all of those should obviously be pushed toward the idea of creating more housing for all income brackets. And so I think that's the area where we still need to refine. I think the two areas that are hardest in those categories of questions deal with the homelessness question. One, everybody wants to see something in there. Everybody wants to see housing for people who are currently homeless. That doesn't mean asking a question. What is the question that one needs to ask the jurisdiction that's going to move the needle with regard to providing housing for people experiencing homelessness? And I think we had a robust discussion about if we start introducing the word shelters or other things that are super important but don't go to producing housing, there's going to be a confusion and a problem associated with that. And so the question we have currently right now is not working for the people who are in those sectors. And so I've sort of asked the people in our group, we can remove that question completely. We cannot even address this topic. We all think it's an important topic, but maybe it's not the right forum for it. Or we can ask a question that is going to address housing need and also address people experiencing homelessness. So I just wanted to say that that might be not make its way in at all, because we don't want to have anything in there that doesn't actually mean anything. It just sounds great and everybody feels like it's good. The second question is about this location idea. Everybody wants to see housing in an area, accessible to transit and good schools and all this kind of stuff. Is this the forum? We cannot dictate where, people own land, people get access to land. You can't literally dictate that this affordable housing must happen here or there. So what is the question that we need to ask a jurisdiction that gets around this kind of locational issues / we should layer on climate change to that, even though it's kind of inherently embedded, we should be explicit about it. So I just wanted to say those are sort of the two issues that they're on the paper, but I can't really say that the question's right yet, and we shouldn't go out. And then I also told the group, this needs to be an evolving process. We ask these questions, we get feedback, they answer them, we find out this is not even doing anything for housing in Oregon. We need the next time we need to change those questions, and that this is a dynamic process, and we're really testing out new ideas that have never been done before with regard to this. And one of the other things that I talked about is, and so that goes to the idea of a feedback loop. we need to make sure that cities are collecting data that actually gives them the info on which one of these strategies are working or which one are not, so they can change course if it's not working. And sorry, I'm talking a little bit long, just a little bit, one more thing. I talked about, you know, how is the staff going to review these reports at the end of the day? It's just gonna be like, oh, they did the report, great. And I talked about like kind of this triangle. One is between a city identifying a housing need, engaging the people to which that need needs to be fulfilled, and then the strategy to which fulfills that need. And that those three things, then identifying the need, engagement, and strategy, all have to work together and shouldn't just be check. Oh, the need. Oh, we did engagement. They need to inform each other. And that takes a lot of collaboration, I think, with the private sector and with the nonprofits that are producing housing. Because if it's not working for those two groups, then no housing is being achieved. So sorry, that's a long-winded answer. But I think we're wrestling with the equity questions, and we want to make sure they don't just sound good. We actually want to make sure they mean something on the ground.
All really good.
Arthur, if I may,
Yes.
just interrupt for a very brief moment. This critical question about location and links to transportation is one that is central, not just to this conversation, but also the transportation planning rule conversation that you'll be hearing about tomorrow. So we don't have to solve it. Oh, let me restate. We can jointly solve this problem, or at least address it, as we move into the TPR. As some of the activities among the housing group slows down a little bit, we're actually going to be morphing, not formally transferring, but taking the lessons learned from housing and using that to inform the TPR. So we're looking very much to make housing plus transportation the conversation.
Yeah, those are great points, and to link these two topics as we are trying to do. And I'm just wondering on the idea of location, to think about in this context as well as in the context of the TPR. Isn't there something in the STS that says there's something along the lines of 40 to 50% of all new housing should be in metropolitan areas, but this could be statewide actually, because this is a statewide housing bill. 40 to 50% of the housing should be new housing should be located in mixed use, transit friendly neighborhoods or something like that. Is there something we could work on with that to make that link between the STS, the climate friendly rulemaking, and the housing rulemaking? Just food for thought. And then I have other folks who are in line to comment, and that is Commissioner Warren.
Yes, thank you, Chair MacArthur. I just want to kind of reiterate what you said. It's difficult, like Commissioner Halova said, people own land, and so designing where these developments occur with kind of the transportation and the housing and the employment as one package is difficult, but we can, I think, affect new development, especially when cities are expanding their urban growth boundaries. And so I just really want to reiterate what Chair MacArthur said is, these mixed use concepts, I think, are really a great first step for how we can alter the way that Oregon develops moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I didn't call on Commissioner Sandoval. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, this is a really interesting conversation. So yeah, I agree. We can't dictate, but we could definitely encourage, right? And so that's what we're doing with the housing agency. In fact, we're giving more points to developers that are trying to locate within transit-oriented development and so forth. So I think there are different tools that we might be able to use to definitely encourage that type of development. So my other question was about incentives, right? These are all about kind of having regulations, but to what extent do we play a role in providing incentives for for increasing, different types of housing.
And maybe I can address some of these. Is that okay if I interrupt?
Please do, Commissioner.
Yeah, so when I say about the location part, I'm not talking about our department as a whole. We totally have jurisdiction over that. What I'm saying is in this process called housing production strategies, right? What do you put in here? It's just not the same as the planning, the comprehensive planning or other areas, but I think it does play into the incentive part. So if you look at agenda item number 5, we've been doing this crowdsourced. Okay, so the jurisdictions are required to produce, housing need and reflect on their housing strategies and all these things they've done, but they're also required to pick housing production strategies, which are basically on that agenda. Is it attachment B is what I meant to say. It's on attachment B. So they're going to find out we need this and we need that. Now, what are you going to do about it? They're going to come to this section and they're going to pick these 5 strategies we plan to do. And then the department, in theory, is going to look at those 5 strategies and go, yeah, those strategies make sense to fulfill the need that you've identified, right? There's a lot of, and so these strategies are broken down into zoning and code changes, right? Reduce regulatory impediments, financial incentives, financial resources, tax exemption abatement, land acquisition, lease and partnerships. And then we have a section called custom options where the jurisdiction can come up with their own thing that we haven't figured out to list here, right? Something new and interesting. That is where the idea that you said of, maybe points to developers that locate their housing in a certain way, so one city might decide to pick that one. And we should make sure we have that one, Ethan and Sam, on this list. But another jurisdiction might not decide to pick that one. They might pick some other ones, right? So there's a lot of discretion and choice that cities are able to make in this process. And then that's the question that comes back to the department. When you review these, what are you seeing people pick? And is that a good mix to actually address the housing need? Like if they need 100% affordable housing and they pick a bunch of strategies that don't even address affordable housing, then you say that's not working. You have a need, you haven't picked strategies that address it. So this document is crowdsourced in that we've been just sending it out to people who produce housing and all sorts of people, and people have been adding, and you'll see in red, there's some notes of like that we haven't even gone through of people adding, and we just allow people to add, and then we kind of curate it over time. And the idea is on August 1st, we're going to stop everybody from giving input. We're going to refine it and curate it. And then that will be issued. And then once all the housing production strategies come in the first wave, we'll learn a lot through that process and then take that learning and put it back into this list and basically create this running list of really great ideas from all over Oregon that are trying to address housing. But like I said, the jurisdiction is going to have they're going to have choice with regard to what they pick or don't pick, and it's up to the department to say is the choices they made working or not working. And that's what I meant by there has to be a mechanism at the jurisdiction level to collect feedback from the housing producers to say, yes, this particular strategy influenced me to produce 500 units of housing, or this particular strategy did nothing to influence me to do anything. And then that city needs to get rid of that strategy because it's not working. And so one of the suggestions somebody on our TAC committee came up with is when a developer goes or a nonprofit goes to submit an application for permit, having just a one-sheeter that has all of the city's production strategies on it and say, which one of these influenced you in making these units of housing? And then they can check it. And then a city can quickly get feedback on what's working and not working. So I've been really pushing hard to, like, as a minimum requirement, let's try to get that in there. Otherwise, we won't know. It's just like we throw this out there and be like, I hope it works. So hopefully that's helpful. But the locational thing, it's in our state to regulate that, but I'm not quite sure it's this process that's going to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jacobson.
Hi, sorry about that. I had to get myself off mute there. I guess a couple of comments. One is just kind of back on the topic of location. I think the point about transportation has been made, and it sounds like we're hearing more about that tomorrow. But I also add that, in the past, not just in Oregon, but across the country as well, we've seen that, especially housing for low-income people and families has a tendency to be in less than desirable locations, not simply undesirable locations for transportation, but a lot of times undesirable locations in terms of vulnerability. And on the coast, to me, that really comes up with housing being located in tsunami zones. It's a big, environmental risk here we have on the coast. So just sort of a thought or a note about that. My second sort of comment is that, back to the question that's up on the screen here, other criteria to measure the adequacy of a city's housing production strategy. Certain communities obviously have more staff resources and more expertise and more time to invest in this, and certainly more resources and connections to actually execute a plan, which is why I think the agency working with communities on this is so important. But back to the question, I would say that one of the measures you could use to evaluate that is, are those communities leveraging the resources they have effectively? Not all communities have the same resources. They might have different ones or not as many as another one, but are they taking the resources they have and the nonprofits they have and leveraging as best they can? So that might be kinds of things like, what are counties doing with their own foreclosed properties that they might have? And also just a note that I completely agree with Commissioner Halova about this process needing to be kind of continuous and dynamic, and that you create a plan, you evaluate a plan, you see if that's actually working in terms of getting you where you want to go, and then shifting gears if you need to.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, do you want to respond to any of the things you've heard?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Katie. Yeah, I think just based on what you were saying, I think there are, there's probably 2 more slides left in our discussion. But yeah, we're trying to think more of ways that we could really encourage communities that may not have all the resources or as many resources as some of our larger communities across the state to really push out these housing production strategies at the same level. And so I think that, the point that you bring out about, leveraging resources and also being fair and equitable in terms of enforcing these housing production strategy reports is something that we've been talking a lot about. And so I don't know if there's more questions on this discussion, but if not, I would like to maybe move on and share kind of like the enforcement measures that we've been coming up with through our RAC and TAC process.
Samuel, Chair MacArthur.
Oh, I think
Sorry,
you may
Chair
be
MacArthur,
muted.
I think you're muted.
Yeah, I think Director Rue had was wanting to say something, and then Deputy Director Green.
Okay.
Thank you. You can probably flip to the next slide, though.
No, I said what I needed to say.
Oh, okay, great. Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, and thanks, Samuel, for a great presentation. Also, for the extensive work and really a broad, holistic view of housing in Oregon, and particularly thanks to Commissioner Halova for spending, probably not by now hundreds of hours in this initiative. It's truly invaluable. I wanted to just put a pin, if we could, in the overused term, but in the conversation around people and neighbors experiencing homelessness. This is a longer conversation, so perhaps if we could just maybe make a note to come back and revisit this I know the Housing Production Strategy Technical Advisory Committee is working extensively on this issue, and with representation from the Homelessness Action and Research Center Collaborative at Portland State University. So for that engagement, we're grateful as well to Dr. Zapata and her team. Just in short, community members experiencing homelessness are at a 0 to 30% income range, so they would necessarily be caught up in housing need. But I think commissioners pointed out either sort of land use actions or comprehensive planning actions that lead to solutions, and that's a longer conversation. But we are sort of firmly rooted in the holistic view of all community members' housing needs, and then looking for strategies There would certainly be collaborative strategies with Oregon Housing Community Services and other funders to provide the solutions. It's new work for planners. We traditionally haven't been in this area, but there's just sort of too much suffering to ignore from an equity and a vulnerability perspective, from what staff believe. We have invited Oregon Housing Community Services to present in September. They'll be covering their regional housing needs analysis methodology that's due out at that time. Ethan, I'm sorry if I'm stealing thunder, you were going to say, but just to know they've been working on this homelessness, community members experiencing homelessness issue very hard in terms of the data. We've been lacking data as a state on this in terms of housing needs. So it's really kind of a new journey and a new exploration to make sure these community members are included. And we've also suggested a joint or subcommittees of the Oregon Housing Community Services, Housing Stability Council, and this commission for October, if folks are willing, and we're waiting to hear back from OHCS staff on that, on scheduling that. Certainly OHCS being a frontline provider of services and funding under COVID, they've had, they're attending to immediate human need, but we look forward to continuing to discuss this issue with them. Thank you. Sorry to take so much time.
Thank you. And oh, yes, Commissioner Holovan, yes.
I just wanted to clarify your, thank you for following up, Deputy Green. With regard to people experiencing homelessness, the need from that population is very much being addressed in this process. So identifying how many people need housing is going to be, and it hasn't been done in the past, and it's going to be done through this process. So I think that's a huge win. The part that I was talking about was more toward separating out the housing supply or production for that population, and the encouragement by people in that sector to say, don't think of them as having some special separate housing. They need housing just like everybody else, and think of them in terms of the affordability target of being below 30% AMI, and getting the housing that anybody else needs and deserves. And so that's the part that I was saying, that we are not differentiating when it comes to the supply, except in the case of supportive housing, which we're going to have strategies associated with supportive housing. But the housing should be still the same quality and level and amount and all that kind of stuff as anybody else, in a different affordability target. So I wanted to clarify those two, that it's very much being addressed on one side, but in another side, they shouldn't be separated from the rest of the people in Oregon.
Thank you so much.
That's helpful. Thank you. And I think, Samuel, we can go to the next slide. But as you do, I guess one thing I would like to hear about in September, I want to make sure that we think about this, and maybe you already have, is sort of the engagement, not thinking of the housing needs analysis and the production strategy work as technical exercises, but thinking of them in the context of a process of engagement and forging partnerships early on. This sort of underscores, I think, what Commissioner Holovan was saying, that just like the rulemaking effort is much better because everyone's on the same page relative to the goals, there's different ways to get there. But if we early on in this process of the needs analysis and the production strategy engage developer types and housing production folks and community development directors and things like that in the process, not just the technical part of that, I think you may find that you'll have better results on the ground. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that in September.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. If I could just jump in here, this is Ethan. So in September, we plan to go through all of those components in great detail with the commission, explain the thought process, and now we even have a general sense of what that engagement looks like. And so if you are interested, we can certainly have that conversation, but it'll come up in September as well.
Perfect. Thank you. So if you want to continue on with your next few slides, I do want to make sure we have time to hear from the public as well.
Yes, for sure. Okay, so as we alluded to earlier in our discussion, enforcement is one other provision that's provided by HB 2003, and we are tasked to find ways that we could, according to the attributes that we discussed already, ways that we could enforce the implementation of these housing production strategies. So we wanted to think, as our rulemaking has been progressing, we wanted to think about ways that we could not just mandate, these HPS strategies, but really provide an opportunity for communities to come alongside and just really help everyone get to the finish line of providing more housing units on the ground. And so we realize that, you know, all communities are different, and, you know, some cities have limited staff capacity, resources, or even council priorities that may or may not support a lot of these goals. But we really want to, you know, not penalize these communities for not being able to, when they would like to, provide more housing units on the ground. So as a result, we've come up with a 2-lane or 2-track system to really, with tiers of enforcement on each track, to really think about how we are enforcing these. So the first track would be, you know, thinking about, one, are these communities adopting their HNA as a baseline? Are they adopting HNAs and HPSs as per required through the updated HNA schedule and HPS schedule? And then also the second track is going to be the adoption implementation of strategies. So are communities, as they have identified in their HPS reports, are they making progress towards the implementation of these strategies? So for both these tracks, yes, again, there are tiers of enforcement, and we are hoping that, well, we want every city to start at the same tier, you know, and then as they are having trouble or being deficient, you know, they will be progressively moved down these tiers of enforcement. So for example, if they are, you know, having trouble adopting their HNA and HPS, the first step could be, you know, assist them with, maybe a staff comes to meet with them and just, you know, checks in on them. And then if they're further delinquent or deficient, you know, provide more resources or more staff support to help get cities to that finish line. And if not, and if they're unable to do that, you know, then maybe we create an enhanced review process where we, you know, formalize some deliverables by certain dates and times that will be further scrutinized by our staff. And then if not, you know, that's where we start to bring out the more harsher enforcements, such as, you know, withholding planning assistance dollars or grants and funds. And then finally, then if these communities are further delinquent, then providing even more further enforcement orders, you know, maybe regulating to the LCDC for increased measures. So both of these tracks would go through these progression of tiers of enforcement, but we want to be able to not just provide an opportunity for, these 2 tracks are not just to provide opportunities for communities to, you know, really capitalize on building these reports, but also really getting them to the finish line of implementing these strategies that'll get units on the ground. So with that said, this is our final discussion question. You know, in light of this enforcement structure, you know, these are a few questions that we'd like the LCDC to think about. You know, how can we enforce better, and how can we, you know, incentivize communities to really take this opportunity to join the Housing Production Strategy Program in achieving their outcomes? And so I'd open up the discussion up to the LCDC Commission again.
So it sounds like you were hoping to get some feedback now as opposed to September on these. Is that what you were thinking?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Great. So let me open it up. Any commissioners have some initial thoughts? Again, we'll be able to have a more lengthy conversation about all aspects of this in September, but comments, direction to staff on this today. I don't see any.
Chair, Ethan has his hand up, and then Commissioner Lilac.
Okay, Ethan.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to maybe address Commissioner Jacobson's question a little bit more directly about, you know, we shouldn't be penalizing communities who are kind of reaching and striving to achieve that intended outcomes of the Housing Production Strategy Program, but really just don't have the capacity to do so, or some kind of extenuating circumstance out of their control really bars them from doing so. or achieving those outcomes. And so that's where we came up with that 2-track system, like participation in the adoption of a HNA and HPS. That's a whole different conversation of enforcement and review than a city attempting to adopt and implement its housing production strategies. And so if you're just not participating in the program, that's one thing. But if you are participating and, you know, there's circumstances that that are, you know, preventing you from meeting those goals, then that's a different enforcement and should, you know, have a lighter touch and, you know, more technical assistance or, you know, assistance in that process. So that's really the impetus for these 2 tracks. So
Thank you, Ethan. That really comes through. I really like the idea of incentives and technical assistance and collaboration as our first efforts, because this is hard stuff. This is hard stuff to do at the local level, and there's many moving parts and many interests involved in that. To the extent that we and other state agencies and other partners can help with production on the ground, that is our goal and our desire. So I appreciate that. I have 2 commissioners teed up to speak, Commissioner Lilac and then Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And great explanation, Ethan, on the last piece. And that's exactly what I was going to just really compliment you on, is the comprehensive approach. And I like the incentives. And of course, I shouldn't say always, but often it's the financial resources that are going to be most important to local governments to take these approaches on. And where I don't win any points with any of my colleagues by saying it, but the fact is, without an effective enforcement program, the program may not be successful. And that's going to be very, very important to have as part of this program. And hopefully that's a last resort through this. I assume one of the other consequences is if there's not an effective program through the adoption of these strategies, et cetera, will be really an inability to expand an urban growth boundary because they will not have clearly demonstrated the efficient use of lands within the urban growth boundary prior to looking for additional lands for additional development on the periphery. So I assume that might be part of it, maybe part of partly a question and a comment. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, do you have an answer for that, or any response?
No, I feel, yes, yeah, again, like as you were saying, Commissioner Nick, the goal is to really, get cities to the finish line. And I think that, again, we want to be as flexible and as helpful to these communities without penalizing those who do have high aspirations to create these housing production strategies, but may not have the means exactly to do so.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Ethan.
I'm sorry, Ethan. Were you going to talk?
Yeah, just respond to that. Yes. I think you raise a very good point, Commissioner Lilac, about the potential to weave this in somehow into the urban growth boundary expansion discussion. And I think I'll take that back and have conversations with Gordon and Kevin Young and DOJ folks about how and if that fits into this project or this program.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson, and then Commissioner Halava.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of enforcement mechanisms, I would just state that generally I'm a fan of the carrot, rather than the stick. As Commissioner Lilac said, reserving that true enforcement mechanism, i.e. the stick till the very end. I think in terms of carrots, obviously education about the importance of doing this is a big one, which you've already kind of talked about. I think that's kind of the basis of your program. Technical assistance obviously is another carrot. Financial resources to actually do it and execute the plan is another big one that's already been talked about. I think the other one that hasn't really been brought up yet is kind of positive peer pressure from other counties and other cities in terms of those that are taking a more active role or that are maybe early adopters in this, really creating some positive peer pressure momentum to other counties and cities that are not. And I think maybe using Association of Oregon Cities as well as Association of Oregon Counties to help sort of be the glue in those conversations, or the glue in creating that positive peer pressure, I think would be really important. I would also say that as it becomes clear certain ones aren't participating and aren't maybe responding to the carrots that are being dangled, I think reaching out and continuing to reach out and understanding, actively why they're not participating. Perhaps they're just busy. We're all sort of busy with COVID right now in local government, but there may also be additional barriers that we just don't know about that maybe need to be removed in order for people to participate. So there's just kind of my thoughts on the question that you presented.
That makes a lot of sense. Commissioner Halava and then Commissioner Warren.
I was going to say, as a real estate developer, I'm all about the carrots in general. But, we've been talking about the tension between jurisdictions that really want to do this and maybe they don't have the resources or the time, they want to do this. They want more housing in their community. They want a more diverse, equitable space. And then there's jurisdictions that just don't want that. And so the idea of carrots associated with housing money would be attractive to somebody who wants it, but might not do anything for somebody who actually doesn't want that type of housing there. So that's going to be, I think, a difficult part. And one of the things that we were talking about, I've been calling it the 5 questions, but we have these equity questions we were talking about, and we were really struggling with the homelessness one, was maybe changing that one to be, let's call it a stop NIMBYism one, where we know that a lot of affordable housing projects become very expensive and or don't happen because of NIMBYism associated with, let's say, historic review or whatever the tools are available that could stop a project, they're implemented. And so actually changing that to be very specific about it. Like, you're not, without clear and objective standards that are on the books, you're not going to be able to stop affordable housing projects moving forward, and just be explicit. And then another thing we talked about in the peer pressure, I guess, bucket would be, I'm really into limiting the number of pages that people have to respond to things, because I feel like that's more impactful. And so I'm just making up, maybe this report is 10 pages with attachments, let's say, and then there's a page in the state where every single jurisdiction has their 10-page report on which strategies they picked and why and what does that address, and any other jurisdiction go and click on that one and see what are they doing? What are they doing? And even people who participate in this process can see, well, what are all these versus huge volumes of documents that are who knows where and nobody can see them. So I think between those two, of the Stop NIMBYism and the positive peer pressure, I'm hoping that can help. And then the actual enforcement that we've been talking about, that's up to the department. I know we influence it, but I don't really know what are all the tools for enforcement. But I think everyone said that's a problem in the past. Like, oh yeah, they were supposed to do these needs analysis, but they never did. And so this whole entire process, I feel like, is trying to get it to a point where we make it as clear what we're trying to get and not excessive. And I think the page count and all these things can help get to the meat of it and not the, be overwhelming bureaucracy part of it.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur. I really appreciate the carrot kind of concept, especially as someone who represents a small city. But I also recognize the fact that because a lot of small cities and jurisdictions really don't have the ability to do this sort of a thing, because it's basically all they can do to accomplish the tasks at hand, that many of them won't go down this path unless they're kind of forced to. And I can speak to the urban growth boundary expansion area a little bit. The city of Phoenix is working through one now. So we've gone through a housing needs analysis, but I don't believe we've gone through an HPS. So while I do appreciate the fact that it's nice to offer incentives and we're going to help you do it if you want to do it, my question is, at what point do we have to make some sort of requirement? Because there are a lot of people in Oregon and this country who are facing a crisis. And how long are we as a commission willing to try to let that just be fixed through carrots and help, whereas we could potentially go forward with some sort of a requirement that by a certain date, all cities, have to have these HNAs and HPSs produced, and then be moving forward with them. And that's just kind of a general thought, I guess, maybe to play the devil's advocate just a little bit there. I know that for the city of Phoenix, a lot of that stuff would not get done unless we were being required to it. We would never have done a housing needs analysis unless we were expanding our urban growth boundary. But there's a lot of cities in Oregon, Ashland, for example, who will never expand their urban growth boundary. So they will not have to go through that sort of a system. So how do we affect those communities in a positive way? It's just kind of my sentiment there.
Really good thoughts. And luckily we have time in September to hear from staff on some of the, to respond to some of the comments we have and have a more robust conversation about that at that time. In the interest of time, unless staff has a kind of closing remarks on this, I will probably open it up to public testimony. But first, Ethan or Samuel, is there any final thing you want to say?
No, I think you actually touched on the kind of wrap up next steps that I was going to explain, which is we'll have draft rules for the commission to review at their September meeting. We'll hold a public hearing on those draft rules. So we'll have much more concrete conversation about where those enforcement tiers lie and what are the thresholds, and more concrete conversation about the questions and those components. So the next meeting in September will be that opportunity.
And then Ethan, is it, just to clarify, is it adoption actually in November? So we talk about the draft rule and then we have time to have you refine things that we might find we want you to refine, and then have a final rule in front of us in November?
That's exactly correct. Yeah, that's
Perfect.
The plan at the moment. Yep. Great.
Well, that is helpful. Thanks to both of you. Great staff work and presentation. I do want to open it up to public testimony, and I'd encourage folks, if they can, if you have comments on the infrastructure or medium city rulemaking, then if you could hold those to those particular agenda items, you might find that they're more applicable there, because we'll have talked about that'll be in the context of those conversations. Anything besides those, like the large and metro city rulemaking, the housing production strategies, whatever, we want to make sure we hear your comments during agenda item 5. So with that, I will call on Brian Martin from the city of Beaverton. Welcome, Brian.
Okay, Mr. Martin, you have been switched over. And you'll need to unmute.
There we go. Okay, there I am.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you. I am here to provide comments about the large and metro cities work. Chair MacArthur and commissioners, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Brian Martin. I'm the Long Range Planning Manager for the City of Beaverton, and I'm providing comment based on my review of the middle housing rulemaking proposals as an alternate on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and a member of the Technical Advisory Committee. I just wanted to pause for a moment to say that in the interest of time, I cut out nice things I was going to say about staff to keep my comments shorter. But if I'd known it was Ethan's birthday, I wouldn't have done that. Because he actually has spent a lot of time listening to everybody and trying to understand their comments and incorporate them. And then I think also in the context of the department's budgetary challenges, I just want to kind of respect and thank the pros at the department for their work. That said, I think it's important to offer comments on the rulemaking proposals as they stand today, while there's still time to revise them before the administrative rules are published next month. The underlying problem with the proposals as they stand now is that they do not implement the language or intent of the law. HB 2001 requires a duplex on each lot or parcel zoned for residential use that allows for the development of detached single-family dwellings, and there's really no dispute about that. The legislature, though, intentionally took a different approach for triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters. The law says those middle housing types must be allowed in areas, not every lot, but in areas zoned for residential use that allow for development of detached single-family dwellings. which brings us to the rules that DLCD is drafting to guide local governments and how they write their own codes to implement the law. And these rules are referred to as minimum compliance standards in the proposals. The current proposals as a whole go beyond what the law requires because they presume that nearly all lots should be allowed, should allow all middle housing types. So that's step one. And then two, they remove or drastically limit most tools that local governments use to determine where housing types are allowed and how, such as minimum lot sizes and maximum density requirements. So the current one-size-fits-all approach in the draft rules that would govern how cities write their own development regulations to allow middle housing, I think has uncertain outcomes because it is a one-size-fits-all applied to a bunch of different cities. I haven't really seen analysis as to how that would actually be applied on the ground. Two, they provide the draft administrative rules or ideas provide no flexibility for local governments to create land use regulations that consider context, development patterns, history, equity, and community member ideas, including local governments already using creative and innovative approaches to not only allow but actually encourage production of middle housing. They also would require most, if not all, local governments to conduct significant rewrites of their comprehensive plans and development codes. Again, even local governments that have successful approaches already. I believe many local governments are ready to step up and implement this law, but the current proposals will not work as the law intends. As a more successful and flexible approach would be for the state to provide strong and clear minimum expectations for local governments' codes to ensure they are allowing significant amounts of middle housing in these areas, and for those local governments to prove that their codes allow sufficient middle housing throughout their jurisdiction, including in areas where past zoning and private sector actions have produced exclusive neighborhoods. Local governments are actively contributing ideas about how to write administrative rules that would achieve the workable, flexible approach I just described. I will say, again, DLCD staff has been listening and are, I think, reviewing new ideas and proposals as Ethan commented on. And I look forward to working to help with that, to develop a successful approach. So I would ask the Commission during this process, as opportunities arise, to direct staff to create and later approve administrative rules that set reasonable minimum expectations for local governments to ensure they comply with the law and allow middle housing in areas zoned for residential use where single-family development is allowed, include expectations that local government solutions must allow middle housing in exclusive neighborhoods to help reverse segregation, at least segregation of housing types. These should be clear and easy to understand and enforce. Allow local governments to work with community members and local government leaders to determine the best path forward for their jurisdiction, including using existing approaches that work and new approaches that meet or exceed state expectations, and provide the DLCD with the ability to hold local governments accountable if they do not meet expectations. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and serve on the advisory committees, and I thank you for your service to the state.
Chair, you're muted.
There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. So Mr. Martin, thank you so much for your testimony, especially being a practitioner in a large city in the metro area. It's important for us to understand how these things might or might not work on the ground. So appreciate your testimony. I will ask for commissioners in a second if they have any questions for Mr. Martin, but in the interest of time, I'm going to ask the following participants in the public comment period to limit their testimony to 3 minutes each. So questions for Mr. Martin? Don't see any hands up or any cue from Casaria. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So next up is former Chair Litz. It's going to be wonderful. I hope to see you actually. And thank you for submitting testimony a couple of days ago or an email to us. And we look forward to hearing from you.
I don't know if I'm waiting for Esther. I'm unmuted and I started my video.
You are good to go now. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, welcome. Nice to
Thank
see
you.
you.
So I'm going to re-emphasize things that other folks have said mostly. One is, first of all, is the kudos to staff for absolutely outstanding work over the last 9 months. They just really have stepped up and done great things. Second, the RAC and the TAC process has worked really well. And a lot of that has to do with just more input, but these are very large committees and an amazing group of thoughtful and constructive people. And it's helped to have a facilitator for the REC. But whatever it is that we did to create these RACs and TACs, we ought to bottle it because they are just doing a really good job. I'm going to say one sentence each about the IBTA rules and the medium cities model code and minimum standards rules, because I haven't signed up to testify later. I think both sets of rules are ready for adoption. The IBTA is pretty technical, but everything I've heard suggests that it really is going to work very well for most cities. As to the housing production strategy, I echo the things that Anjali said. I think the addition of equity has been really important. The only thing I would add about housing needs of the homeless is that it's not just housing, it is social services that get homeless people into homes and stay there. We need to be coordinating with other service providers or make sure that someone at the city level is coordinating with the service providers. And of course, as Anjali said, we have to keep in mind that cities don't build the housing. Builders do. So the model code and minimum standards, I'm really delighted for upper level middle housing. I'm delighted to see that there is more brainstorming going on about the in areas topic. It's very complicated conceptually because we're trying to achieve some different things. Balancing flexibility with and the intent of legislation with the goals of the legislation sometimes is difficult. And I think trying out a variety of different answers, talking them through is really what we need. Maybe in the future, there's a way to tie that to the housing production strategies. I do advocate for flexibility, but the rules also need to be carefully drawn so that cities are not allowed to evade the goals of the legislation. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, former Chair Litz. Questions for Jerry? Seeing no hands up. And thank you very much for staying within your 3 minutes. I really appreciate that. Great. So the next, oh, sorry. Is there somebody that wants to say something? I guess not. Okay. So the next person up is Mark Rust, Mr. Rust from City of Springfield. Welcome.
Good morning. Still, it's close to noon, but thank you, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Rust. I'm a senior planner with the City of Springfield. I'll try and keep my comments brief. I am a member of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and a member of the Middle Housing Technical Advisory Committee. My comments are addressing the large and metro cities rulemaking. We also have a staff member from Springfield on the Housing Production Strategy Technical Advisory Committee. Most of you may recall that I was before you at your September 26, 2019 meeting, excited to participate in this process with anticipation of implementing House Bill 2001 in creative ways. I do see a couple new faces and a familiar face in Commissioner Lilac, so it's good to be here and see you all, although not in person. The City of Springfield has been working on a complete development code update project for over 2 years prior to House Bill 2001, and we're starting with our housing code sections. Springfield City Council has recognized the need to make it easier to do development in Springfield and specifically wants to facilitate more affordable home ownership opportunities. Our council directed us to fully implement House Bill 2001 into our ongoing development code update project while participating in the rulemaking process to ensure our approach to implementation is in line with the legislation. We feel it is. However, the way the draft rules exist today would make our citywide approach not meet the rules. I have included a map in my written comments, and my oral testimony today supplements my written submittal. The map shows a conservative outcome of how our approach would allow significant middle housing in areas of Springfield. Specifically, it shows that all the middle housing types would be significantly allowed in higher income census block group areas throughout Springfield. This is just one way we have started to look at equity in housing related to implementing House Bill 2001. What is most concerning to us is allowing quadruple the density by allowing fourplexes on essentially every single family dwelling lot. We recognize that allowing duplexes on every lot effectively doubles the density on a lot by lot basis. However, we do not believe it is in the intent of the legislation to allow 4 times the density. The focus of the middle housing provisions are to allow more diverse housing types in residential areas, and we are in agreement with that goal. We do not agree with a mandate to allow unregulated density through the rulemaking process and eliminating the minimum lot size and maximum density controls. I think I've read the City of Bend letter that was submitted for testimony today too, and I would refer you to that. I think that letter explains a lot of that concept really well. The third lever approach, as mandated or as mentioned by staff, is still in the works, and we support the proposed rule concept as outlined in the League of Oregon Cities letter that is also in your materials today. We believe this will better produce housing on the ground than the current third lever language. We will continue to work with staff and committee members on these topics, and I want to thank the Department of Land Conservation and Development staff for a great job they're doing with this landmark legislation. Especially Ethan, he's done a fantastic job, and happy birthday to Ethan as well. They have an enormous task and a lot of pressure from many directions, and I appreciate their efforts. As we all continue to work on these rules, I ask that you, the Commission, provide guidance to the department to create rules that provide flexibility with accountability, rules with clear expectations and measurable outcomes, and rules that allow local governments to establish the sideboards and design standards as the legislation intended. Thank you for your time and for your service on this commission.
Thank you, Mr. Rust, and thank you for staying within the time limit. It sounds like we have our work cut out for us in the in areas aspect of this thing, so very much appreciate that. Questions for Mr. Rust from commissioners? Seeing none, I thank you. I will turn then to Mr. Nelson, or Ariel Nelson, League of Oregon Cities. And you have 3 minutes once you're on screen.
Hi, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ariel Nelson, and I'm here on behalf of the League of Oregon Cities. You've already heard from 2 city experts on some of their concerns with the current approach. So I'll keep it brief and just share our appreciation for the discussions that we have been having with DLCD staff and the opportunities they are providing to work towards alternative approaches. I also just want to clarify and confirm some of the intent and goal behind seeking out an alternative approach in the rulemaking regarding in areas. Cities are not seeking to for additional flexibility in order to exclude more areas or reduce the amount of middle housing that's going to be required through the implementation of House Bill 2001. Really, this flexibility is really in the spirit of the bill, which is to encourage middle housing types. Cities are asking for flexibility to be able to, as Springfield mentioned, encourage more affordable single-family home ownership opportunities through tools like minimum lot size. They're looking for tools to help encourage more middle housing in those neighborhoods where simply allowing middle housing may not be enough to encourage middle housing. Developers will still potentially, or the market will still be attracted to lower cost property, they want to be able to consider the local context and dynamics at the local level. And so that is the intent behind requesting additional flexibility. And again, just want to echo everyone's statements about how incredible staff have been through what was already in normal times a very ambitious rulemaking process and timeline. This is very detailed, very difficult work. And so the structure of the racks and the tax has been incredibly helpful. And moving towards a virtual Zoom format, the staff just took it in stride and have really made it work and really supported participation. So, and been very available outside those meetings as well for questions and discussion. So we're definitely hopeful that we'll be able to come to an alternative that works and that still meets the intent of House Bill 2001. We hear and understand the concerns other stakeholders and RAC members have raised about the potential to water down the bill too much, and certainly want to work towards a solution that works. And with that, just one more time, we'll just echo our support for staff. We did, as was mentioned earlier, submit a letter to the legislature with the Association of Oregon Counties, encouraging the legislature to really consider and understand the implications and what it means to cut resources, technical assistance resources, which are really key to implementing this bill, but for all of the programs and goals and statutes that DLCD implements, as well as the very, very valuable staff. So we continue to appreciate the partnership with DLCD. We know it's going to get harder. This is a hard time for our state, but just again, appreciate the work and look forward to making progress on House Bill 2001.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and a special appreciation for focusing on budget issues right now. That's an important arena to comment on. So thanks to you and AOC on that. Any questions for Ms. Nelson? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We will move on to Ed Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, thank you for joining us today. And once we get you on the screen or phone, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Ed Sullivan. I'm a retired land use practitioner and member of the RAC. I'm going to limit my comments to the letter I've submitted plus the attachment which focuses upon the Housing Needs Analysis, or HNA. As I know you know, the HNA is the basis for Goal 10 compliance and now has an additional function with the Housing Production Strategy, or HPS. The issue I raise is of the qualities of the HNA. They are uneven. For those of you who have trouble sleeping, you might look at a bunch of HNAs as we do at HLA. Many of them are out of date. Some of them are not part of local comprehensive plans. They rarely come before LCDC. When they do, it's part of an urban growth boundary expansion. And then and only then do they really get any commission analysis. Mostly they're up for PAPAs, which means that somebody's got to appeal them. There are no appeals, as I can see, and certainly none by the department. As a result, they are of uneven quality. And this is more important because there's little consideration in those HNAs of marginalized communities. That's even more important now with the repeal by the federal government of the affirmatively favoring fair housing rule that was adopted at the end of the Obama administration. The HNA is even more important than ever with the role it now plays with the HPS. It's the basis, along with House Bill 4006, for HPS expectations. And there's no appeal from the local government's adoption of the HNA and its use in the HPS, or from DLCD's determination of whether or not it's adequate. What we've advocated is a common basis, a common set of standards for the HNA, and that be done by rulemaking, or that the commission have expectations in the HPS requirements and then later undertake rulemaking. In the absence of periodic review, and that's pretty much dead in this state, this is a ticking time bomb in assessing and meeting the standards for state housing obligations. And as Samuel indicated before, in dealing with unmet needs. How do we know what those needs are unless we have a common basis? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, and I really want to thank you for your continued interest and activism in these areas. We heard from you a year ago, this July in Condon. We appreciated your comments then and appreciate your comments now today. Any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, thank you, Ed. And I don't see anyone else signed up for this particular agenda item, so we'll close that. And thanks very much for staff. Hopefully you've gotten what you need. Maybe you can give me a nod to say whether or not you got what you need from the commission for today, but maybe they're not teed up. I don't know. But anyway, I guess we'll just continue on. So we are off agenda time a little bit. I'm looking to maybe Kirsten or Jim. It seems like we sort of need a break, so maybe we should go ahead and have our lunch break a tad early. That would give us a chunk of time after lunch to take up the Middle Housing Medium City Model Code. What seems to be the most appropriate thing to do relative to staff needs at this point?
Chair McCarthy, I don't know if Jim is on right now. It looks like he's off mute. So Jim?
Excuse me, it's really up to you. I would suggest that maybe if you take lunch now, that it be maybe a little shorter than an hour to make time for the afternoon, because there still is a bunch of work to do. But it's really up to you and the commission. Staff will be ready when you need them.
And Chair MacArthur, if I could just note, if I may.
Yes, please.
Kirsten, I don't believe we have any public comment signed up for the IBTR rulemaking, the first hearing on that, so we might be able to pick up some time there. But this has been such a good discussion. Thank you, and such good guidance.
Great. So I think what we'll do, if it's, I'm looking at commission members, maybe we could take our lunch break now, but come back at 12:30. That gives you slightly more than a half hour. If anyone seriously objects to that because they were planning to do some kind of major run to a restaurant or something, let me know. But I don't see anyone objecting. So why don't we come back at 12:30 from our lunch break, ready to go and tackle the middle income medium cities housing rulemaking. Thank you.
here as well, but I'm going to eat a cookie and turn off my video for a second.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Sandoval. I'm also here, but I'll have my video off.
Okay, it does appear that our commissioners are online, and the time is 12:30.
Great. Thank you, Esther, very much. And full disclosure to Ethan, during lunch, I ate your...
Chair MacArthur, your screen has frozen.
It was your admission that you ate Ethan's cupcake that froze you. The universe is punishing you.
Let's see.
Esther, I just sent her a text message letting her know.
Great.
Jimmy, I forget the part about a benevolent universe. Benevolent.
Just a quick point of order here. Since Commissioner Perrimine's not here, do we have like a backup chair?
Jim, I don't think we have.
We may be able to find Robin, but
I had to get on just to laugh.
yeah. Maybe the internet's working on the Salmon River.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
It's this is just a reminder that if folks would like to sign up for public comment we have our sign up form on our meeting materials page. For agenda item 6, I am showing two that have signed up: Mary Kyle McCurdy, 1000 Friends of Oregon, and Claire Clock of Clock Farms.
We could just hold a few moments while Kasari tries to reach Chair MacArthur. Thanks, everyone. You can all have a real or virtual cookie for dessert as we just hold. It's interesting. If I could, Jim and commissioners, in the break, if I could just give a note, we've received news that the Department of Housing and Urban Development nationally has sort of withdrawn it's ironic that today Samuel just testified or just presented on sort of our state level approach to align state and federal policies with respect to affirmatively furthering fair housing. In sort of a very ironic moment, just as we're coming up with that approach of state and federal alignment, the federal government has sort of removed that rule and replaced it with another one. I think staff is still intent on advancing the principles of the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule with respect to opportunity areas, as Samuel presented. So it's just a very striking moment in time, but our staff has been emailing. RAC member Ed Sullivan brought that to our attention, and I'm sure you'll probably see and hear news about that, and maybe we could provide an update in September when we're with OHCS before you. Thank you.
Amazing.
Yes, it's a very clever appeal to so-called suburban voters.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll see a huge uptick in the polls by Monday.
not talking too much politics, it was very interesting to hear the use of the word suburbs multiple times in the last week, and it was quite fascinating considering the work that we do here.
Exactly.
Sounds like looks like Casario's on the phone with Chair MacArthur before we get in before we delve too far.
I'm on the phone with Chair MacArthur right now. We're working through it.
Okay.
Well, was it yesterday or the day before in Portland? All electricity went down for a lot of people and internet went down. So I suddenly thought, wow, I probably should have the phone number. I probably should have it on hand just in case that happens again today. I don't know why it happened yesterday.
That's a good point. Esther, you had that slide earlier. I wonder if you can find that one. Might be handy for Chair MacArthur to be able to punch in by phone. And if the commissioners jot down this number. And staff. Get my pencil ready too. Reminder that things just aren't normal during these times, and appreciate folks just hanging on, especially folks who have signed up for public testimony. Thank you for holding and just taking a moment.
Well, as we're holding, looks like a couple of those clouds from the valley are coming over here. So maybe it's the clouds. I think we have 3 clouds in the sky over here right now.
It's the one day, it's your annual 1 of 65.
I should turn my computer around because as I look at the screen right above it, I have the Cascades. I'm quite lucky from where I sit, where my office is.
We're not even supposed to come visit right now, Commissioner, so no tempting.
Yeah, and we're enforcing that pretty tightly. Not at all.
You're a popular place.
She is unable to access Zoom from any of her devices at the moment, so she's going to try to call in.
Great. It's probably best. Thank you, Casaria. So Esther, I'm sure Esther's on this. We're watching for her phone number pop up. Yeah, move her over. Commissioner Warren, you do point out a good procedural practice that we should start to follow with a temporary appointment in case of interruption. So thanks for that note. We'll debrief that and probably have a backup if there's a future meeting that Vice Chair Pearman can't make. Thank you.
Yeah, especially in the time of virtual meetings, you just never know when things are going to happen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As much planning as we do, we didn't plan for this one. Could have thought of that. Thank you.
It's always something.
For sure.
Hello, Esther.
Chair MacArthur, we can hear you. Esther's probably trying
You
to get
can
up.
or cannot? You
We
cannot
hear
me?
you just fine.
Okay, well, that was fun for everybody. So I have tried both my iPad and my Surface to get in. I will continue to do that, but for some reason it's not working. So I will attempt to chair this meeting by phone until I'm more successful in the other way. So my apologies for that at this end. But I was going to give an introduction just by saying that thanks to staff for all the work that's being done on this, and special thanks to Commissioners Lilac and Jacobson, because they sat in on, or listened in anyway, to the proceedings that we had in May on this topic and also on the climate change topic. And they did that before they were even confirmed by the Senate. So special thanks to you for doing that, as well as all the briefings you were graciously willing to participate in with staff between then and now to get up to speed. So I think that everybody on the commission is well positioned to hear staff's report and describe the rulemaking, and then have public comment and deliberate. So with that, I will turn it over to staff.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur. Thank you, Robert. Awesome. So we've got the slides coming up here. So this is the second housing agenda item on our slate today. We'll be talking through the Medium Cities Middle Housing Model Code and associated Oregon administrative rules. Robert, if you could advance the slide, that would be great. So I'm here with Robert Manzalillo, who's the housing planner and the lead planner on the implementation of House Bill 2001. So he'll be kind of giving you an overview of where we were in May and then where we are currently here with the proposed rules. But before he does that, I'm going to jump in and just talk a little bit about some background, some context, and kind of set the stage for that. So as Chair MacArthur mentioned, this is a voting item. So we will be seeking, or at least hoping for a motion by the commission to adopt these rules, either as drafted and proposed or with amendments. And this is the final day of the public hearing for Medium Cities Middle Housing Model Code, and we don't anticipate further public comment outside of this meeting today. Next slide, please, Robert. All right, so just a little bit of a reminder and background for House Bill 2001 as it relates only to medium cities. So a medium city is defined as a city outside of the Portland metro boundary with a population between 10,000 and 25,000. And that number is based on the Portland State Population Research Center certified estimate. The requirements for these cities is that they provide for the allowance of duplexes on every lot and parcel that is zoned residentially and allows for the development of a detached single-family dwelling on that lot or parcel. So cities, through that process, can regulate the siting and design of duplexes so long as those regulations do not cause unreasonable cost and delay to the development of a duplex. Next slide. And so there's, throughout House Bill 2001, there are a few elements of this process that require rulemaking. So first is just on the development of a model code and code standards that a city can use to regulate the siting and design of middle housing. There's some definitional concepts and of course the functionality, things like applicability, compliance, and so on. Primary in that development of rules is the Middle Housing Model Code for medium cities. This kind of serves a few purposes, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. There's also a separate path that cities can choose to implement House Bill 2001 outside of the Model Code. They can choose to adopt the Model Code or some other set of standards to regulate siting and design of middle housing. So in order to understand how, or to provide guidance to those cities and to kind of set the stage for what those standards can look like, the department has embarked upon creating minimum compliance standards, which would set kind of the floor and the ceiling, as it were, for reasonable regulations for siting and design of middle housing. Next slide. Thank you. So as we've kind of touched on, we've really relied on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and technical advisory committees to assist us in these rulemaking efforts. As you're, I'm sure, well aware at this point, the Rulemaking Advisory Committees are just that, advisory to DLCD staff. And they're made up of a group of stakeholders from across the state, both perspective diverse and geographically diverse practitioners, elected officials, community organization, and advocacy groups. If you're interested in following along in those meetings, you can, all those meetings are recorded and open to the public, and you've been provided with summaries of those meetings as part of the agenda packet, and any public comment that we've received, we've provided to you as well.
Did we just lose Ethan?
Oh, no.
Like Chair MacArthur, there's no replacing Ethan.
Maybe I should go away and then have Ethan.
No. Both of you, all
Hey
hands
folks,
on.
I'm back.
Strange day.
Yeah, we just can't catch a break, right? All right, so can somebody let me know where I kind of cut out and I can jump back in? Robert, do you have a sense of where I cut off?
I think you finished this slide, so
okay.
I was waiting for the next slide, please, and your face just froze. So
perfect. All right, next slide. Look at that. Awesome. Okay, so jumping back in here, apologies about that. So this is a look at the process for these medium cities through the rulemaking process and the technical advisory committee. So we've had a series of, 7 technical advisory committee meetings to date. The last time we really had a full conversation about just the medium cities rules was back in April. We had to submit the draft rules to the Secretary of State at the end of April. So we've kind of now shifted our focus of that Model Code Technical Advisory Committee to the large and metro cities, but they did have a total of 5 meetings to discuss that. Just a little bit of a reminder here on this slide, the adoption deadline for medium cities to either adopt the model code or some other version that complies with the minimum standards is June 30th of 2021. So as commissioners might remember, back in May, we discussed a little bit how we were kind of front loading this work for medium cities and holding off on the large and metro cities, really to give those jurisdictions as much time as we could to go through their local adoption process. All right. Thank you, Robert. And so I just wanted to kind of pause here and take a moment to kind of describe this framework about the difference and the connection between the model code and the minimum compliance standards. So the model code is a set of specific standards that is on basically a one-track system. So there's no range of development standards in the model code. It needs to outline a very specific set of standards. And part of the reason is because the model code has a regulatory mechanism, and such that as a city is adopting their local codes to comply with the intent of House Bill 2001, and if they meet or they exceed that deadline, or the deadline comes and passes, the June 30th of 2021 deadline comes and passes, and they have not adopted or not acted to adopt their compliant development codes, the model code applies directly. And so it needs to have that specific set of standards. And we've also kind of structured the model code in a way that if a city likes 95% of the model code and some portion of that model code just really doesn't work for them, they can pull out a specific set of standards, or 1 or 2 or whatever the case may be, and plug in a different standard that of course complies with the minimum compliance standards. But it's really made for that guidance, that ability of cities to adopt it either wholesale or in a modular fashion. This is different than the minimum compliance standards. So the model code is one set of standards. The minimum compliance standards is really a range of development standard options that a city is allowed to adopt that still meet the intent of House Bill 2001, but really are narrowly focused in on the reasonableness test or the unreasonableness test. So this is where the flexibility that cities were requesting throughout the process really lives. And so if a city feels that the model code is not appropriate for their jurisdiction, they have some flexibility within the world or the framework, the sideboards of the minimum compliance standards to adopt standards that work best for them. And these minimum compliance standards live within the newly proposed Division 46, which is within Chapter 660 of the Oregon Administrative Rules. So that's a little bit of the framework, just kind of set the stage. And from here, I'm going to hand it over to Robert to kind of discuss where we were in May and where we are now.
Right. Thank you, Ethan. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, members of the commission. My name is Robert Manzolillo. I'm a housing planner. And I'm going to touch on these 6 highlights from the rulemaking process. I touched on these in May. With some more detail, I'm going to be a little more brief with them here, just as a refresher. But since we do have 2 new commissioners, this will be some background for them as well. So point number 1, unreasonable cost and delay. Ethan's touched on this a little bit already. And this is a big point really throughout the rulemaking. It sort of touches on all of these points. So within House Bill 2001, Section 2, there's a statement that says local governments may regulate the siting and design of middle housing, provided that they do not individually or cumulatively discourage the development of all middle housing types permitted in the area through unreasonable cost and delay. So we kind of had to figure out what that meant. And instead of trying to figure out every instance that could be unreasonable, we decided to go with something that was, we decided to state what was reasonable. And for medium cities, anything that we considered unreasonable would be regulations that applied to a duplex that do not apply to a single family detached dwelling in the same zone. So the reasonable approach would be for regulations to apply to duplexes and single family detached in the same zone. And these could be anything from design or development standards. An example could be height of the building or setbacks. So again, the unreasonableness of it is measured by the difference between the standard applied to single family detached and those applied to duplexes. So in the model code and in Division 46, we have language that's very similar to each other, expressing those thoughts. Number 2, definition of a duplex. I'm actually going to touch on this a little further down in the presentation because since May, this definition has changed. So I'll discuss that a little more in a few slides. Item number 3, number of units allowed on a lot or a parcel. This came up as a question in regards to Senate Bill 1051, which allowed for an accessory dwelling unit in conjunction with a single family detached unit. And since House Bill 2001 allows for a duplex on all lots that allow for a single family detached, the question came up, well, can a property owner who has an ADU convert their single family detached into a duplex? That would essentially create 3 units on one lot. And we consulted with our DOJ lawyers and we decided that no, you cannot convert your single family detached into a duplex if you already have an ADU. You're not entitled to both. So a property owner with a single family detached who wants to convert it to a duplex, that would create a non-conforming situation, and we wanted to avoid that. So the model code allows for 2 units, but the minimum compliance does allow for more than 2 units if a local jurisdiction already allows that to take place. So more than 2 units would be allowed in Division 46 if that's already the case in the local jurisdiction. We didn't want to take that flexibility away from them. Item number 4, general development standards. This also goes back to the unreasonable cost and delay aspect. To avoid causing unreasonable cost and delay, the development standards applied to duplexes should be identical or no more restrictive than what's applied to single family detached in the same zone. So if a single family detached building is allowed up to a height of 30 feet, a duplex must be allowed to be that height or taller, but it cannot be more restrictive. And this can be applied to, we have a list of development standards that we apply this to. It's lot size, setbacks, things of that nature. Off-street parking requirements. This has not changed since May, but I'm going to talk about it a little further down in this presentation, just because this was the most discussed topic. I think we should have a little more of a discussion about it rather than just hitting it here in this brief summary. So we'll talk about off-street parking in a little while. And then design standards. This is very similar to development standards. A city may regulate design of a duplex as long as the standards do not cause unreasonable cost and delay in the development of duplexes. So essentially anything that a city applies to a single family detached has to then be applied to a duplex. They can't have design standards that only apply to duplexes. That would cause unreasonable cost and delay. So now some changes since the May LCDC meeting. We have two changes. One is the definition of duplex in the model code, and then some Goal 5 language that we had in Division 46 has been clarified a little bit. So for the definition of a duplex, we were encouraged by RAC members, TAC members, and some members of the public to change our initial definition, which was to attached units, to change it to 2 units in any configuration, attached or detached. So this updated definition would provide a maximum amount of flexibility for property owners to choose whether they wanted to have their units be either a duplex or an ADU at the time of application if it's new construction. But this also aligns better with how we're proposing to define triplex and quadplex in the large and metro cities model code. In the model code there, we're allowing triplex and quadplex to be 3 or 4 units in any configuration. So we thought we should align duplex to be allowable like that also. And this is only a change for the model code. Division 46 already had 2 attached or detached in any configuration, and that is not changing at all. And here is an example of the language itself. Really just the darker language is where the change happens. So for the model code, duplex means a detached structure on a lot or parcel that is comprised of 2 dwelling units. And then for the revised version is duplex means 2 dwelling units on a lot or parcel in any configuration. And the lighter language references accessory dwelling units, and that has not changed at all. So the next revision that was made was to some Goal 5 language. Staff received a letter from Restore Oregon on May 20th that raised an issue specific to setting and design and rule language clarity and consistency with existing Goal 5 historic resources, which are in Division 23. So what we've done is we've revised the language in Division 46. We've removed a reference to setting and design, recognizing that in Section 2 of the bill, it allows jurisdictions to regulate setting and design of middle housing to comply with protective measures and statewide land use planning goals. And this revision of Goal 46, it better references and aligns with existing Goal 5 historic resource framework in Division 23. So that was important to make everything consistent with Division 46 and Division 23. And now to off-street parking, which we didn't change anything as far as the model code language or the Division 46 language, but we wanted to bring this back for discussion because there was quite a bit of testimony given and staff interaction with the RAC and TAC and local jurisdictions about parking. So we wanted to bring this back and discuss it a little more. And it was the most talked about issue at the TAC meetings. So we thought it was worth revisiting. So with parking, we had to balance between requirements that make most sense and how that plays into development viability and feasibility, and the unreasonable cost and delay discussion that we've had so far. So staff analyzed all medium cities, and we discovered that none of them require more than 2 off-street parking spaces for a single-family detached, but typically require 3 to 4 spaces for a duplex. So that increase, the 2 for a single family or 3 to 4 requirement, that would greatly contribute to unreasonable costs and potentially prohibit the development of duplexes and all middle housing statewide. So that research and the direction in the governor's greenhouse gas reduction executive order also contributed to our decision making on this point. So again, this hasn't changed since May. For the model code, we have no off-street parking spaces are required. And the key word here is required. A city can allow more spaces if a property owner or a developer proposes, but we feel that the market will provide for the needed parking in certain areas. Parking is such a localized issue that a developer can propose any number of spaces, and the jurisdiction has the flexibility to allow those, but we didn't feel that we needed to require any. For Division 46, a medium city may not require more than a total of 2 parking spaces for a duplex, off-street parking spaces for a duplex. So this is essentially 1 per unit. And this corresponds with the required parking for a single family detached in the same zone. And any more than that, we would consider unreasonable and will again impact the affordability and flexibility to develop these units. And again, the same language there, it's required, not allowable. So if a builder comes in with more than 2, a city can definitely allow that.
May I just ask a clarifying question? So under the model code, it says no off-street parking spaces are required. You mean no additional off-street parking spaces are required if the duplex is there? Because you said the underlying zones often have parking requirements.
This would be more for new construction. If a duplex is there, or if a single family detached is converting to a duplex, the parking that's there would still be there, but the city can't require more to be added.
Thank you.
And so getting back to the parking, we know that this is a big change for local jurisdictions in how they regulate parking. So DLCD staff, the housing team, and the TGM staff members, we can assist them to come up with creative ways to meet these parking minimum compliance standards, or to assist them with resources or capacity to make the necessary code updates. So some topics for commission discussion. Rulemaking process, we'd like to hear some feedback and comments from the rulemaking process. Number 2, the proposed changes, if there are any questions or comments from number 1, definition of a duplex, or the change to Goal 5 language. And then really any other provisions of the Medium City Model Code or Division 46 that the commission would like to discuss.
Thank you. Very good presentation and nice slides. They really are very helpful to focus the conversation. Let me open it up to commission comments, discussion points. I don't know if Commissioner Halava, having been very involved in this process, wants to start off.
Yes. I was very happy with how this process went. Like I said, the RAC and the TAC members of all of the housing groups represent a diverse group of people with with a common goal, but obviously when it got down to the details, especially on this, then we started seeing like, okay, what are the different stakeholders? What do they have in mind with regard to achieving this? And I'm actually really pleased with the final result personally, especially when it comes to, well, two of the things that I think were the most hotly debated was mentioned was the duplex and the parking, right? And on one side, I'm very much like, we need flexibility. We need to, for this to happen at all on the ground level with the unreasonable cost and delay. I think that was the main focus of this. And so that it didn't become an issue that, on the books it could occur, but it would never occur in real life. And I think even with all of these things, it's a lot of times hard to make these things pencil into work. And so we need to kind of keep this rigor. And so funny enough, I didn't input much on the duplex issue because I'm sort of in the traditional, like a duplex means it's attached, and I have a really hard time wrapping my head around it being detached. But what was great about the process was that there were jurisdictions within Oregon that says we already have a model that shows a detached option and it's working for us. And why would we go back to something more restrictive? Why don't we do something more flexible? So I just kind of stayed out of the duplex decision because I was like, wow, there's people that are more progressive on this issue, are more insightful and more forward thinking than I am as a developer. And I thought that was really great outcome of the process. The parking one, I definitely went on the side of the staff to the no requirement, or the basically to reduce requirements. And I really leaned into the equity part of that. We know that parking has a huge cost implication to smaller scale developments. And the idea of a jurisdiction kind of requiring that could and will impact the cost of those units, and especially when it comes to affordable housing. And so, especially when it comes to market rate development, developers will need to provide the amount of parking in order to sell or lease those units. And if they don't, it hurts them. And so I feel like the market is very responsive to how much parking it needs or it doesn't need. And that jurisdiction shouldn't be in the business of trying to add more cost to housing, especially when we see the demographics of housing trends changing. A lot of homes don't have cars and or can't afford them, honestly. So looking at the global future, thinking about climate change, thinking about affordability, I think where we've landed, the staff have landed on the parking, I think is exactly the right place to be at this moment. So I would encourage the commission to support this recommendation.
Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. Gosh. So thank you, Commissioner Heleva. And I think we heard from, well, I know we heard from Jerry Litz, our former chair of this commission. He's the other liaison from our commission to this effort, and he spoke in support of the staff recommendation, is what I heard earlier in his testimony. Are there other folks, other commission members that want to comment, discuss? It looks like Commissioner Warren.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to also support the new definition of duplex. I think that's in the heart of the actual House bill, that we allow more. And by restricting the definition, you're therefore restricting potential development of additional housing units. And I also think that the flexibility built into the parking rule is great. You can allow for more, but you don't have to force it. So thanks, staff. I think that you did a great job.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners have questions, comments?
Commissioner Lilac has his hand up.
Thank you. I just didn't see that. Sorry about that. Thank you, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And gosh, it sure sounds like LCDC was so well served with Commissioner Heleva serving on this committee with your expertise, which I think is so important to have in a process like this. So and I think your leadership on this has certainly helped the whole process get to the point where it's at right now. I did watch the public hearing and listen very carefully to this topic in May, And I think that the changes that have been made are just right on point, right on target, is exactly what I would have suggested with the definition and addressing goal 5, both very, very important. When it comes to parking, I'm going to support the staff proposal. What I would suggest is, given, and I don't know what the level of concern remains among cities, if there are still that are concerned or not, and I can see the legitimacy of some of the concerns with areas that are recently annexed that have been were approved in a county and are narrow roads, or new urban developments that don't have parking on one side and are very narrow. So there could be parking issues. So I understand those, but I also have a lot of faith and trust in our development community and property owners that they're going to make the right decisions for their neighborhoods and their properties. What I would just suggest is, in the future, as cities are going to be tracking their housing, they're going to be monitoring their housing production strategies, they're going to be updating their housing needs analysis, they're going to be all of these things. If they discover that there are any significant parking issues associated with this, I would just ask that they raise those to the commission, and then the commission could, at that point, consider whether any adjustments or specific areas should be addressed. Just so we would leave that door open, but not mandate a review or anything of that nature. So with that said, just outstanding work by everybody. And I just get to come in at the very tail end of it with my first meeting and be able to provide a few comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Other commissioners want to speak before I think we'll go to public testimony after we've had a chance to discuss among the commission? Don't see anything, and I'm not getting a cue from Casaria. So let's go to public comment.
There was one comment. I raised my hand, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. My system's slow. I apologize for that. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say am I echoing? Okay. What's great about this parking situation also is that there are other parking management tools that go beyond required spaces on lots. And so, we have had very robust conversations about parking in general in the city of Portland. And through that process, I've learned a lot about different mechanisms for managing parking, and that parking exists there's a lot of parking that exists. One of the main problems is it's not managed effectively. And so I just wanted to throw that out there, that even if we did have a revisitation of this process, I think we should include other things besides parking requirements as the tools to solve the problem.
Thank you. Anyone else? So we're going to continue the public comment, public hearing that we had in May, and we are going to hear from the only person at this point anyway that signed up is Mary Kyle McCurdy from Thousand Friends of Oregon. Welcome, Mary Kyle. We'll give you hello.
Hi. And you're back.
Yes. After my very fun break.
Thank you. My name is Mary Kyle McCurdy. I'm the Deputy Director and a Staff Attorney at 1000 Friends of Oregon. And I am still a member of the Rules Advisory Committee and the TAC on this particular rule. And I also want to start out with really thanking the co-chairs, Commissioner Halava and former Commissioner Lids, and the incredible staff on this. I just can't talk enough about them, and for Ethan spending his birthday with all of us on this issue. But the staff, as well as the consultants that they had on this, have really done a great job. And so have the RAC members. And I want to spend a moment on that because I think Commissioner Lids talked about this. There are a couple elements to the RAC that I recommend for you going forward as you think about any future RACs. Was that it was diverse in ways that I have rarely experienced on RACs in general or with the department's RACs. And we were given a short time frame in which to operate. And my experience has been that if you have the right people and diversity of experience, background, everything, and with a short time frame, we do better work and we get it done quickly. And I have some specific examples from the land use context in which that's happened. But anyway, that's my recommendation for any future RACs you may be thinking about. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the background of House Bill 2001, having been very involved with the passage of it, working with other advocates, as well as with the Speaker of the House, who was the sponsor of this bill. And because I think it sets a context for why we support what's before you right now, and for the other elements that you'll be considering both in this and in the other aspects of 2001 that are still, and 2003 that are still coming before you, specifically in areas and the housing production strategies. So I think 2001 reflects that the legislature was impatient with the lack of cities implementing the housing goal 10. And I want to just remind commissioners, and particularly we have 2 new commissioners, and I meant to say hello to Commissioner Jacobson and Lilac before I started this, but Goal 10, which has been on the books since the 1970s, says that city plans must provide for the housing needs of the citizens of the state at price ranges and rent levels which are commensurate with the financial capabilities of all Oregon households in housing location, type, and density. And we've pretty much failed to meet that, for a couple of decades across the board in cities of all sizes in all parts of the state. And just one digression to a couple of factoids. Today in Oregon, this is true across the country, 2/3 of all households are made up of 1 or 2 persons. That doesn't mean we're all living by ourselves with only one other person, but at some point in our lives, we will be. And the snapshot in time and going forward is that about 2/3 of households are small. And yet well over 60% of our residential lands are zoned for detached single family housing. We have housing that's too big and too expensive for most people. And some of that reflects historical racism. The older neighborhoods throughout the state were often created with underlying racially restrictive covenants, banning most commonly Black people and Chinese people from owning land in them. And while that was declared unconstitutional by the United States Supreme Court, exclusively single family zoning was intentionally used as a way to continue that economically and therefore racially segregating zoning, as was the Federal Home Loan Corporation and other things. So this was very much talked about and testified to by the speaker, by others in this bill. And these conversations are happening in cities as they're discussing how to implement 2001. And we've talked about it around the RAC table, which is why at the beginning of the RAC meeting led by Commissioner Halava, we made a commitment that this is not going to be business as usual. The way cities have been doing things isn't going to be a good enough excuse to keep doing it. We're really going to make it more possible for more diverse housing in every neighborhood. Now, yes, there is a difference between the duplexes on every lot and the 3 and 4 plexes and townhomes and cottage clusters in areas. Those are not the same words. And it's still very much a work in progress at the advisory committee as to what that in areas means, which is why I didn't testify in the last item, because I don't know where we're going with it. And I'm looking forward to those discussions. But I did want to just paint this context that we are operating with the intent of 2001, the commitment of the RAC, and Goal 10. And so it isn't just 2001. Goal 10 talks about this diversity of housing and location type and density. And so segregating housing types isn't going to cut it under Goal 10 or under 2001, which is what the pattern we've usually seen. And Ed Sullivan mentioned earlier that cities have to do housing needs analysis, and regardless of whether they're great ones or not so great, the ones I've read, which is probably about 24 now, all describe a deficit in land zoned for these middle housing and even higher densities, and that those have to be addressed. And that's not something you do through adding more land to your urban growth boundary. because that isn't particularly affordable. You have to provide infrastructure, et cetera, but making sure it's in the right locations and that it's related to the household size and income. So, so I think a lot of what you're seeing in the duplex proposal and what will be coming before you, however we define in areas, but in the 3 and 4plex and cottage clusters and townhomes, is this idea of not only making it easier to locate these in more areas, and in this case on every lot, but also to ensure that cities get out of the way and don't have zoning codes that interfere with the ability to provide these housing if the market is there. And so I know we've talked about enforcement, or you've talked about enforcement, and I think the way to avoid having to do enforcement is to make sure that cities are getting out of the way of allowing these to happen. For example, don't having onerous off-street parking places. They're more expensive and they mean it doesn't happen. And secondly, be very clear and objective in the standards that are being set, and therefore there's not as much wiggle room. I think on the enforcement issue, there was a discussion of carrots and sticks, and I'm going to steal completely from Alan Lazo, who's the director of the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, who I'm not sure if he's listening to this, but he's probably dealing with what the federal government HUD just did. But in any event, Alan often says, carrots don't work if you're not hungry. And I think Commissioner Holova was referring to that earlier this morning about the idea of carrots are okay, but they're not enough. And we've seen that in the implementation of another bill, Senate Bill 1051, that passed in 2017, that required all cities over 2,500 in size to allow accessory dwelling units on single family lots. And most cities complied with that. But there's 2 large cities who are still out of compliance. And what enforcement looks like there is nonprofits, individuals, the home builders bringing enforcement orders or appeals to LUBA. And that's not very satisfactory. And in fact, in either House Bill 2001 or 2003, I can't remember, the Speaker of the House went back and added more language saying, we really meant it on the ADUs. So there's a provision related to ADUs and taking away some of the ways in which some cities were blocking the practicality of locating them. So I will just turn right back immediately to the proposal before you and say that we agree with what's before you. We encourage you to adopt it as is today. And again, we really thank the staff because they've done a great job and have really listened to the input of everyone on the RAC and the TAC. Thank you.
It looks like we lost Chair MacArthur again.
Maybe I can talk in the fill time while she's coming back, if you don't mind, Chair, whoever's approving this talking. I just wanted to thank Mary Kyle for her background on this issue, and I was just reflecting that, you know, before overt segregation through zoning, a lot of neighborhoods had a diverse mix of housing types. Mm-hmm. They just weren't available to a diverse mix of people. And a lot of these neighborhoods now are the kind of beloved neighborhoods with very high property values. Let's say an example in Portland. And those high property values are the single family homes that have the high property values, yet those neighborhoods still have a mix of affordable housing within them. And so these are the cherished urban fabric that we love, yet the future after that point was one in which, you know, the single family zoning was a different way of excluding a mix of people after fair housing was implemented. So I'm very excited to be on the commission at this moment. And I think a lot of places in the United States are looking toward Oregon being a leader in this regard. So this is like a huge deal. Can't be overstated. And I think that it's really exciting that it's being paired with the housing production strategy work, in the sense like, okay, now we freed up the zoning world and the building world, yet now there's no money to build affordable housing, you know? So we just want to make sure like we don't break down these barriers past the time when it actually does anything, that we actually subsequently be proactive about addressing the future barriers now that we've broken down the past barriers. And so I think that's what's important, especially with the housing production work. It's creating the policy and framework for an opening in which you're going to have legislature and money and dollars come into that equation too. So I think our work is not done, but these are the pieces that need to go together to form this more equitable society that I think we're all here to work toward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't know if, can you hear me? This is Robin MacArthur.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to see if I was still back in the meeting. So I'm calling in because I'm still having difficulty with my Zoom. But thank you for your comments. And I'm assuming, Mary Kyle, you finished up yours. I apologize for not hearing all of it. Yes. And given that I can't see other commission members, whether or not they have questions for you, I'm just going to ask commissioners to jump in and ask their questions without being prompted. Any other questions for Mary Kyle?
It looks like Commissioner Sandoval may have something to say. He unmuted himself.
Great. Commissioner Sandoval.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear.
It might be your headpiece.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. So, no, I want to thank Mary for her comments on the kind of racialization issues of the housing market and how this bill was intended to break some of that. And also, I would agree with everything the commissioner just said about this. And I think she's right. There's this opportunity now, right? I mean, you can break these zoning exclusionary barriers, but then you have to provide that funding, right, and the access to mortgages and so forth. So one of the things that the Housing and Community Services Agency is really focusing on for the next few years is providing increasing the amount of home ownership of communities of color in Oregon. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there to say how how this is how these two state agencies. I don't know. I don't think you work together on this at all, but somehow, because of the context of what that we're living in today, seem to have created a really good opportunity to make amends for a lot of the housing discrimination that has occurred in Oregon in the past.
That's super exciting to hear about the home ownership component.
Commissioner Lilac has his hand raised.
Thank you.
Just go ahead, Commissioner. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say how much I appreciate everything that Commissioner Halava said, and I completely echo all of it, so I won't repeat any of it. And since we're still kind of on responding to Mary Kyle, gosh, she's just so exactly right about the need to implement Goal 10. And I know as I was preparing to serve on the commission, I went back and listened to a couple of the prior Senate confirmation hearings and heard both Commissioner Warren and Commissioner Sandoval also talking about the need to address housing meaningfully, and that this is such a major step forward. It feels, not to overly dramatize it, I guess, but a bit historic, frankly, to be in the position to consider adoption of these. I recall when I started working for Deschutes County almost a dozen years ago, I asked, how does the county implement Goal 10 and allocate the needed housing among the cities? And it was a very quick response, we don't. And I asked, well, how do other counties do it? And they don't either. And so it's really meaningful to see the state taking this leadership and moving forward and to be in the position in the moment that we are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. Are there any other folks that want to comment or ask questions of Mary Kyle? Hearing none, I will assume that, well, is there any more? Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mary Kyle, very much. And I was also thinking that you're so perfectly situated to give us some thoughts, not today, but as we, in September, and as you work through the RAC. The discussion we had earlier about in areas and housing needs analysis and housing production strategies, and how the work we do in this realm really is very connected to the climate-friendly rulemaking. So you're uniquely positioned to offer some suggestions and guidance on how we can link those two efforts so we have really complete communities in the end. So thanks for all your volunteer work on this. We very much appreciate it. Are there other people that are signed up to testify? Esther, I can't see.
No, there isn't.
Great. So does that mean that we are ready to have a full, I guess I'll close the public comment period and ask if commissioners have any more discussion before we entertain a motion. Well, maybe I'll turn back to staff first. Staff, do you have anything else you'd like to say? I don't want to cut you off.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I do not. Ethan, do you?
Yeah, likewise. No additional comments.
Thank you again. Thanks for the wonderful presentation. Very clear. So then going back to commissioners, is there anything else you want to discuss or question or whatever before we initiate the motion?
This is Commissioner Jacobson. I just want to kind of reiterate comments made by Commissioner Lilac earlier, just on all the great work that is done. I feel almost guilty joining you at this time when all the chopping firewood and carrying water has sort of been done, and I just sort of coming up the end to vote. So I just want to say that it's been really impressive to look at not just the work of the agency, but all the work of nonprofits and other organizations and communities and volunteers and members that have been involved in the process.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion if nobody else.
That would be wonderful, Commissioner Holiva.
Nobody else has their hand raised. You can't see.
Thank you for being my eyes.
I move that the Land Conservation and Development Commission adopt Oregon Administrative Rule Chapter 660, Division 46, including the Medium Cities Middle Housing Model Code and minimum compliance standards as drafted in attachments B and C of the agenda item number 6.
I'll second that. This is Commissioner Sandoval.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Let's ask Esther to do the roll call.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Holiva.
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously with an excused absence from Vice Chair Piermine. Thank you, everybody. Great work, staff. Great work. The RAC members, and I know the RAC members are still involved with more work on this, the next phases of this, but just really exciting and wonderful that we've gotten this far so quickly under such difficult circumstances. So thank you. So let's move on then. We've made up a lot of time. Good for you. The next agenda item is agenda item 7, and that is the infrastructure-based time extension. And just to remind folks that we're having a discussion today and we're trying to give staff direction on a couple of specific areas so that they can go forth and refine the rule for us to consider adoption on August 5th. They'll be working obviously with the RAC to do that refinement, but we're giving input on that. So with that, I might just ask staff to present.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. So I invite Kevin Young up to the stage here, and he's pulling up the presentation. So I'm going to really be very brief in my comments on the infrastructure-based time extension request and really let Kevin dive in. It's a very technical exercise to do this work, and he's been exceptional in carrying that water and doing the hard work, putting these rules together. One thing I do want to note and just really echo is something that Chair MacArthur just mentioned, which is we'll be coming back to the commission on August 5th to potentially adopt these rules. And so really what we are interested in hearing today is any major concerns from commissioners about the rules or the review criteria or anything like that for an infrastructure-based time extension request. And then also on the potential appeal process that we've sent in a supplemental packet item. So we're hoping to really quickly turn any of those comments around in a staff report for you that we can get out to you hopefully by the end of next week. So there's a short timeline there. So any discussion, we want to hear that all today. So with that, I will hand it over to Kevin.
Thanks, Ethan, and happy birthday, by the way. What a way to spend your day. So, good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, commissioners, staff, members of the public. My name is Kevin Young. I'm a senior planner with DLCD. I'm very pleased today to present to you our draft administrative rules for the infrastructure-based time extension request process. That's a mouthful. We've come to refer to it as the IBTR, so you'll hear me use that term repeatedly throughout my presentation today. What I plan to do is to hit on kind of some of the key elements of the rules, allow for any clarifying questions as we go through those, but really the intent would be to have any, kind of a fuller conversation and questions, discussion at the end of the presentation. I'll try to be brief. I know it's been a long day, so without further ado, I'll go ahead and move into more information on the IBTR process. So as Ethan noted, our desired outcome today is really to get preliminary direction, to hear public testimony, to make sure that commissioners understand and have their questions answered regarding these proposed rules. We'll be coming back on August 5th, hopefully to adopt those rules. Obviously, we've allowed for public testimony today. We will continue to accept written testimony up to August 5th, 2020, which is, of course, is the second hearing date. That testimony can be submitted at this email address, or individuals can sign up to testify via Zoom using this link. So a little background on House Bill 2001 and the requirements for the IBTR process. Essentially, the process was envisioned to allow local governments time to address significant infrastructure deficiencies before allowing middle housing in those affected areas. Okay, so the bill specifies 4 infrastructure systems that would qualify. So that would be water systems, sewer systems, storm drainage, or transportation. Other types of infrastructure would not qualify for a time extension. And as specified in the bill, those infrastructure deficiencies must either be current deficiencies or expected to be significantly deficient before December 31, 2023. So that language is straight out of the bill. And we've, in our work with the Technical Advisory Committee, we've tried to remain within those boundaries. I think it's important to do so. So the bill does direct the department to adopt rules regarding this process. The proposed rules are divided into 8 sections. I'm not going to go into detail on all of these. These are the basically the purpose, eligibility, definitions, parameters, infrastructure thresholds, application requirements. We do have some supplemental information on the appeal process. I'm happy to answer questions there. And then lastly, rules regarding the duration of time extensions. So that's basically the way those are structured. Are there any questions before I move on? Okay, I don't see any, so I'll go ahead and move on to the next slide. Maybe there was a question there. I'm not sure. Okay, so I just want to note that I was very lucky to work with an excellent technical advisory committee. We had great involvement from a variety of folks, medium and large city practitioners, service district practitioners, community organizations, advocacy groups. And the group really rolled up their sleeves, got down into the weeds when necessary, but worked very constructively together to put together, I think, a body of rules that will be within the parameters specified by the bill, will be able to operationalize this concept. The TAC, of course, is advisory to DLCD staff. They met 6 times between January and May of 2020. And of course, those meetings were recorded and open to the public. The TAC has completed its work, and that's, of course, why the rules are here for you now. So this is showing you the timeline that we face. So again, the TAC work began in January, ended in late May. We are now here at the end of July at our first hearing, and the hope is that the rules are adopted August 5th. And part of the reason for that is that the deadlines in the bill are quite strict. So the medium cities, those are the cities between 10 and 25,000 population outside the metro area, are required to apply for IBTRs. So these are the time extensions based on infrastructure deficiencies by the end of December of this year. So they'll have a little less than 5 months once we adopt these rules to actually put that application together. Pretty complicated stuff too, I would add. The bill also mandates a 90-day review period for DLCD following the receipt of those applications. So that's shown here as well. Then for the large cities, they will be allowed more time. So they'll have until the end of June 2021 to submit that application. DLCD will have 120 days to review those applications following that deadline. Still, it's a lot of work to get done within a little less than a year. So the development and adoption of these rules in a timely manner has really been of the utmost importance. So before I get into the key issues, I just wanted to kind of step back and talk a little bit about how infrastructure gets built and paid for, the development process. So really there's generally 2 ways it happens. It happens in conjunction with development. And so, typically on a small scale, you would have a lot or a few lots develop, and you might have some required public improvements that go along with that. That might include things like right-of-way dedication, sidewalk improvements, potentially even extension of water or sewer lines, but fairly limited scale public improvements designed to address the needs of that development. On a larger site, so a subdivision or a large residential development, the ability to require more extensive public improvements is proportionate. And this is all governed by the principle of rough proportionality, which is a legal concept that's been worked out through a series of court decisions interpreting the takings clause in the US Constitution, also implemented through the state constitution as well. So the principle is that essentially local governments cannot require improvements that are disproportionate to the impacts created by the development. So rough proportionality is an analysis that planning staff, engineering staff are always doing at the local government level to determine what's reasonable to require. And again, for those larger development sites, those requirements can be greater. So, you might have a large stormwater detention facility. You're going to have public streets being built. You're going to have sidewalks being constructed, sewer lines extended, all of that typically on a larger scale is what happens. But then there's the question of on-site versus off-site improvements. Typically with new development, the on-site improvements are kind of expected. So you're going to build the streets you need, the sewer lines, et cetera. Sometimes if those developments are of a large enough scale, there is some ability to require off-site improvements. So for example, a large residential development might generate enough vehicular traffic to require a system upgrade at a nearby intersection or extension of a sewer line from a further distance away. So those are the tools that the local government has to require in conjunction with development. Outside of that, the infrastructure needs are typically accommodated by local governments through public facility master planning and capital improvement programs. So the master plans for infrastructure throughout the urban growth boundary are going to speak to the needs for, say, transportation, sewer, water, with build out of the entire urban growth boundary. So it's a plan for how are we going to get sewer out there and how are we going to get water out there. The broad brush plans. The capital improvement program is a more limited duration, 5 to 6 year program that essentially links revenues with priority projects by the local government. So, you know, it's basically a list that says we've got these kind of dollars available. Here's the type of improvements that we need to get done sooner than later. Funding sources vary for this work. Generally, they include systems development charges, general fund dollars, sometimes grants, state and federal agencies, and others, debt financing, so public improvement bonds, utility fees and charges, local improvement districts, tax increment financing, and other tools can be used. But that's essentially how the infrastructure gets built and paid for. And we're envisioning, you know, of course, the same process for infrastructure with the middle housing development that we anticipate occurring. So,
if I can interrupt you just for a second, I think Commissioner Warren had a question earlier and I didn't recognize him.
My apologies. Go on.
That's fine, Chair MacArthur. Thank you. Thanks, Kevin. I just had a quick question. So for the medium cities, in your professional opinion, do you think that the 5-month application period is going to be long enough for them to really address the issues that they may have?
Certainly more time would be better. I think it's possible. Our early advice, you know, early on in this process to those local governments interested in this process is look at your public facility plans, talk to consultants, get your projects lined up. We do have some funding under the House Bill 2001 grant dollars to support local government work in that area. And so, you know, our plan is to immediately following rule adoption to be able to release those funds and get that work going. You know, the issue for the medium cities is a little less complicated in that their requirement is to allow for a duplex on every lot or parcel. And I'll get into this a little bit later, but based on some of the evidence that we've seen, we think that the actual pace of development will be relatively small. And so that incremental increase to systems, we don't anticipate being significant. That said, local governments need to plan for it. And if they have current infrastructure constraints, they should be thinking about this already. It is unfortunately a very limited amount of time.
But you are pointing out, Commissioner, the tight timeframes that the legislature gave for this process. And that's another reason why our staff tried to respond as quickly as possible. And that's why we have the special meeting in August to get these things adopted so they can provide clarity to local jurisdictions trying to follow state law.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions while I'm catching a breath here? Sorry. All right. I'll move on. So I'll be touching on these 8 major areas of interest on the rulemaking process. And then after each one, I'll just pause if there are questions on these specific issues. So one of the first issues we looked at with the Technical Advisory Committee was the question of acceptable service levels. The bill itself includes language that states that the rules may include service deficiency levels required to qualify for the extension. Well, that sounds good in theory. Once we started to meet, it became quite evident that local governments use a variety of measures for infrastructure sufficiency. They're not consistent. You know, one example is local governments in transportation planning might use level of service as a metric, or they might use volume over capacity. And even within that, some local governments will accept a lower level of service. And so the standards are not uniform throughout between the different local governments. And sometimes even within the same local government, there are some areas that are subject to higher standards. So one of the examples we talked about was a drainage area that released water into a water body that was governed under the ESA, the Endangered Species Act. And so the water quality requirements for that basin were higher in that part of the city than they were anywhere else. So for that reason, we have a definition of acceptable service levels, which is quite broad. What we've tried to do is cover the universe of ways in which local governments adopt service levels. And so I won't go into the language of this definition, but that is essentially what we're trying to capture here. The second issue is the question of what's a significant infrastructure deficiency. And so, you know, for some types of infrastructure, that's going to be a fairly clear metric. So for example, if you have a sewer system overflow, that's clearly an unacceptable level of service. If you have a water system that's not getting you adequate pressure at a hydrant to meet fire flow requirements, that's a pretty clear threshold. In transportation in particular, it's a little less clear because there are many circumstances where you might have say a service level at a single intersection that doesn't meet the standard. Is that a significant infrastructure constraint? No, not always. And quite often local governments will say, well, yeah, that intersection isn't functioning well, but it is not contributing to a larger issue in the system. For that reason, the rules are written in a way to place the burden of proof on the local government to demonstrate that an infrastructure deficiency is significant. It's not just that it doesn't meet a certain level, but you need to demonstrate that this is a bigger issue that can't be solved with development or, you know, a minimal level of infrastructure improvements. All right. So that's kind of the question about acceptable service levels and deficiencies. Any questions on that before I move on?
Well, I have a question specifically, Kevin, about sidewalks. It's transportation and lack of, so it's not like the example you gave on transportation was more on auto traffic. And so what if there's an area that could be connected to transit and a downtown or Main Street with sidewalks, yet they don't have sidewalks, and increased density in that area would create some safety issues if those folks are trying to get somewhere without their car. How does that fit in?
It's a really good question. And we certainly talked about that in relation to what's a minimum level of improvement that we would look for in a transportation system. So in that section of the rule, it's 0340, we speak to infrastructure specific thresholds. And what we've done there is really try to define the minimum improvement standard. So as we talked about sidewalks, we thought, you know, would we want to preclude middle housing from entire areas until a sidewalk network is developed? The problem in particular with sidewalks is you can require that improvement on an on-site basis. So if you have a small infill, yeah, I can put a sidewalk along that frontage. But if there's not another sidewalk in a mile, that's a constraint. And the determination that we made with the TAC was that's probably not a sufficient basis to say, no, we're not going to allow any middle housing here until we have a full, complete sidewalk network. And so the threshold is relatively, you know, it's really about emergency vehicle access. You need to meet minimums for emergency vehicle access, and you need to have intersections, roadways that are functioning within their service limits. and not creating safety hazards. Really, that is kind of the minimum that we set in the rules. So hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. Other questions from commissioners? Just kind of put your hand up like that if you can, so I can see you. Don't see anyone. Great, thank you. Next slide then.
All right, so the next issue I'd like to talk about is development and redevelopment assumptions. The reason this is important is that it's that issue of either a current deficiency or one that's anticipated within a certain amount of time. And so the question is, what level of middle housing are we likely to see by December 31 of 2023? And of course, remembering that medium cities will not adopt these standards until June of 2021, large cities will not adopt them until June of 2022. There's not a lot of time for middle housing development to occur. So that's the first question we talked about. And then we talked about the issue of, is there a difference between the amount of middle housing that we would anticipate with infill and redevelopment versus a larger greenfield site, if you will? And as you'll see, we settled on some different numbers there. So, so we looked at some data that we thought gave some insights into what level of response we anticipate with middle housing allowances. We looked at the Portland's ADU production figures following their waiver of system development charges. So for a 1 year period after waiving SDCs, which theoretically made it quite easy for folks to build ADUs, we saw a production rate in the city of Portland that was a fraction of 1% of eligible properties. It was a big uptick in terms of the increased number of ADUs, but still citywide, a relatively small response. And I would argue that ADUs are one of the most easily adaptable ways of bringing additional dwelling units onto an existing property. So that was one piece of information. And then of course, Vancouver, British Columbia recently adopted duplex allowances on every single family lot. After 1 year of that law being in place, we saw again a fraction of 1% of eligible properties redeveloping or developing duplexes. So for that reason, we settled on a couple of different rates. And, you know, I think we're trying to be kind of balance localized impacts versus citywide impacts. But what we settled on is for infill and redevelopment. So again, that's small sites within a largely developed context. We are stating local governments can rely on assuming a 1% increase over the base, density. For greenfield development, a 3% increase over the base density that would be expected within an area. We have also added language in the rule to allow for what's called quantifiable validation. And that actually came from House Bill 2001 itself. So there's a 3% cap provision from House Bill 2001. It's now part of ORS 197296 that essentially gets at the level of additional density assumptions local governments can assume within their HNAs, their housing needs analyses over a 20-year span. And it caps that at 3%, but allows them to make an argument for quantifiable validation if they or a nearby local government have adopted similar standards and seen a density increase over that 3% rate, they can provide that evidence. And so we've allowed for that with this process as well. Any clarifying questions on this before I move on? No, we may have lost the chair.
That means we were clear as a bell. Sorry, go ahead.
Chair MacArthur is here on phone again, so let me get her connected over.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies to you, Kevin, but I'm sure you did your usual great self when I was vacationing here at my kitchen table. But I don't have any comments or questions. Do other commissioners have comments or questions for Kevin on this particular slide?
All right.
There isn't anyone with their hand raised.
Thanks, Casteria. All right, I'll move on. So another issue we looked at, and this is really nothing that we could do anything about, was the timing challenge. Unfortunately, the deadlines built into House Bill 2001, as you've seen, there's a short window for developing the IBTR request, but in addition to that, the deadlines for the local governments to submit their IBTR applications are actually prior to the deadlines for adopting middle housing allowances. For large cities, they actually have to submit their IBTRs 1 year prior to adopting middle housing allowances. Now, perhaps some local governments will adopt the middle housing allowances early, which would allow them to say, this is what we're allowing, here's our IBTR based on that. But we think by and large, that's probably not going to happen. And they will need to anticipate where the more intensive housing types would be allowed. So if you remember, the large cities allow triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters in areas of those large cities. So they will need to do some work to anticipate where that will be allowed. We, on the decision side of that, will need to think about contingencies and conditions of approval that we might attach to those decisions, because that decision obviously won't be final until June 30, 2022. For the medium cities, although the IBTR application is due 6 months prior to their adoption of middle housing allowances, the problem is a little less complex because, again, their requirement is to allow duplex on every lot or parcel. So they have a better idea of where that will be occurring within the local government jurisdiction. So again, we're not asking for a decision on this. It's just simply a practical issue that we have discussed and done the best we can here. Any questions on that before I move on?
I don't have any. Do others?
There are no raised hands right now.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I can do this. I'll keep track of raised hands if I can. So okay.
So Kevin, can you tell me which slide you're on, Kevin? I'm following it on my iPad, your slideshow. So which slide, which one are you on? Number 5, equity analysis.
Infrastructure deficiencies versus constraints.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll try to introduce that each time.
No, you're doing great. Thank you. It's my end.
I'm sorry. This must be really frustrating, but you're doing a great job. So on the question of infrastructure deficiencies versus constraints, as we again engage with the TAC and the RAC, it became evident there are some situations where local governments are not going to be able to address infrastructure limitations through an IBTR request because they may have a limitation that is really not feasible based on very high cost, or they may have lack of jurisdiction. For example, say a bridge might need to be widened to allow more capacity, but that's under jurisdiction of the Department of Transportation. It's not something that the local government can do in and of themselves. And of course, the funding for that type of improvement is pretty high. So we are distinguishing a deficiency from a constraint. An infrastructure deficiency is a limitation that a local government can address with an IBTR proposal. An infrastructure constraint is a limitation that local governments cannot address with IBTR proposals, again, due to high cost, lack of jurisdiction. And so as we are developing the in areas conversation, one of the areas in which a local government might say, we do not wish to allow the more intensive housing types, triplexes, quadplexes, et cetera, in certain areas, might be based on an infrastructure constraint. So again, they would need to show this improvement is not financially feasible, we lack jurisdiction, or maybe there's some other issue that practically speaking does not allow us to make that infrastructure improvement in a timely manner. We will further clarify this issue with the large city rules that are currently under development. All right, any questions on that issue?
Commissioners?
I have a question. This is Nick.
Yeah.
So at what point will cities identify their constraints, and will the department then evaluate those to approve those? Is there, this is a really great differentiation of these two, and I'm still getting caught up to speed on this. So I'm just curious, how does that process work about almost a designation of a constrained area and an approval process for that, or an acknowledgement, something of that nature?
You bet. So the way we envision this working is basically through the pop-up process. So as the large cities adopt their implementing regulations to basically allow for middle housing, the findings within that analysis will need to address these types of issues. So if you're saying we don't want triplexes and above in this area due to infrastructure constraints, we're going to look to the findings from that decision to demonstrate, okay, here's the basis for a finding that this is a constraint that really was not eligible for the IBTR process. If that makes sense. Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Continue.
All right. I'll move on to item 5. This is the equity analysis. So I will say this is probably the issue we had the most robust discussions on, the question of whether or not to include an equity criterion or question with the other IBTR review criteria. Certainly some on the TAC felt that this really is a purely technical issue. It really doesn't correspond to areas of opportunity or wealth or affluence. It's really a pipes in the ground question. And how do you apply that equity analysis in that context? Other opinions were that, well, understanding that, yeah, it is largely a technical exercise, we would not want the results of an IBTR decision to basically perpetuate patterns of exclusion or inequitable access to opportunities within communities. Ultimately, that perspective resonated with staff. We do recommend inclusion of the equity criterion within the decision criteria for the IBTR. In a little more detail here, essentially we've tweaked the language here a little bit. And in part, this criterion asks that the local government demonstrate that the IBTR application is consistent with a plan of action over time that will reduce barriers to opportunity for all community residents. We had to think carefully about that. One of our TAC members raised the very excellent issue of, ultimately the best long-term strategy for allowing for more access to opportunities might be to get approval for an IBTR and improve infrastructure in an area, thereby allowing for more middle housing in the future. And so the presumption that filing an IBTR request in a relatively, in an opportunity area would be contrary to the goals of the bill is not necessarily true. And so we really kind of worked through the language of that criterion to try to provide a bigger picture context of that decision. Then we looked at tools to try to make this workable. And we identified a mapping tool that Oregon Housing Community Services Department utilizes. This is an opportunity area map, and it identifies areas of relative opportunity by census tract within the entire state. So this is a database. I will say it's not a perfect tool, but it is a useful tool, and it is applicable statewide. So that has definitely some appeal. I'll show you an example. So this is a graphic I put together, which shows how that mapping reflects by census tract within the area, Salem area and vicinity. And so essentially, I believe Commercial Boulevard defines this line, which is kind of an interesting divide in the city. what you see here is that the darker areas show a lower poverty rate, higher labor market engagement, and lower unemployment rates than in similar census tracts in the state. The lighter areas are the opposite. So those would have higher poverty, lower labor market engagement, and higher unemployment rates. It's a tool that does show some of the disparities within cities. Salem is not unique. I'm not trying to pick on Salem. It's just a piece of geography that we're all familiar with. So this is typically how that would operationalize itself. And the criterion is kind of based on looking at your community through this lens. Let's talk about how the IBTR and your larger plans for bringing opportunity to all residents are going to make sense for your community. So that's a mouthful. Are there questions on this criterion or this issue?
I don't have any questions. Anyone else on the commission?
There are no raised hands.
All right, very good. All right. So I'll move on to review criteria, and I'll say that, you know, generally aside from the equity criterion, which we just discussed, I'd say the TAC and the RAC members generally supported the proposed criteria that we have in section 0360. We did, however, late breaking news, introduce criterion F after TAC and RAC review. It was included based on recommendations from Department of Justice that it might make sense to include sort of a catch-all criterion for consideration of IBTR requests. And essentially, that criterion read, in terms of applicable considerations for an IBTR request, any other criteria that the department determines are relevant. Well, it is pretty open-ended. And as we addressed the next question, which has to do with, well, maybe not the next question, but as we address the appeal process, which I'll speak to soon, we determined that that criterion would be problematic in the context of an appeal, might make it difficult for a local government to provide a complete application. And so we are recommending eliminating criterion F because it would unnecessarily complicate the appeal process. All right, unless there are questions, I'll move on. Okay, I'm almost done here. So next issue is additional time extensions. So many of our TAC members again stated, and this is true, certainly in my experience, it's not uncommon for local government to find that it must amend its infrastructure improvement plans due to unforeseen circumstances. It happens based on financing partners, who know, geographic conditions, geological conditions you hadn't foreseen. For all those reasons, the idea that it might be a good idea to allow for some adjustments to be made was proposed. Now, what we don't really see room for is to create a whole new hearings process. And so what we have proposed in the rule in section 0370 is for a local government to submit an amended remediation plan for this type of circumstance. So it will explain, here's the circumstance, here's how we plan to make adjustments, and then we're proposing some additional criterion that the department would evaluate when evaluating the amended remediation plan. So I'll pause there for any questions. I see Commissioner Lilac has a question.
Thank you. Well, I was just thinking about based on unforeseen circumstances. I mean, we're in one. And that's exactly what I thought about, was just with the pandemic or an unforeseen recession when a local government has anticipated receiving a certain amount of revenues over a certain period of time to make the necessary infrastructure improvements, and everything dries up and you're not able to do that. So anyway, it's just quite timely to have those unforeseen circumstances and to have that included. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Any other questions? All right. Then I'll move on to the last issue, which is the appeal process. So again, And you saw this in the supplemental memo, supplemental staff report that went out. In consultation with Department of Justice staff, department staff felt that it was a good idea to specify inclusion of provisions for appeals of IBTR decisions. Of course, we addressed that in more detail in the staff report, but essentially the decision was made to include this because if we are not specific on this issue, appeals would be considered at county circuit courts. Because in that context, circuit court judges do not necessarily have expertise in land use law or statewide planning program. Also, those proceedings are typically more time consuming and extensive, adding to time, complexity, and cost of defending those decisions. Consequently, this appeal process that we have proposed in the amended version of section 0360 would send appeals to the Land Conservation Development Commission to consider those issues. So any questions on that before we move on to any larger questions or discussion? All right, seeing none. So this is the point when I would like to hear from you. We're certainly any preliminary thoughts, concerns, or direction that you might provide so that we can make changes to the admin rules for the August 5th meeting would be most appreciated.
Thank you. Let's open it up. And then do we have people signed up to testify on this as well?
I don't believe so, but I'll wait to hear from staff.
I was thinking about Esther. Maybe she might know.
No, I do not have anyone that has signed up for agenda item 7.
Great. Thank you. So this is great presentation and very thoughtful draft rulemaking efforts on the part of you and Gordon and the entire team. So thanks for that. So this, just to remind commissioners, this is your chance to give comments, and you can look at the staff report on pages 12 and 13. It also outlines all the issues that Kevin just went through. So they're really looking for directions, suggestions, whatever on these particular items. So again, that they can go back and refine, draft a rule that we will consider well, I guess we actually have a draft rule sort of in front of us today, but that we can actually adopt potentially in August. So I'm just going to open it up to have people comment or ask questions about all 8 of those items. And since I can't see you, just go ahead probably and jump in and talk.
There isn't anyone with their hand up. Nobody seems to be talking.
Oh, I have a comment. This is Commissioner Sandoval.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so first of all, yeah, excellent presentation, very clear. So I wanted to go back to the equity analysis, and I'm really happy to hear that you use Oregon Housing Community Services data. I'm glad that's being used. We've been trying to push kind of data management in the agency. So that's really great to hear. So I wanted to know if there's going to be like a kind of a demographic overlay of those areas of opportunity, and if different demographic characteristics would be taken into account in that equity analysis. So for example, and I know that in northeastern Salem, there's a large Latino population there. So anyways, was there any discussion of that, or what are your feelings with that?
You bet. Let me read the criterion as it's written. It's kind of a mouthful, so you'll have to bear with me. But this is the exercise that we're asking the cities to engage in as part of addressing the criteria for the IBTR. So whether in relation to the opportunity area map provided per OAR, blah, 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 the applicant has demonstrated that correction of the significant infrastructure deficiency will either help to overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected characteristics, or at minimum will not serve to perpetuate these inequities. To assist with this evaluation, local governments may demonstrate that the IBTR application is consistent with a plan of actions over time by the local government and community partners that will reduce barriers to opportunity for all community residents in all areas within the local government's jurisdiction. There's a lot there. So this is criterion 3D in section 0360 of the proposed rules. So you may want to look at that in more detail, and I'm certainly open to suggestions about additional issues or wording or what have you of that criterion.
Can you say how the word opportunity is defined there? Is it defined in what you just said, or is it defined somewhere else?
I guess I'll say the intent here is in relation to the opportunity area map. And so the 3 data points that are shown on that map have to do with access to jobs, poverty rate, and labor market. It's labor market engagement. I could go back to that slide. So they are clearly identified. And it is not a reference to opportunity zones. We know that's a different animal. We ruled that out. But in this context, that's the intent.
Yeah. It started off with saying, like, kind of look at this map, and then it went into the question. It might need to say again, as defined in this map or something like that.
Okay, all right.
Chair MacArthur, Kevin.
Yes.
Kirsten.
I just wanted to sort of again note for the future how important what Kevin and Commissioner Sandoval are raising here about data and spatial representation. I would say we are at the beginning of doing that better and asking communities to do that better through housing needs analysis and housing production strategies. I'm going to guess that what Kevin sort of found to use with OHCS's work was a reference to kind of OHCS's leadership in this regard. And it is opportunity areas here is a reference, I believe, to housing and urban development definitions and an opportunity areas kind of principle in AFFH that we were talking about earlier. But this is, I would just say that the spatial representation and demographics is a sort of a very pregnant and a very sort of provocative and good issue. And we're committed in the department to getting better at it. But we're at the beginning of that journey. And also we want to be on that journey with local government partners and grant recipients. So it's, thanks for asking the question, Commissioner.
Yeah, just to follow up real quickly, I'm pretty sure OHCS has the demographic, spatial demographic data, so that could be pretty easy to get. But the question was really about whether we're going to use racial, ethnic, characteristics in defining what equity is. And from the definition you provided, I'll take a closer look, but it seems like it could be left up for interpretation. And so I don't know if the commission wants to take a stronger stance in that or not. That was my point.
Yeah, no, so let me speak to that just briefly. We did look at available data sources, and I believe that was a limitation. In terms of the demographic information available from ACS at the census tract level, people who are more expert than me raised the issue that data is not great. It's not terribly reliable. If there's a better data source that we might use, certainly I think we'd be open to that.
Chair MacArthur, if I may, this is Kirsten. I'm sorry to be a broken, if I may, I'm sorry to be a broken record on this, but this is a bit of an obsession of mine as well. And we are earlier in the packet in Director Rue's report. You may have found DLCD's initial approach to equity, and I would hope that we could continue to discuss that with commissioners. We are looking into making a sort of a programmatic commitment to following OHCS's good lead on using data as information in urban planning. In fact, we're compelled to as planners. So this is a very rich topic for us, and it's a project at the management team level, but we'd appreciate the commission's sort of partnership in this as we figure it out programmatically across all issues, as we were talking about earlier today, with making not just housing, but climate, transportation, natural hazards, all better informed by spatial, demographic, and racial data. But you're right, Commissioner Sandoval actually points something out, that we don't have a definition agency-wide of racial equity at this time. We have a state definition for diversity, equity, inclusion, but we don't have a department definition of racial equity. Thank you. Not yet, but.
Well, but I read actually your definition. I think you do have one, because, or at least your Equity and Inclusion Committee has come up with an excellent definition, one of the better definitions that I've seen, actually. And so maybe it's just an issue of, referencing that as part of the criteria.
All right.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So Kevin, that's our homework then for when we come back on August 5th, and for our staff report that we put out next week. No rest for the weary. There's a very quick turnaround here.
Got it.
Thank you, Dr. Sandoval.
Yes, thank you.
Other comments, questions, anything from commissioners on this topic in terms of giving some direction to staff? So I don't see anyone, but I can't. So if you, I guess I'm not hearing anyone raise their hand or hearing anyone wanting to comment. So we should close this agenda item. Great work on the part of staff. Thank you for the clear presentation. We will see you August 5th. And I'm assuming we'll get materials a couple weeks before then. That's not very much time for you guys, is it?
Nope. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Great. Well, that concludes agenda item 7. And so let's take a break.
Chair.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. We have about, by my count, 65 minutes of business left. Palmer is here. So you can restart anytime you want after a break, but we should figure, let's just say, an hour and a quarter left for the rest of today's agenda. And as I look at tomorrow's, there's really not much that we can move ahead.
That's really helpful. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. So we will take a 15, I guess a little bit more than 15-minute break. Let's reconvene at 2:45. And I think I'm going to be making a call to David Michael during that time. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Who's that person in that sort of salmon-colored sweater?
That would be me.
How long are you with us this time?
Well, we hope for the duration, but one never knows about that. I love doing the Vanishing Act.
Did David help?
He did help. He's a miracle worker. So we'll see if this stays with us. Otherwise, I was contemplating driving to Salem tomorrow and doing the meeting from there in a little office somewhere. So we'll talk about that afterward.
Well, Robin, I had exactly the same idea because we can set you up in Kirsten's office, I think. But let's just hold that as perhaps an unused backstop.
Great. We'll see how the rest of the day goes. And I might do that. It's just too frustrating I'm sure for you folks, but obviously for me as well. So, but I'm happy to drive to Salem to make it work a little better tomorrow. So we'll talk after the meeting, but do we have, thank you for that, Jim. Esther, do we have folks here?
Yes, we do.
Great. Let's come back from our break refreshed. And now we're going to talk about our policy option packages, POPs. And we have Palmer here as well as a whole array of other folks to talk about budget. And this is a voting item because we're trying to get these POPs ready to submit to the governor's office and ultimately, hopefully, to the legislature for consideration. So take it away, Palmer.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. Again, for the record, Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor at DLCD. I've been asked to present to you today on our policy option packages. Policy option packages is just a fancy way of saying budget request. We're going to be talking about budget requests for the next biennium, so that would be the 2021-23 biennium. These would be the budget requests that go into hopefully into the governor's recommended budget for that biennium, and then would have to be approved by the legislature and funds and positions appropriated. The purpose here is, again, to talk about these policy option packages as a part of the agency request budget. The agency request budget is basically our core budget and all the work that we do under a legislative and executive mandate. These policy option packages are the new work, new staffing, new positions, or they would be the expansion of existing programs. So just to give you some context about what we're talking about. And the objective, as the chair indicated, is that the commission would consider and then hopefully approve these policy option packages as a part of, again, the agency request budget. So we'll go on to the next slide. So this is a chart that shows all the policy option packages. I realize now that this font and this type is very, very small. It's kind of like the set of instructions you get to put together a toaster. So I apologize for that. It may be easier for you all to work from attachment C. If you have that as a part of the materials, that's the same chart here. If you want to, read through and look through the narratives and the financial, the money descriptions, the numbers. Otherwise, I'll just talk from this document and you all can ask questions as you need to. So I'm going to start with policy option package 110. This is the housing package. This is a proposal to basically continue the implementation of House Bill 2001, the Middle Housing Bill, and House Bill 2003, the Housing Production and Housing Needs Analysis Bill. Thank you, whoever's making that change. I think this will be a better document to work from. So from the last session, in the current budget, we were appropriated 6 positions and several $1 million in technical assistance funding. We're largely asking for the continuation of the same thing. We're asking for the same number of positions and a slightly smaller amount of technical assistance money. We'd ask for the same, the technical assistance money is about $2.5 million. So it's about, it's a little it's less than what we asked for or received in the 2019 session. So $1 million would be available for House Bill 2001. So continuing the work on the middle housing ordinances, and then $1.5 million would be available to continue the work under House Bill 2003. So that again is the work around housing production strategies and housing needs analysis. There is a link here between this policy option package and package 112, which is the climate mitigation package, and I'll talk more about that later. But I wanted to note that since there were several commissioners earlier in the day who were talking about the linkage between the housing work and our climate work, and so I wanted to note that that is definitely contemplated here. the positions that would be funded through this package would help as we work on the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. And then I don't know how we want to proceed. Do we want to take questions at each pop, or do we want to just take them at the end? Is there a preference there? I guess I'm asking Chair MacArthur.
Has she left us
It
again?
looks like, yeah, it looks like the chair.
Maybe on mute.
I did blank out again. So my serious apologies to everyone at the table. So I did not hear if you asked me a question, Palmer.
Well, I was just wondering, what's your preference, or what's the commission's preference, to take questions as I finish talking about each pop, or we just want to do them all at the end?
Why don't we take questions with each one, because they're related, but they are different. So why don't we do it that way?
Okay.
So commissioners, any questions about the housing pop?
I don't see any questions. The two things that I do want to mention about this, and then we'll move on to pop 111. An important part here is the 6 positions that we're talking about would be converted from limited duration to permanent, and that we want to change the underlying law so that cities smaller than 10,000 would also be eligible for technical assistance money to do housing needs analysis and housing production strategies. So I'll move on to the climate adaptation pop 111. This would also be, in part, a continuation pop. We have an existing position right now, Chris Shirley, who works on our housing adaptation effort, and that is a multi-agency effort. It's about 25 agencies that we're working with to update the 2010 adaptation framework, which looked at what risk would Oregon see from climate change, and then what type of information, strategies, resources would we need to address adaptation. This work is, if we're funded by the governor and the legislature, would try to move more towards implementation. And you're going to hear more about this, I think, tomorrow from Chris. She has an extensive agenda item on the adaptation framework. So the budget request is to continue funding her position. Currently, it's funded with federal dollars. This would move it to general fund money. And then the other part of this policy option package is to ask for general fund money to do something we're calling a vulnerability assessment. This is an assessment of our resources in Oregon, be they natural resources, our communities, certain populations, our infrastructure, that might be at greater risk from climate change. Individual agencies are doing those kind of assessments now, but what we don't have at the state level is a holistic look at all of our vulnerabilities. And this seems like crucial information to figure out where we would want to focus our adaptation efforts, as well as where would we deploy and target limited resources for the best effort. I want to note that
Palmer,
this, yep.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to add just a little bit to that. The 25 agency group that Chris is leading is currently focusing and recentering all of the work on equity. The vulnerability analysis will almost certainly focus on vulnerable populations. We know from past work that urban heat in underserved communities is probably the single biggest threat of a warming world in Oregon. And it has disproportionate effects on, excuse me, the poor, people of color, traditional marginalized communities. And so that is an example of what that vulnerability analysis will show us, is who, where, and how do we respond?
Yeah, thank you, Director Rue. That was definitely going to be a point I wanted to make. This has, as he indicates, a very strong tie to equity, and give us critical data. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions about this particular budget request. All right, I'm not seeing any. Then I'll move on to the next policy option package, package 112. This is basically the budget request that would support the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, which is the moniker we're giving to our update to the transportation planning rule, our efforts to look at parking, work with metropolitan planning organizations and local governments on scenario planning, all with an eye towards ensuring that local plans are set up in a way to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector and be consistent with the regional greenhouse gas reduction targets that the Commission has previously adopted. I think it's safe to say that we've heard repeatedly from almost all stakeholders that to really support that work and to make that effort happen, making sure that local plans can meet the reduction targets and meet the mandate of the executive order, we're going to need resources. So this is a request to the governor and again, hopefully the legislature to fund an additional position and more importantly, a substantial amount of money to support local governments and NPOs in developing and adopting those reduction plans. So we're, in terms of technical assistance, we're talking about $2.25 million a biennium that would be available. And so hopefully this will happen. This is pretty key work. I guess I'll just emphasize that without money at this order, or at least a similar amount of money, our efforts to ensure that local plans are meeting the reduction targets are going to be constrained, and that will weigh on the ultimate rule that we would bring back to the Commission later. So this is a pretty critical source of funding to have successful implementation around those efforts. So
I'm sorry, and just I'm going to interrupt again for another point. We have a commitment. First of all, we've signed a memorandum of understanding with the other three agencies involved in this work, DEQ, ODOT, and ODO, to find resources to get this work done. And ODOT has committed to spending somewhere in the range of $1.5 million from transportation growth management grants, but they've also committed to find other sources to make sure that this work gets funded. It's a backstop. Clearly, it's money that they would take from other things. So we're hoping that we get at least a big chunk of this from general fund from the legislature. But I think we're pretty much assured that this work is going to happen because of ODOT's commitment to funding.
All right, if there aren't any questions, I'll...
I have a question actually, Palmer. So yeah, maybe I missed this, but the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Program, yeah, I just can't find that where, like, is that a program that we're setting up, or because there's two of these POPs that rely on that to basically make an argument around equity. So I just want to be clear about what that is, the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Program.
Yeah, Commissioner Sandoval, I think I can help you on that. And I'll say that tomorrow's commission meeting, there'll be an extensive presentation on that rulemaking, that particular program. But that program, Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities, is the moniker that we're using to describe the work under the executive order, Section 9, which directs DLCD to work with ODOT, as well as DEQ and the Department of Energy to implement the statewide transportation strategy. And our specific piece is around ensuring that at a regional and local level, the plans are meeting the greenhouse gas reduction targets that the Commission has previously adopted.
Okay.
And under that program, there's other components. There's housing, there's parking, there's trying to assure affordable and equitable communities. All these other these other policy discussions feed into that effort to implement both the statewide transportation strategy and the executive order.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. Now I remember. So thank you, Paul.
Any other questions on that one? I don't see any.
All right, then I'll move to the last POP, POP 113. This is an effort to work off the Governor's Council for Wildfire Response, which was a council that met, a council of stakeholders that met in 2019 and came up with a set of recommendations on how Oregon could be better prepared and better able to fight wildfires, both fight in terms of suppressing as well as trying to mitigate and prevent wildfires or wildfire spread. So they made a couple of recommendations that relate to the work of the commission and the agency, and that was that the state needed better wildfire mapping of the risk from wildfire when you think about existing and planned development, and also that the state needed to look at appropriate zoning standards to ensure that both existing and even more so future development were thinking critically about wildfire risk. So the issues that might come up in appropriate zoning standards would be things like, are we making sure that we build in the right places, or if we do build in areas of wildfire risk, are the structures built such a way to minimize the risk? Do they have something called defensible space? So you're thinking about cleared vegetation around the building and outbuildings. Are we making sure that we have development that plans for easy access for firefighting equipment and for safe evacuation of people? Those type of issues. Obviously, those issues touch on other agencies. The state fire marshal, when you think about building structures in such a way that they're safe, and existing programs that they manage around defensible space, it also involves the work of the Department of Forestry, not just in terms of firefighting equipment, but the Department of Forestry has a lot of data about the risk of areas to have wildfires. So the proposal here is that DLCD, in working with partnership with the Department of Forestry, would get a position and some funding to support a stakeholder process, bringing all the different stakeholders, the development community, the ag interests, the environmentalists, public health advocates, all the interests together, local government representatives in particular, cities and counties together, to talk about those two issues of wildfire mapping and appropriate zoning standards, and then come up with a set of recommendations that would go to the legislature in 2023. Those recommendations would be both about what level of funding is needed at the state to support a program and to assist local governments with both mapping and potentially zoning standard changes, as well as what type of positions would be needed at state agencies. And then this would be a discussion the legislature would have in the 2023 session. And then they would, decide what type of programs to set up. But I think the idea behind this is, if we can have a structured discussion and we include all the right stakeholders, we can come up with a better set of recommendations that would inform the legislative discussion in 2023. And that's that POP right there.
Thank you, Palmer. Questions? Commissioner Lilac?
Thank you. Palmer, is this the time, or is it coming up that we can talk about the letter that was submitted on behalf of, it looks like 8 or 9 organizations that we just received in our packets last night?
So I can definitely talk about it. And thank you, Commissioner Lilac. I was going to mention that we received a letter around this, and this is the letter in terms of public comment around this policy option package 113, wildfires. And then we also received a letter that from the Oregon American Planning Association chapter around a couple of our POPs, POP 111 and POP 112 in particular. So to your question, Commissioner, there were a group of development and ag interests who submitted a letter I think they were basically concerned that the department was asking for a position to start doing some wildfire mapping, while at the same time during the 2021 session, so this next regular session, there would be discussions around a piece of legislation that would basically create this stakeholder process, working with the state agencies to come up with a set of recommendations. There was legislation in the 2020 session that tried to set up a similar process, and had the session, not been derailed over the climate discussion, likely would have passed because there was a great deal of stakeholder support that would have basically set up this process that I've been talking about, funding a position at DLCD, working with the Department of Forestry, and the other state agencies and the stakeholders to come up with a set of recommendations for this next upcoming session. We're now having to move that to a discussion in 2021, and then coming back with a set of recommendations in 2023. So I think the stakeholders who wrote that letter were thinking that we were asking for a separate position to do work before that piece of legislation moved next session. I have emailed them back to say that was not our intent. I think our intent matches their intent, as I understand it in the letter, although I haven't spoken to anybody directly. And that we're all on the same page, and that the idea here again is that we need to go to the legislature to set up this stakeholder process, working with the other agencies, particularly Department of Forestry, to work through these issues and come back to the legislature in 2023. So I believe we're in the same place, but I would like to talk to them more, and I haven't personally spoken with them yet.
And I don't know if we have anybody in the audience today that can speak to that from that was a co-signer of that letter, but that might be helpful as well. So any other I'm sorry, Commissioner Warren, I guess, had his hand up earlier.
Yeah, hey Palmer, thanks. And forgive me for my ignorance here, but when reading through this POP 113, one thing that came to mind is that it sounds like it seems to be built around private properties and private developments. And I just want to throw out there that it may be worth our time to include like critical infrastructure, including dams, like hydroelectric power, the various many pieces of infrastructure that we all depend on. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I can clarify. The intent here is definitely to look at critical infrastructure. What you're seeing here is a synopsis. So in some of the other budget documents, there's a little more detail, but in addition to the infrastructure you would mention, I think in particular, we have to consider utility lines and substations. Those are obvious pieces of infrastructure for supporting, not only development, but things like hospitals and other critical facilities that you need, and they can be a source of some ignition and wildfire. So while there is separate planning happening in the Public Utilities Commission, I think it's appropriate when you think about land use and developing comprehensive plans that you think about where infrastructure goes, its availability and its risk for wildfire. So yes, we would certainly be talking about infrastructure. Roads are another critical set of infrastructure, both for firefighting equipment and safe evacuation. So you're right, that's a critical piece.
Any other questions from commissioners before we open it up to public comment? I don't see anybody. So Esther. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So the first person that I will call up is, call into the meeting, Helen Kennedy.
And Ms. Kennedy, you've been unmuted.
Thank you, Esther. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Helen Kennedy. I live in Marcola, Oregon, for the record, and I respectfully disagree with the proposed POPs for climate because I think that that DLCD, based on its slow pace in doing climate actions, needs more staff and resources for all of their programs. We're in a climate emergency before COVID-19, and in these times with health, social, and economic disruption, where we're confronting racism and dealing with civil unrest, The climate change crisis exacerbates that stress and that uncertainty. The Kaiser Family Foundation reports that over 37% of US adults are now showing signs of anxiety or depression. And this is from a few weeks ago. Oregons need beacons of hope and stability. When it comes to the crisis of climate, DLCD and LCDC can give us the hope and stability by making sure we are going to build a future that is healthier, safer, more equitable, and more resilient to climate-induced impacts. Now more than ever, climate must be the priority. This is particularly true for transportation and housing, but you would be remiss not to have solid planning and climate adaptation, including the wildfire. If ever there was a time that we need more staff and resources for DLCD, it is now and in the next biennium. Oregon's climate land use goals and its rules will form the bedrock of how we rebuild our economy equitably, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and boost our resilience to climate-induced impacts. So one of the things I would like to urge you to do as commissioners is to read the resolution from the Democratic Party of Oregon regarding climate smart economic recovery, which I will send to you tomorrow in my packet. It calls on all government officials to prioritize and increase equitable climate smart investments and planning and infrastructure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and build a sustainable future. It's been transmitted to the governor and the legislators. So I just don't think we can afford to reduce the budget even further than what was originally proposed. And that's what's before you now. There's a reduction than what was proposed back in May. And I respectfully do that, understanding the pressures that the department is under. I think they need more help. And so I think they need at least another 4 staff positions and probably another $1 million in resources. And I do think they can be creative by adding short-term positions through the biennium, and they could get temporary assignments of planners from other agencies, including federal agencies. They could get help through help through giving funds to environmental justice nonprofits. So I would urge the commission to act boldly, support the staff to really take this on in the same manner that the housing rules have been taken on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any comments, questions from commissioners? Seeing none, thank you, appreciate that. And then I will ask Mary Kyle McCurdy from Thousand Friends of Oregon to join us.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and members of the Commission. Mary Kyle McCurdy, Deputy Director of 1000 Friends of Oregon. We support the POPs in particular. I'm going to speak to briefly speak to the housing POP 110 and the climate mitigation POP 112. These are really tied together, and I appreciate the staff has really integrated them, because by working on them together, we in Oregon can achieve even more bang for the buck. And we will be submitting testimony in opposition to the cuts proposed for the department to the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resources of the Joint Ways and Means Committee, so that hopefully some of these POPs will not be needed. I do want to make 2 points, though. One is one that already came out in the housing discussion, which is that this housing work is really already required of cities by Goal 10 and is long, decades overdue. And it's really unfortunate that we should be talking about a POP added back to the department's budget when this is a requirement of cities under Goal 10 and of the department to be reviewing cities' comprehensive plans and plan amendments. And it's really a core function. And similarly with the climate mitigation work, it's really is also a reflection of and comes out of requirements of legislation passed in 2010. So we will be expecting this work to be done. regardless to the standards of Goal 10 and of that legislation, regardless of the funding. And I don't mean to be at all unsympathetic to the funding dilemmas and challenges that the department faces. It's a small department and any cut is enormous. And as I said earlier, the housing staff has been really great, and we would hope that you're able to keep them on. And the grants to the local governments are also critical for them to be able to do this work, but they should have been doing it for a long time too. So I did want to address one bit of wording in the memo that went out for this agenda item. If you're planning on using this memo again, and it's on page 5 under the POP for the housing POP. It's on page 5 under the equity analysis description. I think there are 2 words that need to be deleted. In the first full paragraph, it states that DLCD staff recognizes that the location of housing matters and that without intention, the most desirable locations and access to services are limited by race and class disparity. We recommend that you eliminate the words without intention. That was completely intentional. There's no evidentiary basis for saying it's without intention based on the discriminatory covenants that underlie much of our lands and the intentionally economically and therefore racially exclusionary zoning of detached single family zones. And I'm sure many of you have already read The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein. This is, anyway, well documented, and I recommend that you delete those words. Thank you.
I randomly had this at my desk, so I just did a little promo. Can you describe again where that is? I feel like I'm not.
It's the memo for this agenda item. So it's the agenda item 8 memo, policy option packages, page 5 of 12, and it's the first full paragraph that starts with the words "the climate-friendly housing," and it's the 2 words without intention.
Thank you, Mary Kyle. Appreciate it very much. Questions for Mary Kyle from commissioners? Not seeing any hands up or waving, so thank you. So it's back to Palmer and the commission. This is an action item, so let's have a discussion among commission members, and then when you are so inclined, there's actually a motion, I think, in the staff report, recommended motion on page 12 of the staff report. Thank you, Esther, that's helpful. Director Ryu, do you have any final comments you'd like to make about the POPs and the importance of them? And
no. Not anything about the importance of them. I can only just make mention of the very bleak budget environment that we face, and we need all the help we can get from everywhere. So I'm grateful for the comments that came during public comment.
Great. Commissioners, what are your thoughts? Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Palmer, I really appreciated your explanation and your about the letter. As you recall, when in my day job with Deschutes County, I asked about this question during the POP discussion back in early May. And it's very important to me and in my role as the Eastern Oregon representative to have the partnership with all of these organizations throughout this entire process to address wildfire. It is very important to us, and to make sure that we have that partnership going forward. And if for any reason this POP is not supported by the, I guess either it's the governor's office where it goes next, as we get into the legislative session, it's going to be critical to have these organizations support because as this appropriation shows in here, it's actually more. It's $350,000, which is what they had asked for DLCD to support the department's efforts to address what the Governor's Council on Wildfire mitigation. So I would just I'll support the POPs, but I just ask to please, if you'll please coordinate with these organizations to make sure that we are in alignment. There does seem to be, to me, a lot of overlap with what we're both asking. They didn't deny the proposal; they just requested a delay in seeking legislative funding. So that's certainly good news. So I would just respectfully ask that you closely coordinate and make sure that we're on the same page going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that I still feel a strong sense of urgency when dealing with climate. I think it's the #1 crisis facing us at this point, even though we're in the middle of a crazy pandemic and huge budget cuts. And so you also have my support with these POPs. I think that they're well done and well researched, especially with all the restrictions you all have been facing. And I find it disheartening that we won't be able to ask for the full amount that we originally had designed. But I also want to just show my sense of trust for the staff who knows the budgetary items that we're looking at right now, but B, the budget environment a whole lot better than I ever will. And so I trust your decisions here moving forward, that you're asking for a fair amount of money that you think will actually be awarded. So thank you for doing all of this hard work.
Thank you. Commissioner Halava.
And hopefully nobody asked this yet, and I missed it. Can someone remind us of the latitude we have as commissioners for advocating on budget on behalf of what the commission does?
Chair MacArthur, would that be a question for Steve or Jim?
I think it's really Jim. Yeah, thank you.
This is a really tricky area. Commissioners and staff, for that matter, really feel strongly about advocating to the legislature. And it is very tricky. It is usually in the form of a vote, in the form of perhaps a resolution, perhaps in the form of a resolution. But it is generally discouraged to have individual commissioners lobby the legislature. In large part because we're very concerned about messaging. So I think you all know, but let me just restate. When it comes to legislation, we are not allowed to make official comments until we have gotten the approval of the governor's office. And we try to observe that very closely. The primary reason for being asked not to do it is so that legislators can't start triangulating. They can't say, well, Palmer Mason told me that. We work for the governor and we're submitting a governor's recommended, we're submitting a budget that we hope is included in the governor's recommended budget. Individual voices in the public legislative arena can really have negative effects when it comes to this issue of triangulation. So my request of you is that if you feel this strongly, that you could not only vote to support this list of POPs, but you're perfectly allowed to pass a sense of the commission, a resolution of the commission, but I would I would caution you against making individual entreaties to the legislature. We're in a very touchy situation with them right now. And frankly, I'm just being hyper cautious about making sure that we're in control of the message. Does that answer the question, Anjali?
Totally. And the reason why I asked is because there's that delicate balance from the staff understanding what's the appropriate amount to ask for given the constraints and the ability to get something out of this process, right? Versus, I know some of the public comment about what it really takes resource-wise to actually accomplish these missions is probably different than what is acceptable, and that tension between who advocates for the most, understanding you're going to get not that much, right? And I feel like the staff and the department need to be realistic in some ways, and I don't know whose job it is to look to the to the stars, and it might not be us, right? It might be somebody else. It might be the general public, and I was just trying to fit us into those two areas of consideration.
Yeah, thank you for the concern. I think that you can we have tried very hard to calibrate these with both a notion of what it's going to take to do the job and what's realistic. Given where we are with COVID in this state, and given where we are with the economy and the danger of a second dip in a recession, I actually think we're probably being ambitious with the numbers that you have in front of you.
Yeah, if I can, I'd like to second Jim's point, and I appreciate what Commissioner Holova just talked about. There is a balance between the resources we really need to do the work, and I'll say right up front, these POPs do not probably really represent what's needed to do the work. And then what would the governor approve, and then ultimately what the legislature would approve when you think about all the competing interests they have. And I guess I'll just make the observation that both at the level of the governor's office and at the Capitol, if you ask for too much, you're not even a part of the conversation. Somebody else will decide for you what you get, if anything. So we are walking a fine line of trying to figure out what's needed. And as Ms. Kennedy indicated, unfortunately, the POPs that you all are considering today are already a reduction on what we thought we needed. But that is unfortunately the reality that we face. And I just want to be transparent with the commission. We are likely to be asked by the governor's office to think how we can reduce these further. And that is just the grim facts with, this, almost $4.5 billion revenue shortfall for the next biennium. It's a difficult time. There is a climate crisis. There's a housing crisis. We need more, but we're not likely to get even what we're asking for, unfortunately. Sorry to end on such a sad note, but it's probably it's real. It's real.
Commissioner Warren, you had some comments, additional comments you wanted to make.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in a little bit about the conversations with legislators. I have a personal friend who happens to be one, and I spoke with this person about, just had a conversation with them the other day, and of course, this person was asking me about my work with LCDC, and how things were going, and I told this person that I was really concerned about the upcoming budget and its effects on what the department's going to be able to do. And this person just relayed me to the message to me that they're being pounded right now on all ends from all avenues about working hard to get money to everybody. So everyone's in the same boat. So I really felt like, any message I could have had with this legislator would not have been heard well, and it may have been even a little bit of an annoyance. So just a little personal experience there for everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any final, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lilac, I see your hand up.
Well, just given the conversation, Palmer, Director Rue, I'm curious about your perspectives. Would it make any sense in that case to not submit the POP 113 and let these other organizations, if they're successful with the legislation, for them to make the case to the legislature and the governor to fund it? Or do you think this is it is the best foot forward? It's the right step is to continue with POP 113 and ask for the funding?
I'll take a whack at that, and then Palmer can fill in. As of yesterday, Natural Resources Cabinet, the governor's budget is still, while centered on equity, is still focused in the natural resources sector on climate, water, and wildfire. We have catered this ask to her priorities. There's no accident that the things that we're asking for are the very things that she has said for the last year plus that are her budget priorities. Regardless of what money is available, she wants to be able to fund some of this work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would add, I think Director Rue is absolutely right. I think it's important for the commission to tell the governor what the priorities are for the agency. And obviously strategically it makes sense that it would tie with the governor's priorities, but I think the message you're sending with these POPs is even if they don't get fully funded, this is the priority work. And I think that wildfires certainly fits into that. And Commissioner Lilac, I just want to share with you, I actually saw the letter from those stakeholders that was submitted yesterday as an encouraging thing, even though I think there was a misunderstanding about what this POP intends, and I believe it's consistent with what they're talking about. I think it's an encouraging thing, and I want to say each of those organizations, it was great to work with them in the 2020 session around a bill. It would have been awesome if that had passed earlier this year, but it didn't, and we have a real shot in 2021. And so we will be working with them. And just to that point, I've been getting some emails back and forth. We're going to set up a call and I'll end up talking with those stakeholders and we'll continue working with them.
That's great. Thank you very much.
And I think Commissioner Sandoval, and then I'd like to wrap it up.
Yeah, thank you. So, so going back, I know we're going to talk about it tomorrow in detail, the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Program, but it seems like POP 110 and 112 are related to that, and I'm wondering if we can't do this now, but going into the future, how we can get OHCS involved in helping with the housing component related to climate change and in that program specifically. Like basically, I think two agencies can apply for a POP together, right? Is that? So
the answer is yes, that can definitely happen, Commissioner Sandoval. And you made this comment to us, to staff earlier, and we absolutely agree with you. There is a real opportunity to jointly approach this issue of housing with Housing and Community Services, both for this POP 110 and even for the climate work and Policy Option Package 112. And I know there were some offline discussions where we're trying to set up meetings with them. And then when we get into the conversation with the governor's office and her staff, we'll have those opportunities. So yes, we will try to look for at least a linkage, if not a joint POP.
Right.
It looks like Chair MacArthur has frozen.
Yeah, it does. Maybe we give her a minute to call in.
Sounds right. Thank you.
I think Robin's going to be joining us in person tomorrow. When I say us, I guess I mean me, but.
is Robin calling in. Sorry about that again. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yes. Yeah, we can.
Okay, so I think that I believe we're done with the commission discussion, or should be closing in on that unless somebody has something else they want to say. But I think we are ready for a motion.
This is Commissioner Jacobson, and I move the commission approve the inclusion of policy opt-in packages in the agency requested budget.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Great,
I'll
thanks.
second. Yeah, Commissioner Warren.
Commissioner Warren seconded. Great, thank you very much. And Esther, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Helova?
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Aye.
Commissioner Warren?
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Aye.
And Chair MacArthur?
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. I appreciate the staff work on this, and especially the discussion about how we can make sure that we can prevail at the legislature, well, with the governor and the legislature. These are very, very important topics, and resources are needed to successfully address them. So thanks for that. Another part of agenda item 8 was to, because the POPs are part of our budget that we submit to the governor, and then the governor goes through all the agency budgets and then figures out, prepares her own budget that is based on those, that goes to the legislature as the starting point for conversations in that forum. So these are part of the budget, recommended budget for 2021, 2023, the next biennium. And a part of that is the rest of the agency budget. And I might ask Carol Bovet to say a few words about that, because we need to at least give some kind of thumbs up accepting that budget as it goes, gets submitted next week. So Carol, do you mind saying a few words about that?
Not at all. We are now on the cusp of submitting our official agency request budget, which in the case of DLCD is officially due on July 31st, a little bit earlier this year than it has been in prior cycles. Part of the requirement is that our commission chair review that budget document as we've compiled it, and I've sent that to Chair MacArthur. And she will review that, and if acceptable, sign a certification that will be included in the budget documents when they're submitted on the 31st. I would just say too, for information for the group, that agency request budget will be uploaded onto our website very soon after being submitted to the Department of Administrative Services. And you can go through that very long document at your leisure. Was there anything else that you would like me to discuss, Chair MacArthur?
No, thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. And just for the commission, there normally is there actually is a budget subcommittee of the commission. And for reasons I won't go into right now, we only ended up having one person, me, being able to review it at this time. So my apologies for not figuring that out sooner. So another person could have been involved in that, but the two other members of the advisory committee were not available to do that. So I did have read it. It looks as good as it can be to me. And so I was going to, after an acceptance vote or a thumbs up, whatever we legally need to do, I was going to go ahead and sign the form and get it to Carol. A caveat on that is that because of what Jim described earlier as the governor's office requesting at this point for all the agencies to submit a larger cut budget than they had previously, that the previous assumptions that went into this particular budget that was drafted, there will be an addendum that will have to be made to the budget that will be submitted next week as to comply with the instructions that are coming out from the governor's office and Department of Administrative Services. So with that, I don't know if there's any questions about that, but if there are not, I don't know if legally we can just go do a thumbs up, which I can't see, or what? Do we need to officially vote on this? Can someone advise me on that, please?
If I may, unless Director Ray would like to, Chair MacArthur, this is Kirsten. So Steve, our DOJ guiding light, Steve Shipsey, helped us just confirm, because you have some new staff here, everyone but Jim. So we confirmed that the official vote is on the POPs, which commissioners just did. And so their kind of work is done. They would be accepting your review as the Budget and Management Subcommittee. And so I think if there are no objections, that you would be just free to sign. And I have a follow-up question once that's settled.
Great. So I'm calling for an acceptance. Is that the idea of my colleagues on the commission?
I don't see any ferocious negative head nodding going on. So it looks like folks are fairly comfortable with your review. I'm seeing a positive from Commissioner Warren.
Great, thank you. So you wanted to say something else, Kirsten?
There was, Mary Kyle McCurdy pointed out the without intention phrase in our POP language. And I just wanted to come back to that.
Was that in the staff report that would go with
the POP? It is in the
POP,
staff report. Yeah, it's in, I'm afraid that it is also in the POP itself, because we drew, so I just wanted to check that that was acceptable to commission for us to make that wording change, since they sort of just adopted the POPs in their entirety without amending the motion. So I just wanted to sort of make sure that no one would object to our updating that language, that Carol would update that language for your final signature, Chair MacArthur.
I think that would be great to make that change, but if we can do that just with like sort of a nod of the head, let's make that change.
Okay, or at least no objections anyway.
Yes,
we're gonna have to do some calisthenics pretty soon, because I think people all right, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and do that.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. I appreciate your catching that point. Okay, we can move on. I believe this is the last agenda item for today. That's agenda item 10, and that's commission business. And we'll start that out by, again, asking Carol to talk about the status of the 2019-2021 budget.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur. For the record, this is Carol Bovett. I'm the Administrative Services Manager with DLCD. And I am here to present the report from the Budget and Management Subcommittee, which met on Tuesday of this week. The report was provided, I believe, to the Commission in your packets. I would just give kind of a high-level narrative of what the Budget and Management Subcommittee discussed. As is encompassed in your report, we discussed at first the current biennial budget reductions. I would have to say that it's, we're in that time of budget build where you have to stop and remind yourself which biennium you're working in. But we did discuss the status of the reductions that we put forth as a part of the governor's requirement that all agencies submit what 8.5% reductions would look like if levied against their current legislatively approved budget. The list that we have, as we now know, I did not know, I believe, when we submitted the staff report, are unfortunately a little bit higher. At least what is being considered by the legislature is a tad higher than what we submitted. But at this point, I think that you've been all well briefed on what the status is of those. We also have encompassed in the report the review of the current financials. And I would say that anybody listening to me that has tried to, predict what the budget's going to look like on such shifting sands may appreciate that we're doing our best to show a picture of the agency's financial status. And by the way, this is as of May. just due to the delay of how our accounting close happens with the commission. But, you know, the good news is that currently we are running a slight savings, which is growing quickly every month, partially due to some staff vacancies that we're now holding open for the sole purpose of supporting what we anticipate will be some kind of reduction to our current legislatively adopted budget. And also because of the working from home and working remotely and restrictions on meeting with others has meant a real reduction in our travel costs and a few other employee-related services and supplies. So currently we are showing about $189,000 in savings. Also in the report, I gave just a little bit of information on where we are for the 21-23 budget development. As we discussed, we're now on the cusp of that first big deliverable by agencies, and that's the agency request budget. After these are submitted, the Chief Financial Office with the Department of Administrative Services will take all of that information, and their analysts will put together their recommended budget or analysts' recommended budget. Also an ARB, just to confuse you, but they take that information, publish it, and then we will be given the option to basically appeal what we anticipate would probably be a cut from what we requested in our ARB. All of this information, including our appeal of any reduction to our request, will be offered to or put together for the governor's review and the governor's staff. And then we will really know a whole lot more by the time we see the governor's recommended budget, which should come out sometime in maybe November or December. So that is what was discussed with the Budget Management Subcommittee. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Carol. I really appreciate that. Any questions for Ms. Bovett?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you very much. And your usual terrific work, both in the written word and your presentation, Carol. I appreciate that very much. It's good work. And so thank you. The only other thing that I was hoping to just discuss very briefly under commission business, well, I guess two things. The director's review, we'll be initiating that, I believe, in September. I sent an email out to commissioners, even the new commissioners, about 2 weeks ago, working with the HR department, just asking if you have any particular questions or something that you would like to be included as part of the review. Nick called me up and asked if, because he was so new, if he would need to participate. And I said, well, right now we're just asking for what kinds of good questions do you think we should be asking in the stakeholder interview that might elicit a decent response so we can get an assessment going on that. So that was, so even the new commissioners, if you have some ideas, perhaps you've been involved in other reviews and you found one question or two particularly appropriate for this kind of situation. So if you can get those to the HR department and me, that'd be great. And then we have a commission retreat coming up in August. We're still working on the agenda for that. It's just a half a day, but we do feel like it's really needing time to bond a little bit. We have 4 new commissioners since January, 3 of whom I've never met in person, which is a little difficult for me. And just a great commission, but we want to make sure that we have a little bit of time to get to know each other, even though it'll still be by Zoom. So we'll be doing that, and we'll have some other things, some trainings and some other things planned for that day. So that's all I wanted to say on commission business, but I wanted to open up to fellow commissioners if you have any other things you want to mention.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. I really appreciate all your help today, Kazaria. We are adjourned for today, which is great. Great work, everybody. And tomorrow, perhaps I'll have a better connection. My apologies for the inconsistent chair stuff that I've been doing. So have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.